I think my husband just got corona. I don't know what to do. Should I open it with a bottle opener or use a lime?
What actually brings me here is the idea of trying to understand different perspectives. I'm not saying that I believe one way or another, but I want to see the evidence that would want me to go this direction.
Okay, so your question would be... Sorry, I was just going to say, your question would be, what's the evidence for the Earth being flat? But I'm sure Crypto's got something.
100%. What is the evidence that shows the Earth is flat instead of being round?
That's the wrong question. The right question
okay.
is what? Okay, well, let me give you a really good question. What's the best base axiom to start from when pursuing knowledge on this subject?
Place of non-biased.
Okay, so that's actually impossible, but let's go with that. So
I mean,
what
that's
would
the
you
best
say?
place.
No, but listen,
No, but
where do you
there's no human is capable of being unbiased. That's just not possible.
I know.
Regardless, okay.
Not flat.
But let me just take him to.
You're gonna prove with a
start.
non-biased axiom anyway.
Let me just take him to the start. Let me take him to the start, and then we can move from there. Okay, so what would you say? How do you interact with the world?
I perform my daily activities and duties while trying to better my position
how?
in the social.
Yes, how?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay, so would you say that you see things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and do you hear things?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so you know I'm going with this. Would you say, therefore, you use your senses in order to interact with the environment that you currently exist in?
100%.
Perfect. Okay, so when you use your senses,
may I just ask who you are? Because I actually really like the way you're approaching this.
Okay, I'm Crypto.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so when you use your senses, do you detect any motion within your environment?
Yes.
Okay, what motion do you detect?
I have a fan on right now, so I detect the movement of air.
Okay, fine. So not a fan. I'm talking about of the environment.
I
Is
have,
the environment itself moving?
Oh, I mean, technically, yeah, because I'm in an enclosed capsule in my house, so yeah, the air is moving, and I've felt like earthquakes and stuff, yeah.
Okay,
and
so
like hurricanes and
we're not
the
talking about
ocean.
earthquakes. We're talking about the entire Earth moving from point A to point B. Can you detect?
Oh, do I feel the Earth moving from point A to point B? No.
Yes. Okay. So, would you say that that's a good base axiom to start from, that the Earth isn't moving?
I'm not sure. The reason why is like when I fly on a plane, right? I feel the vibrations of the plane, but I don't feel myself moving from point A to point B.
Okay, but that's not. I'm not talking about planes.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm extrapolating your idea. It's like, I don't feel the Earth moving. No, not at all.
Okay, fine.
But, like,
I'm not saying that that's evidence of anything. I'm not saying it's evidence of anything. What I'm saying is that we're talking about axioms, not evidence, right?
Can you define axioms for me?
I mean, I could give you my own personal definition, but it's probably better to give you the dictionary definition. So, I mean, an axiom is
something that is self-evident.
Yeah, so assumed to be self-evident. Now, if we just make sure statement representing
water's level.
Yeah, fair enough. Close enough. So as an axiom, I would suggest that the Earth isn't moving because I don't detect any movement. Right, my senses are pretty good at detecting movement. I know that because I've travelled in cars, travelled in planes, travelled in trains, and I always know I'm moving. Right, so
can I just ask a question about the planes? Because this is a point that I want to develop and just understand, right? Like, the plane, I don't feel the air moving, right? When I look out the window and I'm over the ocean, I don't see anything moving, right? I don't feel as though I'm going 500 miles an hour. So, what?
Are you telling me when you're in a plane you don't see things moving underneath you?
Over the ocean, like when I'm over the ocean in the night sky flying from Philly to Portugal. Right? And it's a cloudless night. There's no reference, or if it's just black outside, there's no reference to.
But that's because there's no reference.
Right.
That's
so I'm saying like, right, so in that,
moving.
Right, but I don't feel myself moving. Like that's what I'm trying to say.
I've travelled in plane for 15 years. I always feel myself moving in a plane.
Okay.
It blows my mind when people say they can't feel the movement in a plane.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. If you stand up on a plane even at night time and you are to walk from the back of the plane to the front, opposed to walking from the front to the back, you will feel a difference in the inertia.
And also,
Yeah.
you're actually in a container. So, that's probably one of the main reasons you don't feel it as much.
Okay, but we're just establishing axioms at the moment, right? So let's stay with the axiom and then we can go forward. Because I never say that this is like full evidence of anything. It's just where you start from. So for me, it's pretty obvious that you start from the fact that the Earth isn't moving. And if you find evidence to the contrary, then you can consider it. You can say, is this true? Is this false? You can look at it later, right? So for me, it's self-evident that the Earth doesn't move. And for me, it's self-evident that there is no curvature anywhere. Now,
Why
have
is
you
it
ever seen the
self-evident?
Earth? Well, because I've never seen the Earth curve.
Okay.
So we start from that basis.
Unless you've seen the Earth curve.
So if we're starting from the basis of the Earth doesn't move and it doesn't curve, who has to bring the evidence to the contrary?
I don't know who would have to bring the evidence.
The person
What
making
contrary?
a claim counter to the axiom.
Okay.
Right? So, where is your evidence that the Earth is in fact moving?
Horrible.
The evidence would be the seasons.
No.
Why
That's
would
not
that be evidence of the Earth moving?
Well, because
Nick-
what it's showing is that as the Earth travels around the sun.
Hold on. Before you start telling us a story, right? Before you start working your presuppositions of the Earth being a ball at a distance from the sun and it orbiting around the sun in this place called space. And because of the tilt of this ball, this is why we've got seasons. Because of all of those presuppositions, we're just down here on the Earth with base axioms. The Earth isn't moving yet. We're trying to find that movement. You're saying seasons. Now, what would you say causes the seasons, things to be hot and cold? Would that be the light source and heat source in the sky that seems to spend longer in areas where it's hotter and not as long in areas where it's colder for seasons? So being as it appears that the sun is moving, I mean, unless we can prove the Earth is, as at the moment just standing here on the flat stationary Earth, isn't it easier to understand that it's probably the sun that's causing it to be hotter and colder?
Yeah, it is the sun that's causing it to be. Well, in the model that I believe currently, or as I understand it,
That's a lot better. I appreciate that.
it's the distance that is the distance between Earth and the sun. So the sun is always producing the same amount of energy, but it's a distance.
Yeah.
So it seems like you and I are saying the same thing, but we have different models.
Yeah, so the sun is still closer for those areas on the flat stationary Earth for the summer, and it is further away from those areas of winter. And that depends on the sun moving between its northern path, the Tropic of Cancer, and southernmost path in the Tropic of Capricorn. And when it rebounds between these two areas throughout the year, you get your seasonal cycle, not just your day and night, but your seasons too. But standing here on it's not proof that the Earth is moving, because we can just point at the sun and saying the sun's causing that to happen.
So, like, what you're saying is, if the equator is the midline, right?
Yeah,
saying
for the
that-
sun.
What?
For the sun, yeah.
You're saying that in your model, the sun will move a few degrees above or a few degrees below the equator in terms of the angle to change the seasons.
Inwards across the plane of the Earth towards the north, towards the Tropic of Cancer for the summer season in the north, and then winter in the south. 3 months later then for 3 months it travels south and hits the equator, and then 3 months more, so a total of 6 months later, it reaches the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, giving summer to the south and winter to the north because of the sun's proximity. It is closer.
And that's what you observe in the sky as well. So going back to trusting our senses and base axioms, we see the sun move. We don't see or feel the earth move. So why assume that the earth's moving and the sun's staying still? It's literally the opposite of what you actually see.
I have trouble believing that exact thing because like the what immediately popped in my head as you said that is that like if there's two cars moving together at the same speed, it may not look like they're moving because they're not separating from one another. If one car starts to drive faster, even though both cars are going a certain speed, one car increases its velocity, then it looks like only one car is moving, even though both cars are moving.
Yeah, but that's one frame of reference. What if you look up though, away from those two cars that are next to each other? You're going to see that they are in fact in motion. Your senses, your internal equilibrium is going to tell you, your balance equilibrium is going to tell you you are in motion. You don't just rely on one frame of reference and one sense for one thing.
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't just say that you only saw the sun move, you also do not see or feel the earth move. So to assume that all of those things are the opposite is frankly absurd.
Uh-huh.
So, based on your analogy, you're basically standing on a parked car, watching another car drive by you.
Yeah,
And assuming that your car is moving and the other one's still.
Exactly.
So, when you start pointing... Right? Oh, sorry, go on. No, you're fine, buddy.
Real quick, the point being is that say the two of us lived in a cave our whole life and we just go outside for the very first time and we both observe the sun and the stars and the moon going from east to west every day. And I say, oh, well, that's because we're stationary and everything's moving around us. Look, see? You could say, well, no, it's because, we're moving, everything else is stationary. One of the two of those things could be right. We understand what you're saying. Now, we say it's self-evident that we're just literally standing here doing nothing. We don't observe any emotion, or we don't detect any emotion, and we see that it's observed flat. Then you say that's because we're a giant sphere and we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour and going 100,000 miles an hour in this direction and 100 million miles an hour in this other direction. And all of these you're making all of these other claims based on the same exact observation. And you don't have any data to back up your claim other than, well, that's just what we were all taught in school. We say it's self-evident that it's flat and not rotating because it's not. We don't observe it to be. If you say that there are these movements and motions, it's up to you to prove that. Yeah? Does that make sense?
And I'd like to add as well that you said that you were going to look at this from a non-biased view. And the reason it's impossible is because as soon as you're coming up with things that contradict what you see and experience in real life, you're immediately going to the indoctrination that you already know that, to see two trains moving, that don't mean we're moving, or, the seasons of the summer, they're still creeping in. These answers are still creeping in. You need to look at it solely from what you see, what you experience, and what you can tell. Only things that you're going to change your mind at is the education that you've been given. For example, I look at the sun, I look at the moon, they look about the same distance away from each other, from me, sorry. But the only reason I believe the sun is 93 million miles away is because I've been taught that. So if somebody said to me, without me being taught that, how far is the moon? How far is the sun? I'd say it's probably about as far as the moon, because that's what my senses tell me. My senses don't tell me it's 93 million miles away.
Right. It's the same. Like if you say that you make all these claims, and then the obvious axiom of if we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, why don't we fly off in all directions? Well, because there's this thing, gravity. Oh, well, can you show it to us? Well, I can't demonstrate it, but it's happening. Okay, cool. So, but we're definitely curving. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's too big, but believe me, it is. Okay, but we are spinning. Well, I can't really show it to you because it's all relative, but trust me, it is. Okay, you're 0 for 3, and these are things that. Do you see the pattern that emerges here, or do you see how? Especially when you said you can't be biased, like you said. Do you see the
I
problem?
never said that I am capable
No, you
of
said
being
let's look at it
foreknown.
in a non-biased fashion.
I'm looking at it.
No,
I'm
he
trying
said
to.
that was his aim. To be fair, yeah. I mean, I don't think he was saying that he was unbiased. I think he was just
Right.
aiming to be unbiased. So, yeah. To be fair, I don't think he meant what you said.
Yeah, he didn't.
But,
Yeah, you're right, Chris.
No, I just meant
one thing I
we have to look at it. Yeah, I hear you, but yeah.
Let's Crypto bring it back.
Yes. Oh, fuck's sake! I think give me a. Oh yeah, that's it. I had a thought the other day, and I've been dwelling on it more and more. And obviously, you know, when we say gravity, right? So gravity is things falling down, right?
Yeah.
I was asking the other guy.
Oh, okay.
It's the yellow guy. Is he there?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So gravity things falling down. So explain the helium balloons.
It's a gas much lighter than the surrounding atmosphere, and it's concealed in a container.
So is gravity involved there as well?
Yes.
Okay, so gravity's involved when things go up and when things go down. When the moon goes across the sky, what's happening there?
The moon, in my model, is in a homeostasis relationship with the Earth, and
caused by what?
It is traveling around the Earth and has centrifugal force, but is also being pulled into the Earth by Earth's gravitational pull, which has locked it in a stationary orbit.
You witness all this.
No, okay, but let me finish my point. So this is the thing that I came to the other day, and I don't know why it never occurred to me. But gravity is responsible for things going up, going down, going left, and going right. How can one cause have 4 different effects?
Oh, gravity. So gravity doesn't really have to do with anything going
Just snap the wand
up. Because what I was trying to say is that if something is going up, gravity is still a force, but the force projection is not pointing up; it's still pointing down. So the helium balloon.
But do you understand though that you're not observing any pull? You're not observing. So you say, okay, so gravity is a downwards force, as we're told. I know that's not even the current rhetoric. Whatever. That's what most people understand. Yeah. When things go up, that's also gravity. When things go to the left, that's gravity. When things go to the right, that's gravity. Can I finish? Let me finish. Can you not see how this is like a guy who hasn't done his homework, and the teacher's like, "Where's your homework?" And he's like, "The dog ate it." And it's like, okay, that was the excuse yesterday. That was the excuse the day before. It's just an ad hoc explanation. It doesn't actually mean anything.
Well, that's definitely one worthy for the books.
Yeah, I don't know why I cut off like that. Oh man, probably have to re-upload that. Shouldn't have done that.
Darn it.
I forgot that. Because there's an outro. You've heard that, Helio. You've been listening to the 24/7 Flatter Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
I
either forgot to add it or the bot went crazy.
Yeah, the bot is being, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
It's getting hammered because there's no more music bots. That's probably one of the only ones left. So, it's probably a gazillion people trying to use it.
That makes sense.
There was a lot of dead air, so I'm like, I'll just play something from the podcast. I usually come in the morning and play something.
That makes sense. Since sadly to point this out, since a certain person is no longer here, one that lives.
I know that.
Yeah.
I hope no one gets triggered.
Well, no. I mean, like, that time of day seems to not be as active as when that person was still in our server. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in the morning when it was their evening kind of thing.
Yeah, but it was still alive after he was gone anyway. The morning
Yeah,
started
okay.
dying like maybe a month ago, something like that.
But yeah, I didn't know you did that when you came in the mornings. And I'm like listening. I'm like, I know Discord's been really janky these days, but the recording really fooled me. I just woke up not too long ago. I'm like, wait.
So you
is that
woke up in a
person
different
back?
year?
Yeah. I'm like, is that person back? Wait, what? Okay. All right. I was like, whatever.
Here, I'm gonna play another one. See what's up. See what I got going on.
Sweet.
Yeah, you heard me last night. Like, it's been 20,000 people, 20,000 times the podcast has been played in the last. I started it in November of 2019. This is the first episode. 50.
With no promotion type of thing, to
No
me, that
promotion.
seems pretty damn good.
No promotion
Wow.
and censored. Think about it.
Yeah. Woo-wee.
Jeez Louise.
Hmm.
And the thing is, more than 75% listen to 40% of it.
Right.
So they have their analytics will show they call it something like, I can't remember. So they have a way of like how much people actually interact with the video.
Yes.
Because instead of just hitting play and not like people play it for a second, then just say, "Fuck that, I don't want to listen to it." Most of the people that play the podcasts listen to at least 40% of it, which is good.
Yeah.
I'm going to play another one. Hold on, let me find one. Since nobody's talking.
Right.
And I'm actually working with just listen to this while I'm doing work.
Let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Times roll.
Jenny.
Hey. Just sitting here having my morning salad.
I would have come in here sooner.
Indio's gonna play.
Yeah. The bot just left, and it's probably gonna have to come back.
Oh, it left? Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah, I can see the bot. That's why I was like, "Fuck, I guess I'll talk." It's not even in the chat, unless my shit's glitching.
Times roll.
Before y'all were in here, but I passed out last night in the candy bar and woke up covered in it.
Good job. Good job.
Yeah,
Good job.
it is. I smelled delicious first thing in the morning.
What? Okay, I'll take your word for it.
So I ended up rolling around in it all night.
Dude, I didn't hear most of that, and I'm really thankful. TMI, we're entering in TMI territory. Please. Oh, boy.
Pressure.
Huh?
So gas pressure.
Hmm? All right. Hopefully, Indio can get this one of his favorite clips?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay.
I don't even know which one. I'm trying to figure out the length. Some of them are very long. Some of them are short. Like it ranges from like 15 minutes to Mick West, which is like 2 hours or something, 3 hours.
We could do that. I know there's probably a good possibility I'll still be listening in 2 hours.
Yeah, but who wants to listen to Mick West for 2 hours?
Yeah.
That's painful.
There's that. I can't
Cause
say as I've ever
psychological
done
issues.
that. They'll have what issues?
It might cause psychological issues. You might need to go see a therapist to have to listen to his gibberish.
Okay, I don't recall listening to him for any length of time.
I'll play it then. I'll play it, man.
All right, just for a few minutes.
This was on the old server. So anytime
Okay.
you guys want to kill it, you can just you can either mute the bot or just whatever. If you guys want to talk and not listen to his nonsense.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do the pause thing and provide some commentary on the infamous Mick West.
Oh, you know how to pause it in that chat?
I think so, isn't it?
I think it's M. Yeah. You know how to do it. M exclamation point pause or something.
Yeah.
Well, so you can just pause the bot in the live stream, and it will pause automatically, so it will not continue. Yeah.
What, by muting it?
Yep.
Oh man, that's cool as shit.
Yeah. We don't know how long this will keep going, right? Because
yeah, man. I listen. I'm gonna actually start researching on how to code our own bot to do this,
dude.
Because this is we're on borrowed time with this.
That sounds awesome. I know I would and everybody else would tremendously appreciate your efforts in us getting our own. In fact, I think, for when you do accomplish that, everyone should send you donations of weed. Sorry.
I'll smoke it. Why not?
We'll
Never look a
for
gift horse in
weed.
the mouth, as they say. I'll smoke the shit out of it.
Good call, Jim. Good call. I'll shoot you up some seeds, Indio, and send them your way, mate.
Ooh, there you go. Smoke up, Johnny. Let the good times roll. Let the good times roll.
I'm never got it.
Oh my.
Well, hello. So adorable.
Oh Jesus, that didn't turn out right. Hold on a second.
Anticipation. Anticipation. Man, oh man.
Hold on a second. My URL screwed up somehow, so I have to do something else. Just give me like 5 minutes.
You got it, dude. All right. Who's in here? We got Cuddles. Ooh, bunch of people joined in. Roger. Let me see. Spiral. Muted. Everyone must be doing their thing. Doing other stuff. Listen to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I thought the bot was.
What?
I thought the bot was about to go. That's why I shut up.
Let's see. We have one that can see.
I mean, my computer's almost done, so that's exciting.
I couldn't hear volume wise whoever said something just now.
Cuddles. Said my computer's done.
You said you're confused?
No.
Are you confused why you can't feel us?
Said my computer is almost done.
Woo! Awesome.
I know. I've said that a few times, and every time I turn around.
What are you working with in your system?
Do what?
I was asking, what do you have in your computer system?
Ace Rock gaming board, Ryzen 5 Gen 3 of the 5 series, 6 core, rocking G Skill RAM, 3200 megahertz. I got two M.2, one's an NVMe, and then I've got a 500 gigabyte solid state drive, and then the rest are going to be
For the 200th time, Zanuck.
Hang on.
He already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames, you can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you, Chocolate,
I don't
but
know
I've got
why
to
this
jump
is.
in.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic! Oh, that's going to be way better than fucking
Yeah,
with.
behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the
Is he like
first.
famous?
I'll be what?
You'll be muted if you don't behave yourself.
I always behave myself.
Yeah.
Just about got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames.
No more reference frames, please.
No,
My
just a
ears
second.
are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No, no one.
Maybe
no
you could
No one
DM.
cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah, we are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
I'm not trying to confuse you, just letting you know about how you can't leave a reference frame. It's not possible, but you can go to another reference frame if you'd like to. It still exists.
Stop explaining.
Observation point.
No, we didn't ask
It's
you
just
that.
an
All
all-inclusive
about
reference
observation
frame that we can go to.
What's that?
Could we talk of rainbows while the McQuest is coming?
How about corpuscular rays?
How about these observations and long-distance measurements that are defying the very model that you are preaching here, Zanuck?
Okay.
How do we deal with those on a ball when they directly contradict the supposed curvature that we should be seeing according to their story?
In the measurements of large mountains at a distance,
Well,
as well
yeah,
as
just long-range
display?
observations in general, right? I mean, there's
Mick
so
West
many.
is coming. Sorry, got to reiterate. Mick West is literally coming in a minute now.
Nice. I'm ready.
Fantastic.
Hello, buddy.
So, yeah, those are interesting observations, right? And a lot of them aren't very accurate. They're looking at, I see the light that should be 100, 200 feet below the horizon. How do we see that? And the answer is, from my perspective, not perspective, no.
Yes,
Refraction.
perspective.
Refraction has only a small effect, but there could be something called diffraction, which could actually allow those. Yeah, diffraction can actually
Could be.
We don't. I'm admitting that I don't know, and I'm interested in that test in replicating it myself.
Could it be that we see what there is without anything?
Yeah, until it's shown otherwise, that's the logical base assumption. So that's where we leave it.
Well,
I'm
that's-
sorry.
like-
Zanuck.
that's the first step in science,
It looks
right? The
like a
observation.
beaver. It looks like a
Until-
beaver. It smells like a beaver. It has
No.
a tail like a beaver.
No, but how come?
Could it be a
Then
beaver?
answer me this.
Maybe.
Then answer me this. So when I shine that same laser to an 11,000 foot peak, 123 miles away, what do you think we'll see when there's less refraction or diffraction involved? Do you think
Well,
we'll
the fact
still
I
don't know.
The fact
doesn't
that you
matter.
shine a laser on
It does not
something
matter.
100
How
and
can
however
you
many miles away just means there's no curvature.
I would like.
If we use
No,
a laser targeting device to aim a laser at a target, we'll probably hit the target with a laser if you've got a direct line of sight to it. Now, refraction over vast distances will have to be taken into account because quite possibly if you're viewing this mountain over a vast distance, it's going to be refracted to you, the observer, anyway. So you'd have to take account of it, wouldn't you?
But you've shown 200 feet over 20 miles, so we got to see. I mean, a huge amount of diffraction or refraction that's going on over 100 miles, right?
Well, yeah, more distance, more atmosphere, right?
Yeah. Well, that would play into my case here in that when we show a mountain 125 miles away, why is it angularly much lower than it should be for that given distance?
I don't know, because you're comparing a geometric function to refraction.
Yeah, but
you know, this observation of the mountain, you know, you're observing it, the light is being refracted through that atmosphere. More distance, more refraction, possibly, right?
3 degree. We're talking about a refractive
Refraction
index.
over long distances is 7 to 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah,
Wait,
Zanuck,
refraction-
if you're able to
refraction-
shine a laser on a mountain that far away,
refraction
yeah,
depends
you
on-
shouldn't
you
be
guys
able to
got-
see it due to the alleged curvature.
Refraction, 2 factors, right? It has your angle of incidence as well as the material,
Okay,
medium
that's enough, Zanuck.
you're shining light through. If it's air, it's very low refractive index. Then you have the angle of incidence on top of that. That no way accounts for the amount of sink those mountains would have at 125 miles. They're
How
11,000.
come they're visible? How come they're visible?
We're seeing they should be. We're seeing them being angularly at 7,000 feet.
That's fine.
Where did 7,000 feet of that
Right
mountain
there.
go?
Mick West in the house, people. How you doing, Mick?
Yeah, Mick
Hello.
knows this. Mick knows this very well.
I know. Yeah, I do actually. I know all about the refraction problem. It's very interesting.
Also,
So-
welcome to the server.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it too, Mick. It seems like the only time you can get light to bend down is in a tank full of sugar water.
Oh no, you can actually do it fairly easy in any type of thing where the refractive index is higher the lower
Cool.
you go down.
Can you demonstrate this?
Yeah.
Ooh, no.
You mean
well, then do
demo-
it. Yeah, I'd like to see. I'd like to
well,
see
the
laser
easiest
light
way to-
bending down in air. Can you demonstrate that, Mick?
Okay, yeah, no,
just
that's
gonna
really,
just gonna
really
make a
easy
small
to do,
announcement,
actually.
guys. just to make a small announcement, guys. I understand we've got Zanik and Mick West in, so if we could just dial it back 10% and try and keep them here as long as possible before we start getting involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Emotional
Yeah.
conversation.
Okay.
You should get married.
No, I'm just asking a simple question. McWest here
that's
is
a-
very
that's a good-
informed about
I-
the. No. McWest here is really informed
I'd be
about
happy
the
to answer it.
refraction problem. So I've asked something very simple of him. Can you demonstrate laser light bending down in atmosphere, not a tank of sugar water, please?
Yes, I can.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
All right. Well, I have a video showing how to do it actually, but really simply, the way to do it is just to kind of cool the air lower down, and the laser light will bend down towards the cooler air. And the easiest way to do that is with a large ice pack, just like the type of thing you put in a cooler or an ice chest. You take that
So,
and you shine the.
when it's really cold and conditions are just right on the lake for us to observe a mirage of a skyline that's about 36, 40 miles away. So those are perfect conditions.
No, well, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously conditions vary, and sometimes they're better than others. But yeah, if a lake is very cold, the light will bend down towards that because it cools the lower air and makes it denser, and more dense air has a higher refractive index. A light bends towards the higher refractive index, though, towards the denser medium, which is why on a hot road, when a road heats up, the air expands, it becomes less dense, and the light bends up, which is why you get that kind of mirage refraction. It looks like a mirror, the typical, like mirage, like pool of water in the desert type thing. That's because it's hot down there. But when it's cold, it bends in the opposite direction.
Is it the same reason that I saw an experiment done with laser and the iron? Iron was heated normal, like an iron what you iron your shirts or whatever. And iron was put next to the laser, and it changed the direction of the laser.
Yeah, it is. With hot things, it's kind of tricky to do because hot air moves around a lot more because it rises. Cold air just sinks, so it doesn't move so much. So you get a lot more turbulence with hot air. But you can do it. I have a video. Can I post links in here? So I've got a.
Maybe post.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll give you the
Livestream part
appropriate.
one.
Hey, Mick, I got a question for you.
Sure,
One of
yeah.
the things the flat community has done is they did an experiment out there at the Salton Sea. And they basically, it was really simple. Guy sitting in a chair with a camera, guy across the Salton Sea 20 miles, had a mirror and was changing the mirror angle up and down, up and down, up and down. And they were shining the sun off the mirror to the person holding the camera. And they did see a flash when they got the right angle from 20 miles away, which would be about 150, 200 feet below level. So my thoughts, and that's what I kind of was interested in, because refraction would only account for so much in air, as we know, 0.003 or something.
It varies though based on the conditions.
Right. But in this case, it was a fairly warm day. They saw the light flash from the camera. We all saw it. Is it a chance, because the light is traveling over an object, water, that there could be diffraction involved?
No, diffraction happens around the edges of things. It doesn't really work over a surface like that. Diffraction is when basically when a wave kind of spreads out when it goes up to a corner or something like that. So it's not really an issue, other than I suppose atmospheric diffraction, which is just kind of glow, which really isn't an issue here. What they're seeing there was an actual line of sight from the camera or from the guy's eyes all the way to that mirror, and indirectly to the sun, because it's reflecting an actual beam of light. But because the lake is cooler than the air, the water just above the surface of the lake is cool, and it curves around that curve of the lake.
It seems like
Hold on. A curve that much around over 20 miles that actually followed the surface?
Well, it's not really that much when you think about it, because the Earth, being so large, the curve really isn't very much. It looks flat because it's curving so little, so it doesn't really bend the light very much.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So the angular change is not that great, but over long distances, it was enough to where it would.
Yeah, exactly. So over 10 miles, it's only got to bend a few feet, which is hardly anything really.
This is why duplication of the image a real image that is giving light rays that are coming more or less straight from the object, and a duplicated image from the light rays bending up and refracting. It's a bit too much
not really.
to beg the person to believe that a duplicated image, essentially, of the actual object is being shifted up and over a curve with the actual object with the straightest rays possible coming from said object somewhere else.
There are no straight rays coming from it. They're all being bent. If you took like the object and drew a ray in every single direction, all 360 degrees, the ones that go across the lake are going to be very slightly curved. The ones that are a little bit above that are going to be slightly less curved, and then the ones going straight up will not be curved at all. So the curve is so small.
What's
it
got
a bending of the?
This is not on your regular air. I can understand. We're not talking about sugar water, Mick West.
No, we're talking about the atmosphere, which is much less of a refractive medium than sugar water. So it only bends a really, really tiny amount. The reason you have to use sugar water to demonstrate it,
it's been proven. It's not been. There is no refraction at night, Mick West. Are you kidding me?
There's refraction anytime that there's a difference.
No, there is not.
Refractive.
No, there is not, Mick West. Quit lying.
Let's let West respond. We're starting to harangue him a little bit. Mick West, you had to respond?
Yeah. Lasers at night, no refraction.
Oh, well, yeah. Why are you saying
right there, there's the there's the data. Show me where there's refraction in that data right there. It actually shows none from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Literally. That's why tests are done at night, Mick. That's why these laser tests are done at night. Okay.
I have a question. There seems to be quite a lot of changing the angle for a lot of the time there. At some point, like over a small height variation, sometimes things equalize, because at some point the refraction bends down, at some point it bends up. So there's some time during the day when it
laser light bends up. We've seen it. It bends up because of the humidity rising off the water. If it does, that's why they choose a frozen or a partially frozen lake to minimize that effect. Thank you very much. Prove that it bends up in our atmosphere. Show me, or it bends down in our atmosphere. Please do.
Well, yeah, like I said, I demonstrated it.
It doesn't. We can demonstrate it goes up, Mick.
But I've just said that I personally have demonstrated, and I have a video of me actually showing
not in the atmosphere.
Atmosphere. I had to use like an ice pack to cool it locally because, well, you're accusing me of lying when I actually have a video showing me doing this.
Are you? Yeah, I'm accusing you of being very deceptive. Yes, you are.
We don't need to
just like Dr. John D called you out big time for your calculator and all the other lies and bullshit that you produce.
Oh,
I'm not going to take it lightly with a shill in here.
If you're just saying I'm lying, then like, how are you? Why are we even having a discussion here? Like,
are you a government agent?
No, I'm not. I'm just some guy.
Well, Mick, going back to the refraction, when refraction happens, not all colors. Oh, there's a bit of an echo. Sorry, but not all colors of light refract at the same time, which leads to an unstable, hazy image when there's been like miraging and different effects. Now, when you go to a cold layer of air, there is some stability, but you have what essentially amounts to a faded, duplicated, hazy image that is unstable. It is a bit too much to beg the person to believe that a stable image would refract and curve over air. And with the sugar water that you saw, that you showed in a video, or maybe somebody else showed in another video, you see what appears to be the laser hitting a critical angle and bending away after reflecting off of a layer versus, say, bending down through a cold layer. So you have slightly different phenomena. One where you have what appears to be somewhat of a reflection off of a layer of density versus going through a different layer and quality of air going through the medium. So we have a couple things here that are a little hard to believe is really happening with the atmosphere. You'd expect a hazy, unstable image, and you'd expect some duplication because some of the different colors of light refract differently if refraction is happening. So some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way. Some of them would be refracting off of your eye this way, leading to an instability of the image, would it not?
Yeah, and that's why Dr. John D used 2 different color lasers on his test. He tested for your refraction and found nothing.
The amount of refraction with
Jesus
different colors
Christ.
is about the same. It doesn't really vary very much. Now, if you look through something like a magnifying glass,
No shit, and he took this into consideration. Over a distance.
I'm addressing the issue raised by the previous person, and he's saying that different colors refract by different amounts, but they really don't refract by very much difference. When you look through something like some glasses, the light is being refracted a lot. It's being bent a lot, but the colors really don't change very much at all. You get a little bit of coloring around the edges called chromatic aberration, which you see in photographs sometimes, where the blue is bent a bit more than the green. But really, the difference isn't very much. So the color thing isn't really an issue.
Yeah, but isn't that how we establish the difference of rate between a refraction that's happening is by using different colors? So it's not a matter of if it's happening or not. It's the rate at which it does. That's why we use different colors, right, Mick?
Yeah, well, that tells you basically how the wavelength of the light affects it. And that leads to a thing called the green flash. Are you familiar with the green flash on the sun?
Yeah, it's when the sun's setting, right?
Yes, we're familiar with green flash.
Yeah, and that's the difference there between the red light and the green light kind of shows you really how much the sun has been refracted. You can do the math because we know the different refractions. It's only like 1% or so for the difference between the red and the green. So you can tell by the size of the green flash how much the entire sun has actually been refracted. It turns out it's been refracted by an amount that's about equal to the diameter of the sun. So when you see the sun just above the horizon, in reality, under the conventional model, it's actually just below the horizon. It's being refracted upwards by the standard atmospheric refraction.
Well, another problem with the way that this refraction is applied, you can have 1% from the origin where the light ray is put out, or you can have 1% by the time it reaches the observer. And depending on if you apply it at the start or the finish, you're going to have differences of, miles.
That's not how it works.
If it just goes a degree off of the observer's eye, that's hardly anything. But if you started at the origin, that may go off a couple miles. So how's this refraction even being applied at the start or at the finish?
It applies over the entire path of the light.
Which means that you're going to have a lot of miles that are going to be added to the calculation when really it may only affect the observer and be even less, even smaller than that.
You have to look at what the light goes through every single step of the way from the start to the end. You can't just look at the start or the end or something in the middle. You've actually got to look at the entire path of the entire beam of light, which is why I actually use ray tracing. When I in my more complicated calculator, the refraction simulator, you've actually got to step through the atmosphere one step at a time and see what happens to that one small step, and then bend the ray of light very, very slightly, and then move it again. And I do tens of thousands of calculations on that one beam of light to see exactly how it bends.
In Lemon, when I post that picture of the ship disappearing, you see only the smokestacks of a 200-foot tall ship. You think if you had a laser pointed at the bottom of that ship out to shore, you'd be able to see the laser when you can't even see the boat from the shore?
Yes.
How much refraction would you have to see the bottom of that boat 20 miles away? All you see is the smokestacks up top.
It's still there. It's just compressing at the eye line of the observer. Something that's above your eye line physically will only compress down to the eye line and no further, and stuff that's below your eye line will compress up to that line but no further. Otherwise, you have an error condition where something can look like it's above you when it's actually below you. It's just the logic of the way that the eye focuses rays.
Okay, I get it.
It's
I get it.
there.
Lemon, nothing has changed proportions. There's no compression. There's no distortion.
There's compression down to the eye line.
No, there's nothing.
Usually is compression down at the bottom.
The bow at the bottom is completely visible and not changing shape whatsoever from the moment it was seen 3 miles away to here it is at 20, 25 miles away.
How about this? How come the flat Earth just makes sense at all? How come it's not just the most retarded thing ever when you look into it? Why, just Mick and Zanuck, why do you guys think that we believe it so much? Why does it make so much sense to us? Can you I want to know if I'm wrong. Am I so confused? Is it because our observations make it look flat, and that I'm just wrong because I haven't been in high enough.
Essentially, yes.
So when are we going to go high enough? Like,
you don't need to go that high. There's the experiments you can do at a fairly low level, like the Bedford level experiment done by Wallace back in the 1800s was actually a really, really good experiment.
No, this was even conflated in court.
No.
We can't go back and forth with these two scallywags. That's not going to happen.
No, but Mick,
And
let's
Dr.
just talk about
John
us.
Lee
No,
redid the
Mick,
Bedford
let's talk
level
about-
experiment
let's talk about me.
anyway.
No, he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
No, but
Dr. John
why-
didn't do
why-
it. He had bad weather and he's never been back. So,
But do I think it's?
and-
I've never seen the globe, so why should I believe it? Like, all my observations are of a flat Earth. Do you agree? Your observations
well,
are all of
you've
a flat Earth,
seen-
right? Are your observations?
you've
of
seen
a flat
things like
Earth?
No, my observations are of a globe. The observations
No,
I've
it
taken show that
doesn't.
there
It
is.
doesn't look
we live
flat
on a
to you,
globe.
and it's just
Yeah,
so
you've
big
never
that it
seen
is.
curve in
You've
your
never
life with
seen
full motion with your
You've never
observations.
seen anything. None of us have.
Hollywood, yeah, I get it.
No, he just wants to beg the question and apply a model to it. It's like the model thing.
But you've
I
never
think
seen it,
it's
right,
important,
Mick? You've never seen the globe, right? Right? Like
See
us.
it
You've
every
never
day.
seen
Here it is.
Nobody has seen the globe.
You see it every day, dude? Are you serious?
You don't see shit, Nick.
You go to space every day?
We're taking.
Hollywood,
Hold
if you
on,
see the
hold on,
picture I just
hold
posted,
on, guys.
Just
Taking it out of hand. I think what you're trying to say is, are you trying to ask him what does he observe, rather than just repeating the question and shouting it? Just ask Mick. Mick, what do you observe on a day-to-day basis that shows a ball?
well, I think Mick and everybody would agree that. when you
No,
look at
Zanik, shush. That was directed at me.
My
guess you're
problem
asking,
is
like-
I see a flat Earth every day, and I can't
I know,
deny that
I know.
anymore.
We understand that, but Mick, what do you observe?
Right, well,
that
I
is-
see a lot of evidence that to me shows that the Earth is actually a ball. Like the simplest thing
no, but
is
not
when.
the evidence, the observations. What do you observe? that's
Okay, the
different?
observations, like I observed, say, Catalina Island, like something I used to live in Venice, Venice Beach in California, and there's an island off the coast. It's about 35 miles off the coast, and it's about, I think, 2,000 feet high. And when you look at it from the beach at Santa Monica or Venice next to each other, you see that half of the island is hidden behind the horizon.
What's the horizon?
I just posted.
Hold on, Zanik. Zanik, shush. What's the horizon?
Horizon is the line formed by the edge of the curve.
I can't hear. I can't. Shut the fuck up.
All the fucking time.
Shut up.
You're talking about.
I want to know what the horizon is.
Your horizon is about
Oh
3
my
miles
God.
ahead of you with the naked eye.
The horizon is a horizontal line.
Who's this
That's why it's
thing?
called a
Mute you as
horizon
well.
and
I'm
not a
asking Nick a
curve horizon.
direct question. What's the
It's
horizon?
not a physical thing.
I'm not
The line
asking you.
formed by the curve of the ocean.
Platypus. No one is talking to
it's
you,
what
dude.
you see of essentially
I don't think he
the
can
sphere
hear
of the Earth.
anybody.
Who are you?
All right, so
Who's
so I
talking
can
to you, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, shut your
Me.
ass up.
Sorry,
Alright.
y'all. It's just that we have to collectivize a little bit because it's one, group against one man. We just have to collectivize
Yeah,
a little bit.
let Jedi ask his question to Mick.
But we
Alright,
should let
so-
but we should let Platypus talk at the end because he also has been and seen Catalina. So I want to hear both sides.
I live in LA.
Yeah.
I got a picture.
I want
on
to
the
know.
chat.
Fuck me.
Check out the
I wanna
picture I
know
posted in the chat of Catalina.
Well, you all
Don't
know
let
what
me
the
eat you,
horizon is under the standard model. You
No,
understand?
I understand the horizon is the limitation of my view. So that's what the horizon is. You're reifying this apparent location into a real location, the apparent leading edge of your sphere. That's what you're doing.
But
The
philosophically, that's
horizon
what
is the
you're doing with all
limitation.
observations.
The horizon is the limitation of the observer's view over the Earth. It is not an actual location. It is not the leading edge of a sphere, and nothing is hiding behind it.
So this guy just
But
claimed,
it matches exactly the standard model.
Wrong.
No, it doesn't match exactly the standard model. This is what long distance observations are. I mean, if you're at the beach and you're observing something that's 35 miles away, and you can't see the bottom of it, I'll give you your 6 foot tall. This is a very narrow angle of view to the thing you're observing 35 miles away across a flat surface.
you can see curvature.
That's not how vision actually works, though.
What do you mean? I've just pointed out you're observing something from 6 foot above the surface of the ocean that's 35 miles away. It's reduced in angular size.
You've been to Santa
The
Monica.
bottom
angle.
Next person who ever
the
talks to
angle
me is going to
You've
get
seen a big
muted.
bulge. You've seen the water curve up and block your view of the shore of an island 30 miles away. You're telling me there's enough curvature across 30 miles to see a giant curve and have the ocean bulging in front of you, and then you don't see the shore.
Oh, it's just a smooth curve of the ocean.
Well, hold on, because I hear this argument too, like, oh, I see the curve. Well, where do you see it? I see boats going over it straight ahead. If you're seeing something 35 miles out straight ahead, imagine how long a distance of horizon you're actually seeing, and how many hundreds of miles you're actually are in your vision. Like, there should be something else. There should be left and right curve too, if it's real, but it's not.
No, the horizon is flat.
Of course.
Flat circle.
Yeah, but if you're saying it's curving like away from you, it should also be curving left and right. Visually, you should be able to. If you think you can see the curve away from you, then you should also be able to see the curve left and right, because of you're seeing way more distance. You're seeing way more distance.
That's not how it works. That's a different curve.
It's a different curve, but it's still a curve that you can actually see.
It's based on your angle of view, is what it is. The higher up you go, the further you can see, and it's got dip to do with a curve. It's got zero to do with a curve. You can prove this to yourself by standing on your damn kitchen floor and laying on it. Put your eye next to the floor, and you can't see very much of it. You stand up or even raise up a few inches, you see more of the floor.
Yeah, but you can see the same amount.
This is what happens on a flat surface. Literally.
Yeah, but we're talking about the surface. We're talking about
0.05 arc radians at 30,000 feet. There's nothing to see as far as curve around you. We see the effects away from you. There's a difference.
Well, you know what? Here's the reality. No one has ever seen. Yeah, you're right. No one's ever seen the left and right curve, and no one's ever going to see it because it's not real.
Because you're not,
all you can do is all you guys can do. All you guys can do is take a perception.
0.05 arc radians.
Say that's curve. All you can take.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hey, hold on, Hollywood, hold on one sec. All right, guys. I know everyone's a little excited because Mick is here. Let's try to keep it constructive, though. You know, like if Mick's making a point or Xanix's making a point, let them finish, and then continue with the point. Don't bounce a different idea because this is getting really hard to listen to. All right, guys. Let's stay on topic.
I'm happy to answer any questions, but like it would be good if we could actually stay on the one question for a second. Like, say that the side-to-side curve. That's a great question. Why can't you see the side-to-side curve? You can actually see it if you go up about like 700 to 1,000 feet and take a photograph of the horizon with a rectilinear lens, one that keeps straight lines straight and doesn't bend lines, and then you look at that in Photoshop. You'll be able to detect an actual curve. If you take a large straight edge up to about 1,000 feet. And you look along it carefully, you will actually see the curve of the horizon curving down a little bit at the ends of that straight edge. So it is actually visible. You won't see it from the beach.
Are you looking for an airplane? Sorry, are you looking for an airplane window when you make this observation with a straight edge?
No, you wouldn't be able to see it from an airplane window because it's
right.
too
So you know that you've got distortion at the edges of those two planes of perspex that are convex in nature, especially when pressurized.
Nothing.
So you're making this observation through a curved surface.
Infrared photographs.
Not talking about. We're not talking about airplane.
Question to this?
Yeah, at about 32,000 feet.
About what happens
through a curved lens.
An infrared camera to take pictures of objects that were about 1,000 miles away.
So through a lens, through another two curved lenses.
A ball that's spinning, but for some reason we were able to do it.
Yeah. So through the camera, the aperture of the lens, which is curved. And then through the window.
That would allow us to see things thousands of miles away at only 32,000 feet?
It wouldn't. So you're misidentifying what you're seeing.
Platypus, I just need to make this clear. Do you hear Jedi?
No, I don't.
You don't hear Jedi? Yeah, you'd like to. You should unmute him.
You're misidentifying what you're seeing. If you think you can see something 1,000 miles away from 30,000 feet, you're not. You can only see about like 250, 300 miles or so from 30,000 feet. So you are misidentifying what you are saying.
Why another moderator can't hear me, or why I can't hear another
moderator. Mick, I also posted a picture of a HUD display that shows the level line and then the horizon below the level line, which would only be possible if the surface below you was curved.
Dude, that gets so
or sloping away from you, but yes, essentially, yeah. And this is something else you can take. You can take a water level, like two tubes that are connected. And you can see that the horizon drops below eye level, which would only happen if the Earth was a sphere.
It does.
So parallel horizontals that
way of the Himalayan range is not possible on a globe ever. 2,800 miles away.
I'm not sure what
from above Dubai. Above Dubai in the air on an airplane, and even the pilot admits it. 2,800 miles away, and then tries to explain it away.
Hey, Mick, Can I just get
yes, from Dubai,
Can I just ask Mick
Himalayas
quickly?
and Mount Everest, from Dubai, 2,800 miles away.
I think that's probably misidentifying the mountains that you're saying, if that's in fact what's
No,
being
watch
claimed.
it. Watch
So,
it.
Mick, did you?
But
I
you say
will.
that about Jay Tolan when he clearly pointed out the 700-mile one was perfect.
Hey, Mick.
I mean, but
Jay
you're going to say that, oh, that
Tolan.
was no, it wasn't clouds.
Jason Tolan actually shows the curve of the Earth. You can actually see the horizon curving in some of his videos.
Do you disagree with
Have you
Neil
measured
deGrasse
it with a
Tyson when
straight
he
edge?
says that you can't see curvature at 100?
Are you going to try to pull the crap like FTFE, where he tries to show curve by zooming in with a program that shows the actual table that the thing was sitting on curving too? Are you kidding me?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, but someone asked about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
man.
He was wrong.
So how did you come to have better knowledge than Neil deGrasse Tyson on this issue?
But it's not about knowledge. He just said something that was wrong. I'm sure that if you actually asked him in detail about what he meant, he would explain it to you.
Well, he was pretty clear about saying that from 120,000 feet you couldn't observe it.
Yeah, he
So
was saying that it looked flat, so you wouldn't see much of a curve. But it's technically wrong. Yeah, it's
so
wrong.
You say
So he was
1,000
wrong.
feet. You say 1,000 feet, and he says you couldn't see it from
You can't really see it with the naked eye very easily. You have to use like a long straight edge and look very carefully and have good conditions, like clear air and a clear horizon. No, but I've seen a lot of people doing it online.
Do you have any? Is it possible?
I'd be interested to
that
see
it's
that.
a circle of vision what you are seeing, not the roundness of Earth? Because we have a circle of vision. We see in circle.
We don't have a circle of vision. We have eyes and we have cameras, and they share the same thing.
You have peripheral vision.
From your point of view, you see.
So it's irrelevant, though. Like, let's
You see
don't
the
talk
same
about vision, because vision's irrelevant. What's relevant here is photographs, because the photographs look like what we see. So let's talk about like how a photograph is made. You can make a photograph.
That's not true, Mick. A photograph is not what we see. A photographic is a distortion of reality, actually.
It looks like. If you take a photograph of something and hold it up in front of you, it will look like the thing that you're looking at. Will it not?
But all lenses are curved, so they're going to add curvature. Even the rectilinear lens, it's going to add it after bigger distances and bigger elevation. All lenses are going to do that if they are convex and curved.
Whole camera.
Different cameras will take different images depending on the air clarity of the day. This can be observed with 12-hour time-lapse footage of things in the distance, and the midground and the near-ground undulating throughout the day, including the horizon, depending on the air conditions, right? So it does appear that things do undulate. So you're going to tell me that everything that you see at vast distances is exactly what it is all the time? Or is refraction definitely coming into play?
Refraction is usually coming into play, but what I'm saying is that what we see with our eyes is just essentially the same as what we see with a camera. There's nothing special about our eyes other than them being round. If you take a pinhole camera which doesn't have a lens at all, it produces exactly the same images as a regular camera.
Up close, but up far, not the case.
At distance.
So, Mick,
why would it be different?
Hold on. Real quick. Mick, do you have any alternative viewpoints, or are you going to defend the official narrative on everything at all costs? Because I know the official story and all this stuff. Are you going to provide us with anything or do you have any conspiracies that you kind of think are real or anything like that? Like anything alternative?
You must be new to Mick West. Mick West was actually a big debunker for chemtrails in 9/11. So. He's on the wrong side.
He runs a website called Made Up.
There's a lot of corruption in the world.
Mick West is the antithesis of a conspiracy theorist. He's specifically here to shoot down any conspiracy and tell you that you're just an idiot.
That's why I called him a shill.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, hold on. Do you have any alternative viewpoints?
Can y'all all
other than the
stop
official
talking
narrative?
at the same time?
I just want to know, do you have any alternative viewpoints other than the official narrative on everything?
I think that there's lots of corruption in government, and I wouldn't trust anything a politician says.
Be specific. Like one thing that you're concerned about.
Well, like say the prison industrial complex. Like I think politicians pass laws to increase sentencing based in part on lobbying from the prison industry, and the prison industry gives money to politicians, so they will pass laws like the drug laws that end up with more people in jail.
That's his official narrative.
What about JFK?
Well, the thing is with these photos, they can add curvature, and even these gyroscopes off of which you have the pendulous vanes in these flight equipment can be affected by pressure and electrical environments that can change the way that the vacuum pump operates, which operates with the gyroscope to provide the high-powered spin for the gyro to operate. So the 3 inches up and down that you may be seeing may due to mechanical error of the gyro going through different pressure environments, affecting the vacuum pump and
You can do
affecting
it with the water level.
precession and spin.
You can do it with the water level, though. You don't need to use like the gyroscopic level. So you just take up like 2 tubes filled with water, and you can view level, like the horizontal level from that point, and you see the horizon is below that.
Depends on how you're looking. Since there are no such thing as lines, you could be looking at the top part of the quote-unquote horizon line, the middle part of it, the bottom part of it, and if you're off by even a hair's breadth, it may add up.
Along local level. Say you get a carpenter's level. Like a big, you know what a carpenter's level is, right? It's one of those long, 4 foot long levels with a little spirit level in the middle.
Yeah.
And you set that up so it's perfectly locally level, so it's flat and horizontal. If you look along that, you will see that it's above the horizon. If you are high enough, if you go to say 6,000 feet or something like that, just look along that level, and you will see the horizon is below that. Easily verifiable.
Yes, I've
that is something I have
done. Done that, mate. Do you want me to get that video?
Distance, okay.
Can I just ask
the visibility concept that you're just totally disregarding?
Can I just ask a couple of questions again to Mick? So, Mick, firstly, have you ever attempted to reach out to Neil deGrasse Tyson to correct him on his misunderstanding about where you can observe Earth's curvature?
Yes, I did. I tweeted at him.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
long post explaining why he was wrong. I think if you search for Mick West, Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong or something like that, it will pop up. I'm going to do it right
I'm
now.
interested to read that. If you post it, I'm going to give that a read. But also, because I think Flatopus's question is quite interesting as a kind of starting point for some of these things. So if I just shoot a couple of topics at you, can you just give us your opinion on what you think the story is?
I'm just posting a link to the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunk that I did.
Okay.
But Mick West in the chat.
Well, quickly, just let me finish, Lemon. I just want to ask a couple of ones. So, what about JFK? What's your stance on that?
I think the Warren Commission was correct.
Okay.
You should see the video of the driver pointing and shooting him to death in the car.
Did I just hear Mick West say the Warren Commission was correct? On
Hey,
Mick, was your dad? Oh my God!
Right, just a couple more and I'll be done. The moon landings
happened.
Happened as they described, right? 9/11.
Yes, 9/11 was done by terrorists flying planes into the buildings catching fire and collapsing. World Trade Center 7 was hit by World Trade Center 1, caught fire.
You're an absolute buffoon. You're an absolute.
Just getting a quick gauge on that.
Hold on. On the link you sent that 45,000 feet. Whoa, that's a curve.
Everything the news says is real and 100% true all the time.
Okay,
My name is Mick West, and there's nothing here
let's
to.
go back to some flat Earth stuff because I just wanted to get a quick gauge on some of those. So, Mick, we're sorry, go on, Lemon.
I'm sorry. My bad. You're saying?
Hey, we shouldn't torture him because for all we know,
let
he's
me-
literally
go on, go on,
he's being forced to do this.
Yeah, no.
So I kind of feel bad. No joke.
Right?
I mean, he makes some money.
No,
out
that
of
was
this.
forcing
I'm
it.
pretty sure.
No,
the government's paying him.
I don't make money. I'm retired. I actually, I used to be a video game
He's just
programmer.
been threatened. He's just been threatened.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty sure he retired. They
But Mick,
probably
you
paid pretty
agree?
good sum.
You agree that right now people
Look,
around the world.
can I just address this real quick? Like you say, I'm being paid, I'm a shill, and I'm scared, I'm being forced to do this. Can I just do you
I
know
said
like
that's
what
a
my
possibility.
history is?
I never said you were.
Right,
I said
right.
it's a
Go on, let him
possibility.
respond.
Okay,
Mick,
okay.
go on.
Well, let me explain why I'm doing this. Like I used to be a video game programmer. I programmed a game called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was very popular back in the day.
I used to like that.
Yeah. So it was a very
fucking
popular
love that
game. I made quite a bit of money doing it, and so I retired from the video game industry, and now I just do things that I basically am interested in and enjoy doing. So I have a variety of interests.
Well,
this is one of them.
So did you know that all video game worlds are flat?
That's not true. There's quite a few video game worlds that
most
are
are
around.
flat. Though. Would you agree? Most are
Yeah,
completely
they
flat.
are. But
the water's flat. Everything's flat. Like, yeah, I can show you a cool
Well, of
video
course
of
they are.
like
Why
a lot of
wouldn't they
different
be?
maps, and they're all flat.
Like I said, I used to be a video game programmer.
Wait, so
Mick,
what is this? Your
Could
dad
I
was
jump in and ask a
FES?
question?
So because the video game is flat,
Hang
the
on,
Earth
guys.
is flat.
Hang on, guys.
I'm seeing this.
Okay, guys,
Anybody?
I've got to ask this question. Was your dad FES,
Anybody
Flat Earth
stop.
Society, Mick West?
No, okay.
Huh?
There
My
was a
dad-
question. There was a question
My dad,
in the chat that wanted.
Because if he was, then you're part of the problem.
Hello, can I finish? Can I just ask this question?
He can't answer that question.
Yeah, hold on.
No,
let Emma.
You guys hear Emma?
The thing is, ask him a question.
When somebody pauses to let me answer, I will answer.
Guys, just
All right. My dad was a member for 1 month of the Flat Earth Society because he did it ironically.
1 month, huh?
Whoa.
Ironically.
Emma.
Ironically.
Well,
It's too late now. Everybody bloody jumped in and answered it anyway. So thanks, guys, for talking all over me. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah, guys, everyone chill out and let's try and do it one at a time.
I think.
Okay, well,
well put, Emma.
the thing is, with the flat Earth, it looks like we have a bunch of lenses that are adding curvature. Even if you look up at that fisheye, fakery up there in the chat, that matches almost perfectly the globe that they give us. It looks like they go up as far as they can before they hit the firmament, turn around and take a picture of as much as they can with a distorting lens, put black background on the photo, and pass it off as the Earth and the blackness of space. It's so simple. Why didn't we see this before? We've been duped.
He's gone anyway.
It's funny. You know what's funny is that he's putting all these pictures that could be photoshopped.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask Mick a question here?
Yeah. No, he's gone.
Wait,
he's
what
gone?
happened? Did you scare him off with the question about his father or something? What was that?
No, exactly. We were all shouting over. Like, I think this is what I warned when I said
Yeah,
calm
I think
down.
maybe
I
it
think the
got a
fact that we
bit
were all
much.
shouting and talking at him probably made him leave. Which is the point why we needed to be
No, he
respectful
didn't
and shut
just
up and let
leave.
everyone
He
ask
got
the question
banned.
one by one.
What? Oh,
The
he
fuck
got banned.
random.
Yeah, this
You're
isn't
not
okay.
paying
Yeah,
attention
for
to
the
chat,
okay.
are you? Somebody pulled the trigger.
Yeah, for the record, just so people know, this isn't Mick West's first time here. Okay, he's been here before. He comes in very seldom, but he does come in here. Okay, and yeah, just before he came in here, there was like 20 people in the chat, and then when he came here, like 40 people joined. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a big deal when someone like him joins in. We all kind of want to get at him, because he's a tool. Mick West, the tool.
He's literally a fucking tool, like you said. Nothing but the guy sits on his ass and does nothing but try to debunk conspiracy theories all day long, which he fails at.
Well,
So,
he presupposes
he says he made all
Earth
this
is a
money
region.
making video games. Shit, how do you know that's even true?
Look,
He could just
look
be
at
sitting
this
there
picture.
being a paid
Oh,
shit.
good.
We don't know.
Look at this picture I just posted. Look at his leg.
Yeah.
He
His leg
presupposes,
on that picture.
he presupposes that the Earth is spherical and has a certain radius.
Dude, he just
Out of
told
that-
everyone.
Out of that, he builds up to what he calls the terrestrial refraction. I don't know if he's doing it personally or if some crew
Hold on.
Metabunk side is, right? But that's what he does.
Look at the picture I just posted from Mick West, supposedly with them and with Tony Hawk developers and whatnot. Look at his leg where he's sitting down next to the other dude. That is so funny. 2:47 Central Time, whatever.
Do you know what got me? It was the 35-mile away island. I don't understand how I even got that. I mean,
Well, these discussions are for people listening because they need to hear both sides so they can make an informed decision. Platypus, weren't you saying something about California or whatever?
Yeah, I was gonna say he set me off with that comment where he said that you're standing on the beach in Santa Monica and you can only see half of Catalina Island. That entire idea
35
would
miles
assume
away.
that you're seeing curvature at 35 miles away at sea level, which is ridiculous. We'd see sideways buildings pointing in every direction. That just makes no sense.
Well, Platypus, you know, he was kind of being a little deceptive because what he's saying is true. Because there are times during the year that you go to Santa Monica or something like that, and you can't see all of Catalina Island. You can just see some of it because it's hazy. But there's very clear days where you can see it perfectly from top to bottom. I know my friend Judas, he actually has videos where he would zoom into the shore from like Santa Monica and stuff like that, like the actual shore, and you can see the boats.
I mean, we have that video. Don't we have that video of that timeline about the water looking like it's rising and covering that island across? I forgot what video is that, but
it's a Skunk Bay.
Yes, exactly. That's Skunk Bay. So it would be the exact same thing. It's the exact same.
Dude, I can't believe you just told everyone with a straight face that planes brought down the towers. I mean, this is this guy. I mean, this is just unbelievable. I know Valley Girl's smarter than McWest. This guy's just an absolute tool. He should be banned on site.
What else did he come in here to talk about?
Yeah, true.
He just came in here to push his load line. That's it.
Although
That's
you
all he
think he
came
should be
in
a
here to
ban on
talk about.
site, not all of us have spoke to him before, and it would have been nice to ask him some questions that people haven't asked. Although you might think he's viable ban on site,
No, he is.
not all of us have
This is
spoke
the
to him
case.
before.
No, he's
It would
no,
have
his
been
dad
nice
was
for
a
us to
member
ask
of
him
Fire
a
Earth
couple
Society.
questions. There was
McWest
a
is
bunch of
banned on
people-
site. He's an idiot.
I didn't finish.
Yeah,
my
I
thing.
don't.
There was a bunch of people who were trying to ask questions and were getting talked over. A few people are really upset in the text chat because they were being screamed over when trying to ask a viable question.
Yeah, well, his dad was a Flat Earth Society
I don't
member.
give a shit.
McWest is a
We're
ban
all
on.
are
Yeah,
trying
okay. Yeah,
to ask
this is.
questions.
No, it's ban on
So
site.
since
Okay,
deciding who we
Flat
should
Earth
talk to,
Society is ban on
But
site.
he
Yeah, Flat Earth
wasn't a
Society is
member
ban
of
on
Flat
site.
Earth Society, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's associated with anyone who.
Hold tight. Let's
Then
try and
Mark
calm it
Sargent
down.
wouldn't be
There's
welcome here,
gold to three moderators. Come on, guys. We all know where this is going. Lots of people wanted to ask questions. Lots of people have, understand Nick West and don't want him here. But at the end of the day, it would have been nice to let him hang himself with words. He did twice hang himself because he was reifying an apparent location using misplaced concretism. Reification, right? Which is what they need to do when they presuppose are. So let's try and remember also what's going on as well. Not many people know these things, and it needs to be pulled apart. His Earth curve calculator, the presupposition that it works on, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
The part is if he is in here, and although you might not like it, it's not as if he's here every single day. So if you don't like the current conversation with him being in here, he's not going to be here long. Feel free to jump out the live stream. There are people who want to hear this discussion who now no longer have the option.
Bambi,
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, the good thing is we haven't recorded. We clip those and just start posting this stuff. So look how his dumb conversations are. I mean, that was been perfect.
But what about our mission? This helps people see both sides. They need to see this themselves so they can make a proper decision. I mean, it's not like he's, infiltrating and destroying the server from within, hopefully. I mean, compared to most of the Globers that are, real zealots, this dude was a dream. He was calm. He was collected. He answered questions, I mean, we also have to be careful.
We could have got a lot more out.
He's better than Xanax.
Calm conversation.
Exactly.
There you go.
We could have got a lot more.
To be fair, I like Xanax more than Nick West.
True.
That whole conversation could have been much more productive, and we honestly ruined our time there.
I don't think so.
Never mind.
I don't
Listen,
think so. I was talking.
it doesn't matter. He
Who
can
banned
either
him?
come back or not.
Well, somebody message him and tell him to come
Yeah, here's
back.
the thing. Here's the thing. It's really hard to. Yeah, it's really hard to have a conversation when there's 80 people in here and there's one McWest. Okay, so it's ideally, it's like, it's easy to say, hey guys, just one at a time, give them a chance. And there's 80 people in here wanting to get a chance to ask McWest a question,
But
and
you have
he
to
and he
take
left
control.
and got banned on his own volition.
Yeah,
So
I don't think you understand. There were people who wanted to ask questions, like myself and other people who were staying quiet until the opportunity came around for them to ask.
The moderators need to moderate then.
Yeah.
Well, see, okay, so Bambi, so now you know though.
Guys.
So, but now you know.
Moderate.
Now you know.
talked
Now you know.
all over several
Hey, listen,
times.
guys, let's just move on because he's gone now, so it doesn't really matter. And if there's
I
50
doubt he'll
odd
come
people in
back.
here, there's plenty other people to speak to. And if anyone's got questions or topics they want to bring up, now's a pretty good time. So let's not
Yeah,
dwell
you
on
really
it.
need to actually listen to what the moderators are
just can't
saying
come
when
back
it
if he's
comes to that
banned,
sort of
so.
thing.
Yeah,
I mean, to keep
the
the
guy has a huge-
conversation fresh and vibrant, we need to have people come in with all of their concerns, as long as the server doesn't get infiltrated and destroyed. So we need to be
But
able
Lemon,
to, honestly
Lemon,
deal with
why,
people.
Lemon,
Yeah,
why did he leave?
What was that?
Why did he leave?
I heard there was a banning, so I don't know. I was in the middle of a comment, and then I didn't hear a response, and I was like, "Oh crap, he probably
His
left or something."
statements were so ridiculous. And like 10 people jumped upon them. So ridiculous that he couldn't even answer it.
He was hanging himself anyway, so leave it to the mods to decide, and we'll see what happens.
Well, the thing is, we are Legion. I hate to have that satanic reference to the demons of hell, but we are a group. So we need to collectivize in a way that we don't just, overwhelm one person. If somebody has covered your question, then me included, be quiet, shut up, let it be covered by one other person so we don't have 10 people asking the same question. And, keep it down to one thing so it doesn't get repetitive. Eat up the airtime that is precious among 80 people and one person. We need to collectivize along certain routes so that we can have a productive 80-on-1 conversation.
Lemon, it wasn't that bad though. You just asked him a couple of simple questions.
We need to elect somebody to do one-on-ones. You just
And
that's
you
how
know-
you gotta handle it. You gotta get Eric Dubé and.
Can I
To be honest, we're usually pretty good with this stuff, but it's really hard when you get someone in like that to come in. It's bound to happen, man. It happens even when other flat earthers come in that are kind of well known. It's just something that can't really be avoided. But the best we can do is work for at least having a decent conversation, I guess.
Well, what I would like to point out, okay, because this just stands true. Mick West, right? Mick West. Okay.
At some point, I'd like to make a point. If someone would let me.
Okay, I got you.
Point.
I'll wrap this up real quick, Emma. I promise. Okay, just to make this clear, McWest is this server's literally arch nemesis, and here's why. Okay, he doesn't believe in a single conspiracy. Okay, this is a server for a hotbed. Okay, this is a hotbed of conspiracy topic. Okay, so when we get McWest in here, okay, Mr. I don't even believe a single conspiracy, Mr. Iron Wall of Defense, that no conspiracy will get past me. Okay, it's just you're gonna get tensions flaring. He is the arch nemesis of this server. Okay,
not a lot of globe earthers, not all globe earthers like McWest either.
Asshole.
Yeah, I don't like them.
All right, Emma, can you speak
Okay,
now, please?
Emma,
Oh,
were you
sorry,
saying something?
Lemon, everyone, stop. Emma, can you speak now?
I would just like to say that we played right into their hands because that was planned. That whole thing was planned. You don't think Mick West just suddenly decided, out of the blue, on Twitter, to converse with Bev while everything else is going on? So no,
of course, there's an agenda. Either he was trying to feel us out or see what's up.
No, it was a
nowadays.
complete plan because they're all going on the everybody's nasty. And what happened? They came in here and now we've literally, it looks bad on us, even though it's
We
not.
proved them right.
I don't think it does that.
Well,
Well, you haven't seen what's been going on in the background.
We should have done that.
I'm telling you this from experience of stuff that's going on behind the scenes. That
Well,
the
the
few
thing
of
is-
us are watching, and he came in for a reason, and he got what he wanted.
Well, it's very disheartening because right now the move is to demonize flat earthers. Even O.M. Benjamin's appearance at the Flat Earth Conference may be used to peg, flat earthers as, crazy anti-Semites or whatever. There is a move to demonize flat earthers and push them out of society on some level. And if we can't get it right here in a friendly space, there isn't much hope for out there in the real world either, with people that are much less, prone to give us the time of day. We need to set the example. Show that, hey, we can have a productive dialogue even if we don't agree with everything that they're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Lemon, but do you think that he didn't have productive dialogue? Did you hear the shit he was
It
speaking?
was very productive. He wasn't yelling. He wasn't ad homing. He was maybe his answers were BS or whatever, but he was answering and being productive. If we can have other people on here that a straw man even more than him, I just don't get it.
Well, that's
I mean, even with the Flatter Society,
I mean, that's
well,
with good information.
But
Yeah,
the hard
Lemon
part
pretty
is to
much
find
summed
an
it up.
individual like him because he's clearly trained in this. So he's well versed and good at what he does.
Right. Well,
so
if
it's
that's
nice
the
to be
case,
it's nice to have a worthy opponent, but I
right.
kind of get
Well, if
why
that's the case, let's not give it more time than it deserves, especially when there's so many people in the room. Let's open it up. Is that Gem Panda in the house? It's a full party tonight.
I am indeed. I would be a very, very poor man's Mick West, I feel. But, but I'm here if you.
I wouldn't give it to these last half the time of day. They're a waste of space. Gem Panda, total waste of space. Mick West, waste of space.
Well, here we go.
If you want to read
Gem
about
Panda.
they talk, just go to school.
Gem
Everyone
Panda,
knows
give
what
us your
all
top
this.
Gem
Panda.
Waste of time.
Hold on.
Let's show
Jim
them.
Panda, Jim
facts and
Panda.
have a
So
discussion.
you're saying you don't get paid as much as Mick West?
Yeah, are you just tag teaming in? What are you doing? Like, is this how this works? The Globe guys just tag.
The word spread through other discords, guys. It's not a big conspiracy. This one.
I just thought it'd be interesting to hear what. I thought it'd be interesting.
We're
to
under
hear
attack.
Mick West.
No, you're
I thought it'd
good.
be interesting to hear Mick West get challenged on a few things and see what he had to say.
No, they do what I do.
Too bad he ran off with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, we've got people from Gems in here that
got
watch
banned,
what
not
we
ran
do,
off.
and
Hey,
then
can I say
you've got
something?
me in here that watch what they do. So it's all good.
Yeah.
Can
So
anyone hear
Gem.
me?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Did you
I
guys
just
hear
want to
that
say,
Jim-
like, Mick's been unbanned, so if he wants to come back, he can.
I
But
don't know him. I don't have any line of communication with him.
I'm
Well,
just
there you
saying,
go.
if anybody can get the word or whatever, yeah,
I'll get
he's
it,
been
guys,
unbanned.
don't worry.
Well, there you
Anyhow,
go.
I also want to comment on like him generally. He's obviously a crazy shill, and he does believe in conspiracy theories because he believes the official government conspiracy in 9/11. So he is a conspiracy theorist. It just depends on who the conspiracy comes from.
Ooh.
Yeah, so just let the guy talk, let him.
But he said a lot of things which are utterly just nonsense, and
Yeah.
he needs to be challenged on them.
Yeah.
Things like
But he's not a conspiracy
pinhole
theorist,
camera
Indio.
is just like an
His-
eyeball.
No, he-
Yep. Or
yeah,
a
his
camera
web-
is
this is-
just like a human eye.
Yeah, this is for
that's
the,
just ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah, this is for the audience, guys. So when they come in here, we want them to say what they say so that the people can hear them. The audience all the people who are listening. So when we challenge them on those ideas, they could hear how ridiculous it sounds when he's presenting the globe nonsense. So it would behoove us to let him come in here and kind of spew his nonsense so we could tear it down. One at a time even. Like Lemon had the right idea, so he was calm, collected. We could do this. I mean, just let him come back in here. Let him say what he's going to say. Take one question at a time, and then answer him appropriately. We could shut this down. I mean, if we do it collectively. I mean, I do believe that we can do it. You guys are very intelligent. You're able to, take any argument down. I've heard all of you, speak your mind on the thing. So it's not really a big deal to let Mick West come in here and say what he's going to say.
Yeah, you guys have to understand what his argumentation is. He's the ultimate hand waver. He will just make claims and assertions without any type of evidence to back it up. Correct. And the best bet is to just expose it. Just demand his evidence for those things. That's people like him. You're not going to change his mind. All you can do is expose him as a disingenuous person. That's pretty much all.
Well, yeah, I mean, he does run a website that's an anti-conspiracy website. Yeah, he is like an ironclad wall who doesn't let conspiracy even get past him. So yeah,
I'm banned from his website because he had this long post about Canada in his forums, and I stated something about how Snell's law is not applicable in a single medium, and he banned me for that. So.
Yeah, he's totally
not an honest
mainstream.
person.
He's not. I don't like him. I never have, but
Sure,
he's
yeah.
way mainstream. Like,
Right.
won't bend at all. Does not have an open mind at all.
Right, and this is the place where Indio could have got his word in right here. I mean, when he comes into this server, he could have told him, "No, why did you ban me for putting this on there?" And people would have to listen to his response for that, and he would have got exposed in that one single argument. So there's we got to let him gonna speak what he's gonna say so that people can tear him down with the truth.
Listen, the title of the post had the word refraction in it, Canada refraction, something like that, and he banned me because he said Snell's law was off topic.
Well, what did he
Now
even
think
come in
about
here
that.
for,
If you
though?
look up Google refraction, the first thing he'll talk about is Snell's law, and saying it's off topic to refraction just shows, he
Well,
just
that's what
he just muted me for no reason.
asking to apply the refraction at the origin or at the end point, because you're going to have a huge angle if you do it at the starting point where the light, quote unquote, emanates, which makes sense. But if it just, affects the observer's, angle, it may just be like, half a degree, which is nothing. Based off of the observer. So, there's a lot of ways that we can apply this. I like to build, him back up with the truth, for the people that are hearing this stuff and don't know what to believe, because there's a lot of stuff to dissect.
Why didn't you put him in Cogdish?
You honestly think that Mick West is going to hear the truth?
He may.
Nah, I think he's a perpetrator.
Well, it's a conspiracy in and of itself to not believe any conspiracies. So by that, like McWest is a total.
Yeah.
Well, and then
what caused Mick West to come here?
Maybe he's thinking about it. But if there is infiltration, a healthy amount of paranoia is, possibly necessary. But, let's just use the truth to fight bad speech with a better speech.
But I mean, Bong has a point, right? Why is Mick West, right, concerned with fleas like us, right? Why does he even entertain? Why does he? Okay, well, but dude, we're fleas. Yeah, no, literally, this is like a chat full of like 100 people. Like this is nothing, right? Okay, so why does he even come here?
And to answer Indio's question earlier, to make light of what he was talking about when he was talking about how he didn't want to talk about Snell's law, with the refraction and everything, and it's because of what we were posting and what I've been posting, what Indio posted in here, was it earlier this week or last week, the refraction index. That at the time they took the photo of Canada, refraction was on its way down and it drops off rapidly. So the amount of refraction they would need for that photo to work out is not possible at that time of the day.
Mick is back.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, welcome, Mick.
Oh, yeah, Canigoo. That's one of my favorite photographs. It's actually amazing how much of the mountain is missing with Canigoo. It's just a tiny, tiny bit that's visible over the top. And it's very difficult to
definitely
explain.
more than 4,000 feet that's visible. You shouldn't even see the tops of them. If you actually calculate in the height of the mountain too, and then put it in with the 16,000 feet of missing curvature, that leaves you with almost a mile of missing curvature to even see the tops.
I don't think so, but let's go with
it
that.
leaves 4,000 feet, basically, a little over 4,000 feet. How many feet in a mile? 5,280? Yeah, that's pretty close to a mile, man.
So what's with all the missing bits of the mountains there? Why is there
there's mountains
hidden
in the foreground? There's mountains in the foreground.
So what about when you get
125 miles away? There's 1,800 meter mountains in the foreground.
Yeah, but there's other mountains which are only visible over the ocean, where there's nothing in between, where literally thousands of feet of the mountain are hidden apparently behind the ocean.
No, that's the blur line. That's where your eye can't make out what's going on there. Do you understand perspective?
Where
do you
think?
Holy shit.
I do understand perspective.
Where do you think
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do it one person, all right? Because this is getting annoying. Indio, go ahead.
So if you look at the image, so I'm going to talk about the 443 kilometer one, right? So I'm sure you've seen that one. From Peak Fenestrel to yes, that one exactly.
Have
so
that
where do you
photograph
think
on
the
my board
horizon
in front of me.
Horizon is supposed to be in that image? The edge, this leading edge of the ball, you think exists? Where do you think that's supposed to be in the image?
It's that kind of like darkish line you can see just below the peak.
But okay, so that's what you think. But if you look at the math, it's supposed to be 128 miles away. And 128 miles away is the far shore of the ocean.
I'm not sure. I have to see the actual picture you're looking at, but the real issue here is that there are many thousands of feet that are hidden that should actually be visible if the Earth was flat.
And I told you why, because there's 4 mountains in the foreground that are 1,800 meters high.
Not with the Pic de Fenestrel to Barre de Ekrin's photograph. It's all ocean.
If you look at the topographical map, right, and actually look at it, there's mountains that are 1,800 miles or 1,800 meters tall in the foreground. Before that mountain.
Is this guy
so if you get the angular size, it's going to block off
Hold
3,000
on,
meters of the other mountain.
Hold on, but is this guy asking it with the naked eye, or is he asking with some type of optics?
It's an image. It was taken. I think that image was taken with a apochromatic telescope and a Nikon.
Yeah, but what the guy's asking, he's saying it should be visible with what?
You should be able to see the
how
whole
can it be
mountain.
Visible with the naked eye. Is that what you're asking, guy? Or are you talking
If there's mountains in the foreground, you can't see the whole mountain. That's impossible.
Yeah, but if there are mountains that you can't see over the top of, but we're looking at things that are over ocean.
Flat. Yeah, he's saying it's flat, so you should be able to see all of this. How?
If it was flat.
That's what I want to know.
Hey guys, hold on a sec. Like, let Indian have a little exchange. Let him get some groundwork because you guys are interrupting and throwing in other ideas, and it's taking away from the points.
Well, I'm going to just give my general opinion, then I'm going to shut up, right? So my general opinion is you guys only taking, when I say you guys, I mean people that believe in the globe. When they look at these images, they are only looking at one particular data point, right? They're not looking like the whole prediction of the globe. Where's the horizon in this image, and where is it relative to the peaks, right? And what distance is it away? So we can look at topographical maps.
That type of thing.
Well, yeah, just listen. All you have to do is come up. You can use your own calculator that you have, right?
Good.
So get the
Google Earth
distance
is
to the
actually really good for
horizon.
this type of thing.
So you can get the distance to the horizon, and you can figure out where that would be in the image. And if you look at it, it's basically the far shoreline, right? And then if you go a little bit further, looking at a topographical map, there's foreground mountains that are 1,800 meters high in the line of sight. And as you know, things that are closer have a larger angular size than things that are further. So if you have mountains that are 1,800 meters high, and there's a mountain that's another 125 miles away, it's going to obstruct a significant portion of that mountain.
But that's not what we're seeing in this image. So in this image, it's basically water pretty much all the way up to Bar de Ecrins from Pic de Finistrals.
Oh, I suggest you apply a negative color filter, and you can see all the foreground mountains.
No, I have the picture. I actually have the picture pinned to my wall in front of me. I've had it there for several months because it's one of my favorite photographs, and I can see quite clearly. You can see the water going all the way up to that mountain in the distance, Bar de Ecrins, and you can see that all you can see of that mountain is this tiny little bit on the top, like 200 or 300 feet. Out of I think, like, what is it, like 13,000 foot high mountain. So there's a huge amount of hidden mountain there, if you look at it carefully.
If I may,
we have a different subjective opinion about what that image shows, obviously. So
we should try to find the image, and so we can be looking at the same thing.
Well, if I may, very quickly,
just go to Beyond Horizon. Let's go to their website.
Well, if I may very
Go ahead,
quickly,
Lumberg.
things tend to converge down to the eye line of the observer. Now, if you've ever held a coin up to you in the sky, you can block out the moon. So based off the stuff that's in the foreground, you can block huge amounts of what's in the background in a way that seems to kind of go against what we would expect with stuff converging down to the eye line with perspective. And so with the focus of the camera, you can make the stuff in the foreground back off like the coin in front of the moon, and the stuff in the background loom up like the moon looming up past the coin, depending on your angle. So I think it's the zoom lenses and foreground stuff being zoomed in, zoomed out, raised and lowered by the zooming of the lens.
But really, how it works though, that wouldn't make the bottom part of a mountain be vanished, because the bottom part of the mountain has essentially the same angular resolution as the top part. Why is it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Why does it have? Well, when you've only got like a few hundred feet. When you've only got a few hundred feet of the mountain visible over the horizon, that portion has a way smaller angular size than the lower part of the mountain. So why can you not see the larger part of the mountain?
Up to a point, you are correct. But when the light rays are so smushed and so compressed, no amount of zoom can bring it back unless you have a highly powerful optic that can somehow separate these light rays that are so smushed and merging from two rays into one. So all of these are very complicated interplays.
Why can you
see more than the tops of those mountains?
Can you? Why is it only the top of the mountain above the horizon?
Equal elevation. I don't think you're understanding that. Like,
I understand. And
no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You have no idea.
Listen, you can look this up in a book called Trigonometric Delights, right? So the equal angle. So so say I have 100 meter space, right? If it's at eye level, so if it's at eye level, it's subtends one angle. But if it's below angle or above eye level, that angle subtended is going to reduce.
This math, what you're talking about, is what I used to do every day for like 20 years.
Now, you're not addressing anything I said.
Hold on, Fraud.
You're just like appealing your own authority, like you're using yourself.
Can you math the boat that I've posted a video of that's disappearing over the curvature of the driveway? Can you math that? Can you tell me why that boat is disappearing from the bottom up?
I'm looking at the wrong thing here. So I'm just looking. Oh, I see it now. That, like, if that boat disappears behind something, that means that the ground isn't flat.
But if it disappears from the bottom up and the surface is flat, and it also creates some, other atmospheric effects at the horizon.
You know how? Do you know how cameras work?
Yeah.
How do they work?
It's time to propose a new model, Mick. You need to talk about the compression at eye line. So you need to have an eye line go out 180 degrees to the flat plane and talk about convergence rates with angles to that eye line.
Right. I think the issue here is that people are talking about optics and cameras and looking at things, but you don't really understand how optics work and how cameras work.
No, I see. In the demonstration, I see a boat disappearing from the bottom up, which appears to be a flat surface. That's just happening.
A flat surface.
Well, I use my eyes.
Is it flat there?
I use my eyes.
Measure it with a laser.
I mean, laser's different. We're talking about observing something.
I observe.
I don't think you guys understand.
Hey, we're talking like Jedi talk.
So it's a different function observing something and shooting a laser at something, because this is an optical phenomena. You observe this happening. When you shoot laser, you probably have a direct line of sight. Now, how many videos of this do you want for you then to assert that there's a radius value within every single floor?
What I would like is for you to demonstrate that the floor is in fact flat, and then show the boat.
How level do you want the surface? And don't remember that we're making observations over the sea, which is not flat.
I would like you to make, like, say, use a laser, and just show that it doesn't deviate within.
When would the laser start refraction?
1 millimeter. No, with a floor you would hardly get any refraction, so it's irrelevant.
Okay, what if we shot a laser over a distance of water?
That's a different thing. What we're talking about here is you demonstrating that your video in fact shows some kind of optical way that a boat would disappear below an apparent horizon on a flat surface, which is kind of what you're saying. That's what the video shows there, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm showing you an optical phenomena, which appears to be, as the angle is decreased to the surface of the floor.
If that's true, if that's true, that would be great, because that means you could actually disprove all these this nonsense optics that apparently people are using in the real world. So why don't you do a bit of work and try to rigorously demonstrate?
I'm just making an observation. You're the one who's coming along and having to math and apply a model.
What I'm saying is that your observation is wrong.
What, my eyes and the camera are wrong? So you are declaring that this can only happen over a curved surface?
Obviously, what you see is what you see. But your interpretation
over a curved surface. You're saying it can only happen over a curved surface. Even though I can probably go away and give you another 30 demonstrations, which you will just hand wave away and claim there's an R value in the surface of the floor, even if it's a supermarket floor or an ice rink.
It could be an inclined surface with an angle in it. It doesn't have to be curved as such. But yeah, a flat surface inside a building, anything like less than, say, 100 feet, then you would always be able to see the floor from any position above the floor, because there's a line of sight from your eye to that point. If you can draw a line from something, from your eye to something, then you can see that thing. That's a fundamental law of physics.
That's not always the case. It's demonstrated.
I have tried it in my home. With
well, that's not true at all, and you know it's not true. I don't even know why
it is entirely true.
So the serious, it's supposed to be 2 stars. So why do I see 1 star?
But if
there's a line of sight to each star, right?
Because there's a difference between being able to see the light from something and being able to resolve the individual thing.
How come how come I see that the sun and the
You
moon
just said we could see
size
it.
in the sky?
But if you can't
you can
perceive
see
it, if you can't distinguish the difference between two objects, then you can't see the object, right? If there's two objects there and you see it as one, it doesn't have to be obstructed by something else, one of those things, right? You
so
just
there's an
can't resolve
angular
the separation
size.
between it.
Yeah, there's an angular size below which you can't resolve things, but you can't say that the top of a mountain, which is smaller than the bottom of a mountain, is visible, and then the lower part, which has a larger angular size, is invisible because of that angular size. If it's big
there's
enough, you
also
should
an
be able to see
angular
it.
size where you cannot differentiate two objects from one.
Sure, yeah. That's the resolution limit.
So saying there's like a
Wes,
smallest size, that's one aspect, but the other aspect is differentiating two particular points of light and seeing them as two distinct objects versus one distinct object.
Mr. West, as you know, if light rays get too close together when they're refocused, the object effectively disappears as the two rays merge into one, which means at your eye line, you're making angles going up and down, and as those light rays are converging up toward that line, you're going to get disappearance and convergence, which would make stuff appear to disappear over a curve if you had that paradigm in your head, or just simply converge at a horizon line optically over a flat plane.
Horizon line is kind of like an irrelevant thing for that, though. Like, let's say you just were looking up at 30 degrees. Where's the horizon line now? Is it always at the same place relative to your
direction, Mr. West? If you look infinitely in that direction, that would be your new horizon line. But over a flat plane, guess where your horizon line will tend to be? In the forward direction infinitely.
So if I were to look down at the ocean instead of looking at the horizon, would that mean the mountain would now be visible because it's now above my horizon line?
You still need a wide enough angle. Are you looking forever in that direction, or is there a flat plane beneath your feet that is limiting how big the bottom half of your vision is? You're only 6 feet tall-ish, so you're only going to have 6 feet or less from your eye line down for the bottom part of objects to converge up toward that horizon line, going straight out over the flat plane.
Not actually how it works, though. Like, what if you were to look up so you can't actually see? What if you were to look upwards so you can't actually see the ocean at all? So the horizon is just below your field.
Wait, you're saying the way we see it is not how it works.
Line below is there a 6 feet barrier below your feet angling up 30 degrees as well, infinitely in that direction? Then yes, you would see the same behavior. But if you're looking 30 degrees up and the ground is not in the way, the convergence changes. Now you have infinite room up, infinite room down. The only limit would be how fast it converges toward that point.
Why does it look the same regardless of which direction you point the camera?
Hey, real quick, Mick West, we have two members here that have been wanting to ask you some questions. I just want to make room for them before we get onto another quick topic that might last forever. Edna or Bambi, feel free to ask your question now.
One.
It's okay. My question was answered way earlier.
Okay, sorry about that. It's because they've been asking me on DMs.
Sorry, I was muted and trying to talk. That's embarrassing. No, what I wanted to know was I've heard a lot about you and communicating with Dr. John D.
Yeah.
What kind of flaws did you see in what he was doing? Like, what did you go against?
Well, he seems to have this really strange misconception of how refraction works, and saying that you can never get downwards refraction. And when he actually did his experiments, he was quite good actually. The way he did it, he measured the temperature at various levels, but the temperature variations he actually showed in the video were actually enough to create the amount of refraction needed to bend the laser light around the curve. This is the.
Oh my God!
What is that?
Holy shit!
So wait, lasers.
This was the one.
I didn't know that lasers are able to bend around curvature.
They don't.
Yeah, they are. Yes.
Yeah, but
Good God, man!
On a molecular level, can you show me lasers bending around a curve?
Well, I can just show it. I can show it in my garage. It's quite easy to do.
all right. So, all right. Let's.
Let me explain. I want to hear the explanation. How do you do it?
Right, you does anybody here actually have a laser?
He changed the temperature lasers around the laser trying to create a refraction is what he did. But the thing is the temperature medium at night,
it's not.
the air has already mixed and is stabilized, and you're not going to get that change.
That's not the question, though. The question was like, can a laser be bent by the air?
Upward, but not downward. No, she was asking about down and around the globe.
So
I was asking why to bend around a curve. It's not going to bend upwards around a curve. The Earth doesn't curve up.
Bend down. So you know the basics of how refraction works. Like things get bent towards more dense mediums. Like when something goes into water, it bends down towards it. Yeah. So
really, what type of refraction?
Light has to go from the.
Can we have him answer it, please?
Yeah. What type of refraction are you talking about?
I'm not really sure how to answer it because it is quite demonstrable that a laser light will bend towards cold air.
What type of refraction are you talking about?
And you can demonstrate this, like I said, I do it in my garage all the time.
What type of refraction are you talking about?
Kiwi, this is a recording.
Oh.
It's a recording, yeah. Sorry.
I was getting ready to fire into his ass.
Yeah, I know. It's the recording from Mick West.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry about that, man.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
I guess that's why he wasn't answering. It was getting good.
Oh, you guys are back. Is everyone back now? I was just listening.
I thought it was in the. I thought it was in the recording.
In his garage. Show me.
I thought it was in the recording, and everyone was ignoring QE.
QE's about to tear him up.
I'll go ahead and leave now.
You fooled me.
I'm just wondering what type of refraction he was talking about,
though. we can continue.
Now I am too.
Or
yeah, go on.
Yeah, you want to continue, Crypto? Can.
I just wanted to say hello to everyone. I hope you've all had a lovely day.
Hi, Crypto. How are you?
Yeah.
Yes, Crypto.
Very well, thanks.
Early in the day still.
Yes, awesome.
Sweet.
Had my dinner. Belly is full. So, yes.
Just driving around, I look over to my right, and there's just this transgender. Just a normal day here in America.
What?
I mean, transgender is about as real as gravity. So,
Should you get his or her number?
Oh, that's the actual real India. India, were you listening to that comment? Were you listening to your own, self-debating Mick West?
No, I actually just got in here.
Ah, okay. There was something that you and Lemonbird missed when you were debating Mick West, and it was irritating the shit out of me, right? So he made a claim, anything that you can draw a line from your eye to, you can see, right?
Oh, jeez.
And then... Yeah, he made that claim, and then you pointed out that if there are I think you said 2 stars far away, then they'll merge into 1 star.
Yeah.
But neither you nor Lemonbird held him to his statement, and it was really annoying. I was like, fuck's sake. Because then he started obfuscating into, what was the other thing he was saying? Because he forgot his initial claim of anything you can basically have line of sight to, you can see. And then he started talking about a whole bunch of other bollocks, which wasn't anything to do with the thing that he originally said, and he kind of ignored his original claim in order to keep debating you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to re-listen to it. The only part that I really remember from that is the nonsense about light's a wave.
All right.
That's probably further in or something. That was toward the end.
Yeah.
It was pretty chaotic.
Whoever was playing that piece, who was that? Was that Sonny or?
I played it a little while ago. The bot is playing it.
Indio played it.
Yeah, it was dead air in here, so I just played the recording with the bot.
Oh, that's a shame. I was wondering if you would know the exact time when you stopped playing it, because then we could maybe go back a couple of minutes and just re-listen to that.
Roger paused it, I think.
Yeah, it's paused, but I don't know at what point. Let me...
rewind it 2 minutes. Then India can.
I wish I knew how to do that search with this bot.
I think there is a rewind function, but I don't know how to use it.
It might be an advanced feature. You have to be a Patreon in order to get some of the features of this thing.
Yeah, never mind then. But he said very specifically, anything you have line of sight to, you can see. and then you said that's not true, and then he kind of moved on from it without action. Like he moved off of the position without admitting that the position was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, shocking.
Yeah. I know that's standard. Yeah, but I just wanted to point it out. I was just waiting for one of you to nail him on it, and you just didn't. And I was just like, it was irritating. Anyway,
yeah, I know. We like listen. Everybody got too excited with him, and like we needed to stick to one thing. Kind of like the arena works, right?
Do you know the date?
Keep him on a point.
Do you know the date of that particular file?
That must have been years ago.
Like 2 years ago, huh?
Maybe longer.
I uploaded, I think, in December 19th, 2019, maybe.
Oh, 2019. Oh, just before I got in here. Oh.
Yeah.
And he also said there's no straight line, right? Something like that in the beginning.
And then he starts using straight line. Yeah, I was listening to it. What I noticed, it was a very good conversation. But yeah, I agree with Crypto. I was just irked. I'm like, oh my God, why didn't somebody stop him? So what I learned from listening to that few minutes of that conversation is how he would drag the entire room into the weeds, and everybody just follows him right in. La 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 la, no problem. Yeah, too crazy.
Sorry. Yeah, I wanted to, because if the bot is muted for long, it just leaves and we lose the recording. But go ahead. What are you saying, Sonny?
No, that was it.
Okay. Yeah. He just plays the room, right? Retired game pro. Well, good for him, right?
Retired Flat Earth Society, as if.
That's on us. We had bad discipline. That's all it is. Me included. We all just had some bad discipline of keeping him on point.
Yeah, it's changed a lot, and I think the controls that are in place now are really great.
Well, we're better at recognizing like the Gish Gallop and the obfuscation, and diversions, and the
Yeah, for sure.
I'm about to lose this point. Take the exit. We don't let them do that anymore.
I think if somebody at least knows what the Flat Earth Society is, they're a step in the right direction. Like at least they've heard something. It's better than not hearing anything.
I don't know what that's relevant to.
Yeah, that's not relative.
You said if like the Flat Earth Society, like
I was relating it to Mick West only.
Oh.
But I agree, I sort of agree with your statement somewhat, but I was only responding to it relating to Mick West in general.
I must have misunderstood the chat. Sorry.
Sorry. Is that chemtrail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my bad.
Sorry. Hey man, how you doing? Yeah, you're coming back. Seen you yesterday, obviously, and today. How's your friend?
He gets done work at 4:00. I'll be talking to him. He owes me $20. I lent him $15 yesterday so we could get over the bridge. So he's gonna give me $20 today. So I'm gonna see him later. He probably doesn't care. Nothing really changed probably. But we'll see.
Well, you need to lend him another $15 so he can get over the curve.
$15, yeah. $15 to get over the bridge. That must be the Freedom to Travel program.
$5 to get over the bridge, and then I just gave him $10 for like gas money.
Oh no. Okay.
But yeah, we'll see how he's doing. I'm actually in the middle of looking for a new job right now, so that's where I'm heading off to.
Wait.
Well, good luck, man.
Thanks. I'm gonna go back to RV technician. I'm gonna do RV work again for a little bit.
Sounds cool, man. Hands on. That was good.
Well, the thing is, like, with heating and air conditioning, you're outside dealing with like bees and spiders and stuff. With heating, you're dealing with like oil and dirty and just fucking grimy and gross, and I hate that shit. Like, I don't like the oil heat. I don't really want to do that. So, I like air conditioning, but I don't want to do heating, if that makes sense.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean the other thing, India. I don't know if you're still there, mate. Is India still here?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Cool. Yeah, I mean the other thing I noticed is obviously we've gotten a lot better at this, but it was actually kind of painful to listen to because there was so much over talking.
Yeah, I know.
It was ridiculous. Like I was actually getting slightly, maybe embarrassed, as even though I would. How
I was
it was
reluctant to
definitely-
ever upload it in the first place, to be honest. That was the very first video I uploaded to a podcast. I was reluctant to upload it because of the over talking and because of how spastic it was. But
yeah.
I was like, okay, but it's Mick West, and a lot of people have viewed that video, pretty much, or not video, the audio. So I think it's probably over 1,000.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah. It just felt very crab in the bucket, you know. Like everyone's trying to climb over the other crabs to get to Mick West.
I know. Everybody wanted a piece. It calms down like way at the end, but I mean, at first it was just like spastic. Everybody wants a piece of him because he's such a tool. He's like listen. He's like, if you could anthropomorphize a douchebag, he would be it. Right? Like he's a walking douche.
Walking douche.
He got like the punch me face and everything. Like,
yeah, brilliant. Yeah, he's just one of those guys. You know, you get the nut-ah merchants. Like every single thing you say is nut-ah, but they don't say why, and then they'll just reclaim the thing that they claimed before, as if you
mixed in with
it. You know, in the previous sentence, it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah, he mixed in the passive aggressive, patronizing, snotty fucking tone, which makes you want to slap the taste out of his mouth.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I guess that's his style. Douche. It does make me think, though, that you have to be a particularly sad person to spend your free time supporting the government. Like,
yeah. Did you hear the part where he's asked, like, is there anything that the government says that you don't believe? I don't think he said that he did. There was anything he did.
Yeah, he said something about prison systems, where prisons give money
for profit or something.
Yeah, for government to. So there are lots of people imprisoned for nothing. That's kind of based. Yeah, not for nothing, but.
Talk about a dichotomy. To believe that's wrong, and then believe everything else they say. Wow.
Right. Yeah, JFK, right?
Yeah.
JFK and 9/11. He said 9/11. Yeah. Just caught fire.
Totally legit. Yeah, cool. Nothing suspicious at all.
Yeah, it's literally, it's like a clone or something. A clone that just has these little recordings, like a little freaking media doll where you push it, it says Globe Earth.
It's got like 7 set phrases.
Yeah, just pull the string. You pull the string by asking him a question, and then whatever bullshit he decides to spout out is just like recorded nonsense.
Or like there's different areas of the doll where you pat him on the head. The Earth is a globe. And you like squeeze the hand. Refraction. Like every part of the body or something has a different set phrase.
Yeah, so we can use lasers to see if something is right level. That was the last thing he said. And then we can't use lasers to measure large bodies of water. So.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Why is that the case?
Yeah, you know what they say, right? Because of the temperature of the water makes the laser bend down.
Oh, okay, yeah, that old refractory bollocks. I also noticed. Did you guys notice something very subtle that he did? He said that the laser will tend to bend towards the medium with more mass. Did you hear that? He very specifically worded that. And I was thinking at the time, I wonder if he's actually not just saying that refraction and gravity interact, but that they are the same. I don't know if you guys caught that.
If I would have caught that, I would have been all over that. 'Cause that's just wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't
You
sure
might
if that
actually
was
believe
exactly.
that.
Well, I don't know. Like, he didn't make that exact claim, but it's the way he worded it made me think maybe he's making the claim that mass is what causes both gravity and refraction. I don't know. It'd be interesting to ask him that.
He might, because oftentimes Goldberg's, they have this idea that, like, when they say density, right, that denser mediums, deflect light. It's not mass density. It's what's called it's optical density, which is something different, which is based upon the polar. So the whole electromagnetic radiation thing has nothing to do with the amount of matter in the material. It has nothing to do with it. So when they say density, they start mixing and matching the concept of mass and density with what density is in electromagnetics. They're not the same thing. There's no mass variable in Maxwell's equations, right? It doesn't even exist in it. So if I would have caught that, I wish I would have heard that. Because that would have totally exposed him as being like, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, even remotely.
Yeah.
Before the bot leaves, I'm gonna unmute it and mute it for 1 second.
Beam, and you.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
It has 20 minutes or so, and then it leaves, and then we're okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I never actually got to talk to Mick West, like, personally. I always heard about conversations that were had with him, but I never got to talk to him. It's a bit of a shame. That would have been fun.
So you guys are not big Mick West fans. That's the impression I'm getting.
I kind of miss Jedi, actually, and anyway.
Yeah.
I won't mention anymore because I don't know what happened, and it's okay. I don't need to know, but I just don't like unknown things.
Some things cannot be
known unknowns. This is a known unknown.
I get it. No, actually, I'm okay with unknowns. Yeah.
Personal issues bled into the administration of the server. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I pretty much gathered that anyway, so that's all I need to know. But I do miss Jimbo, and I don't know what happened to him either. So.
Yeah.
He's making fantastic videos, I think, dude. Oh wait.
Never mind.
Not the same person, not the same Jimbo.
So did y'all know where Mick West got his little debunking start? Chemtrails.
Chemtrails.
Really?
Chemtrails. He started a website. I think it's called, like, I don't know, some chemtrail thing, or and the site was about, these are really contrails. These aren't chemtrails. Blah 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 blah. That's his claim to fame.
Wow.
But I mean, there's not even anything to that. He's just saying, they're contrails.
Basically, yeah.
And then he's got a bunch of zombie followers that just go, okay, that makes sense, dude.
I was thinking it, and he was thinking it, and now we both think it.
Look, I told you there's the Reefer Nebula. Look at that, man. Come on. Can't refute that.
If I assert my worldview and Mick West asserts the same worldview, then it's true.
That's the guy I'm talking about. Jim Lotus, not Jimbo from here.
That looks like one of their space pictures, doesn't it, man? No kidding. Wow. Fake space pictures. Now we got the Reefer Nebula. Just newly discovered right in Cut the Shits vicinity. Sorry.
Not sorry?
You're sorry? Did you just join us, Cuddles?
No, I've been listening. It just you said not sorry, or you said sorry, so I went not sorry because it was funny. Like a few of us laughed.
Okay. Did you see the Cut the Shits post at 53 minutes after the hour, right? You see that one? Looks like a smoking implement of some sort. Then look down further on at 57. That's the end of it. We're calling it the Rifa Nebula. That's the fire.
The
That's
Turkey
the fire
Nebula.
part.
Right?
Yeah.
You've heard of the Turkey Nebula?
Yeah.
Have you heard of it, Sonny?
Yes, I saw it. That's hilarious. I wonder if that's in the memes.
I'm waiting for it to load. My connection just went like crazy. 53.
That would be a good one to have in there. Oh, doesn't exist. Bummer.
That's funny. I'm ahead of both y'all though.
Should add this one. Call it the Reefer Nebula. Pass it around to the Globers.
No. Call it Magenta Haze, bro. Magenta Haze.
Oh, that's what I remember now. It was classic when he threw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus. That was classic.
I know.
No, Neil was just wrong, right? About the Felix Baumgartner jump. He was just wrong. But Neil doubled down on it, on the Jeff Bezos parabolic flight. He just doubled down. So it's amazingly, right, that they just throw the main
the main characters.
The main characters that those guys are allowed to go on national television, right? And tell you about how a football, how the earth turned underneath a football, and how you wouldn't see curvature from the Felix Baumgartner and the Jeff Bezos flight.
How could you have such a loyalty to authority like that and then throw certain authorities under the bus? This is really bizarre.
Bro, it's a game.
Yeah, it's just a game.
Yeah,
totally.
And this is what you get, right? So Mick and all the other trench level Globe zealots, right? They need to throw Neil under the bus, because otherwise their whole shtick falls apart. It's all right.
They can't connect the dots like they want to if that's in the way.
Because Dave, go ahead. Oh, you're roboting, Dave.
I was just gonna ask real quick. I'm
Go ahead.
roboting. I'll shut up.
No. It's okay.
I was just gonna ask, does anybody to know the origin of that?
Wait, try it again, Dave.
Does anybody know the origin of the phrase throwing somebody under the bus and where that comes from?
Oh, good question.
I'm going to guess it's got something to do with Hillary Clinton.
I don't know. I was just asking.
Oh.
Yeah, we have the same phrase here in Dutch. So
I'm looking it up. See what they say. Merriam-Webster. Oh, that's suspect.
Some early 1900s murderer.
In the old days, it might have meant actually shoving a person under the carriage of a large motor vehicle. Wow. But yeah, given the relative prevalence of this expression and the relative lack of such assaults, it seems safe to assume that there's a highly figurative meaning involved.
Yeah, boss
Screwing someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say business deals. final answer?
No one is certain where the phrase throw somebody under the bus, meaning to betray or sacrifice a person, particularly for the sake of one's own advancement or as a meaning of safeguarding one's own interests, comes from. They don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, and then he said, oh, sorry. And then he said something like, yeah, but when you look at it, you don't see curvature, but when you take a picture, you do. It's like, what?
Well, I mean, when you get up so high in a hot air balloon, when you're looking towards the horizon, everything that's blurry underneath your nose and your chin, it's all concave. It's not just flat. It's just, because everything's blending together because of the lens of your eye and the mirroring and everything going on in perspective, where you're focusing at. Couldn't have anything to do with that. And that was a fun one I got a couple days ago in the lobby. The guy's like, it's all curving up. I'm like, no, man. The lens is focused dead on the horizon at 100,000 feet.
That was the other thing. Sorry, you've just reminded me. Indio. That was the other thing that irritated me that no one called Mick West out on, is that he was saying that if he looked down, like that the horizon was in the middle. The mountains should reappear because his horizon is now, if he looks down, his horizon is in the middle of his eye line still. He was actually making that argument, and he was saying, like, if he looked up, then his horizon is in the sky somewhere. You know, that was part of that recording you just played.
Yeah.
It's just like, this guy's making fucking retarded arguments.
Well, anything is possible in a video game, Crypto. So
I'm not sure anything's possible in a video game. Anyway, yeah, like just listening to that for like 15 minutes, is like, this guy is making some really, really, really shockingly bad arguments. They didn't even sound convincing.
It gets pretty wild, man. Just with anyone, it gets wild fast. That leaf blower atmosphere was probably the best one so far that I've gotten. Yeah.
Leaf blower atmosphere. What does that refer to?
Yeah. I was talking to someone about gas pressure, and we're trying to get through the conversation on how we have gas pressure where we're at, and even if we go above the ground, we still have gas pressure. And he's like, well, it's the atmosphere that contains, the gradient contains everything. And I was like, okay, so what's above that, between that top layer and this so-called outer space vacuum, or 10 to the negative 17 torr? Like, what's there? And he's like, well, nothing. And I was like, well, it can't be nothing. So we went into the leaf blower atmosphere. And just picture a leaf blower, man, okay?
What, is he saying that because a leaf blower is gas pressure, because it's creating
He's
pressure
trying
on
to
the leaf
find a
moving?
way that the gradient inside of the container that we have is containing itself without the container. So
Yeah, no, I get that.
He
I don't know what
he needs some type of static pressure somehow to keep it moving down here so it doesn't go in all directions like it's supposed to.
All good, but what has the word leaf blower got to do with this argument?
Right. Well, see, that's the thing. That's where he was trying to find the whole containment. Because gases don't have a shape, so they can't contain other gases. So then his answer to what's doing it is like leaf blower and like just imagine a bunch of leaf blowers up there.
What, blowing the gas back into the earth, or?
Yeah. Basically,
Wow.
and it's just it got clipped. It got clipped. Somebody clipped it.
Sweet.
But it's just it goes, man. It goes far out there. I just sent a picture about gas pressure over onto a thread on online somewhere, and shut down this whole guy's argument because he was trying to do the same thing with me. It's like the first couple of weeks that I first got here. So I sent him the gas pressure thing, and I was like, "Okay, explain this." Well, the xenon is heavier. When no, it's not. It's up there. It means it's lighter. So how is that xenon keeping other gases down when it's lighter than the other gas?
Wow, dude.
Bro, like, I got the argument, and we were just hashing this out. But he stopped talking because, hey, gas pressure, definition, particles collide, force of the particles colliding with the walls of the container. Gotta have container. Then he stopped typing. He didn't want to play anymore. Because definition of gases, scientific definitions for it, gases don't contain gases. It's just like with the Bagach refraction. What's the other media? You got air and what? You got more air. It's not another medium. That's the same one.
Dude, that shit can really hurt somebody's heart, bro. Once they learn that they're created or whatever, and there's like a container, and holy shit, man, that like I guess whatever you want to call it, the firmament. I don't know. It's kind of hard to swallow that pill, dude. People get mad at me for talking about water level. Like the people that you guys are conversating with are way past that.
Bro, people get mad at me for telling them about code and rules and what their true definitions are, let alone water level.
I just try to tell people.
Hey,
about
but chemtrail, hey, listen, bro. The thing is, though, the reason why we're able to speak to them and to get to that point and to that level is because they are comfortable speaking to us to start to get into that subject. That's why it comes down to it. I mean, like that's where damn it, what was that?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess water level is the icebreaker then at that point.
I mean, because every individual here has their own way of approaching things. So the way when you speak to somebody and they come at you sideways, it's probably because you had spoken something or you said something the wrong way. And that's why they're coming at you the wrong way. And that's why they're coming at you sideways, bro. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Too right.
Yeah, I say fuck you. Why are
We're
you
all saying
denying
this.
water
Look,
level?
we're all saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
We're all saying the same thing, but it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Right. Oh.
Yeah, so.
Man, chemtrail there's going to end up making me make a song about fishing.
Bro, he's making me want to write a song about him.
No, I know, using the different
not in a
baits
bad
and
way,
stuff,
though.
like I
Not
told
in a
you.
bad way.
Yeah, I know. You already told me this. I got to use different baits for different parts of the lake and shit like that. Like you
Right.
gotta go to the different audience that you're talking to. I'm just straightforward with water level. It's the same pamphlet all the time.
Well,
I never treat
mean,
anybody differently.
Some people though are combative straight up
Yeah,
just
and I
because
take
that's
that
what
shit
they
and I
want
run
to
with it.
do.
I
And
give them
other
my true
people
self every
are
time.
kind of traumatized and confused. I mean, being lied to.
Also, pay attention and
That's
be very
fairly.
observant of who you're talking to and how they're dressed and what that and how they're speaking too, because that will give you some clues on how to speak to them.
Well, I like to explain it like homeless people are my best friends. Like I could sit down and give a homeless
Right,
guy
but
all my
everybody out
time.
there is not homeless, right?
No, I know, but I'm saying your time is the best thing you can give somebody. So, I'd like to spend time with people and be able to talk to them and have them explain too. Like, as long as you have time and you can sit down and care. But a lot of people don't have time to sit down and care. So that's why I explain it like that. Homeless people are my best friends. We can go do reckless shit together. It'll be awesome.
We need like a whole like fold up stand with just like a whole level water experiment with like an LCD like in the middle of it, showing just different clips of different places, laser tests, just looping and just let you stand in front of that.
Well, no, I just teach them water level. That water's
Right,
level and we see too far. That's
some-
all. That this flat. Now we're being lied to. And I tell them that the Bible depicts a flat, stationary earth, and if you go to the church, they kick you the fuck out for that. So it's not about the shape of the earth; it's about the lie. So you should be mad as hell and not take it any longer. You need to sleep better at night, or else.
From there to here to cowboy, from brainwashed to cowboy.
Yes.
I just really feel like you
Here's
need to
the
drop
blade
the
of grace.
or else, bro.
I know it sounds fucked up, don't it? But I mean, people need to snap the fuck out of it, dude. I don't know how else to do it, man. I hear all your advice. That doesn't sound good to you guys. Like shit.
No. Because if I were to do the same thing with you with something that I understand far better than you do, it would suck. It would suck
try
for
it.
you. No.
Can you explain flat Earth in a split second?
We see too far.
How can you, if you were to explain flat Earth to somebody in 30 seconds, how would you do it? You know what I mean? I think I got that shit down pat. How would you do it? Can anybody do that?
Could we agree that the world is covered in water? Yeah, wonderful. Does all water seek level? Yeah. Is level flat? Yeah. Cool. Welcome to Flat Earth. Boom. Is it 30 seconds?
There you go. That's all I do. I just do water level and people get really mad.
Oh well.
So
Some
I just
people are
love
afraid of clowns. What do you expect, man? You get a mixed bag of nuts.
So that's just all I do all the time. I don't know how else to explain it. Water level. From what you said, from this to that, boom. From that to this. Here's the blade of grass. You're a little tiny seed. You can be this right now. Boom.
Yeah, water level's good if you can point out at actual water and point it out to people. Like, look at
I
that.
was saying.
Have you ever thought of this?
P900 camera.
Oh, yeah.
P900 camera, you can go buy one. That doesn't make you special. Everybody buys one, and there's thousands of people. This isn't in contention. You're beat.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Also, the only place we see curvature is in NASA pics, and there's no way we can confirm that ourselves.
Yeah. and in the minds of the Mick West.
But I mean, you can see why I freak out at people. Once I get past the your beat part and they start to fucking snap out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It becomes
Just
a
let the fish
problem.
go. Just let the fish go. Just let the fish go. Just move the
I
boat.
know,
Let the fish go.
I do. I lose friends and shit. I'm trying to tell you guys, like, I love
Yes,
it.
I
And I'm
know.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No. Hey, bro, you can't be sorry and love it. That's just an oxymoron.
Well, then, yeah, I'm not sorry at all, I guess.
You're paradoxing.
I'm
Don't
sorry that I
paradox
didn't
on
get
me,
them. I mean,
dadgummit.
I guess I should do it a little bit differently, maybe, is what you're telling me, but I just don't know how, dude. Why would I?
Breathe. Try meditation. Drink decaf tea.
I would believe Mick West is a standard troll if his dad wasn't a member of the Flat Earth Society. That's why I call bullshit on that. I'm sorry.
All right. But flat smacking is fun. It really is.
I just can't help myself.
It's just you bro, look at Disney. Look at how many people are looking at Disney. Is it real? No. But is it something that they can look at and touch? Yes.
Star Wars.
Is it real? Hell no. But do they have things, characters that people can look at and touch? Yes. Be the character.
I can go to Disneyland and take a picture with Mickey and Minnie. So
Mickey
that's it.
West.
What?
I just said Mickey West.
Yeah.
Mickey Brown.
Hey there, kids! Earth the globe!
I like gas pressure.
That's what the whole conversation was about. Is like how can we reach more people is the whole thing. So like gas pressure, that's like really deep shit, dude. That hurts somebody's heart. That shit'll hurt somebody's heart, bro. Like you're created, dude. Eat that one. Like I'm just talking about water level. Like you can just prove this shit easy. You don't even have to be that smart, bro. You just see too far with a P900. Just chill. You know what I mean? So gas pressure, like good on you, dude, for finding these fucking retards. But like at the same time, like fuck man, everybody watching Disney, like you're talking about, all these people are lost souls. I'm out here really just trying to scream it from the rooftops.
Yes, but what I'm saying is because there's a character there, things that they can see from what they were told about.
Oh, you're trying to tell me to be an example.
That's what I'm saying. If you have like a cart on 4 wheels with a little 3 horsepower motor, to move it around, and you've got a bunch of beakers and a bunch of different, plastic things or whatever with water, different colored water. You show how water is always level, no matter how much you change it. Then you put like a little 32-inch LCD, on the backboard, and just play clips of like long distance observations, laser tests. Just all you gotta do is stand there and point to the damn thing. You don't even gotta talk at that point.
Yeah, it does help. I went out street teaching with Maryland Spirit Level in New Jersey one time. That was when my wife was pregnant. And it's a lot easier when you have reading material, when you go out with the whole banner and you can just say, here, look at this. That's why I use the pamphlet.
The cart would probably be over the top, but it would be something. It would be something that they could look at, they could see, that they could take, that they've seen right there and then in front of them. They could reach out and touch it, and they can take that idea, the next time they go to the beach, the next time they go to the Gulf, the next time they take a vacation in Hawaii or go anywhere else, they can take that. That's how Disney and Star Wars and all these things, man. All these things. Universal Studios.
It's like they go home at the end of the night and they say to themselves, "Wow, I saw somebody teaching flat Earth on the side of the street." It's not just some random conversation you had. It's like something that stands out. Like
right, but
everybody can see it. Like there was a billboard that said, Flat Earth Discord 2.0. It's like that's something you can write home about. But like going out and just like,
everybody needs to breathe. Everybody needs to breathe, man. This people are simple. Everybody needs to breathe. That's why I go for everybody needs to breathe, because they go, well, ain't that something? There must be something, because I need to breathe. Ain't that strange? I got a body and lungs, and these things need to breathe, and I need gas pressures to do that.
They don't think like that. They don't think they need gas pressure.
They don't think that way. They don't think that they need gas pressure. Okay.
Oh.
Does it change the fact that they do?
No, because they put out that one movie with that damn base on Mars when the window broke and all that gas, all that air was gone. Remember them people? So people know just because of that one movie. I mean, they should know because they have lungs. However, it's still reality.
Yeah. So the people that their minds have been hijacked, we just have to hijack them back. Gotta use the hijacking.
I really try.
Hijack them
I
back.
really try to do that, bro. I mean, how else can I do that? I mean, yelling at people isn't the best method? Question mark. Like, should I yell at people or should I not yell at people?
I don't think you should yell at people. Yeah, I don't think you should yell at people.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Maybe. I mean, maybe you could use the emphasis and a different syllable.
Find a character, get in it, stay in it.
Your passion can be used in positive areas, so it doesn't turn people off, because the raising of the voice turns people off right away. They shut down.
Yeah, I know. I found that. And then I yell at them for yelling at me about that. I'm like, what are
That's
you
fucked
saying,
up.
dude? Like,
That's
you
fucked
can't
up,
hear
Tim.
me?
Then you're just yelling at people. You're just starting a fight. So yeah, try not to start a fight. Stick with what your approach and your demeanor is really nice. I mean, you actually have a very friendly. Hold on, let me just give you some kudos here. You have a really friendly voice and you have a friendly demeanor. So I think if you use that, you can use it to your advantage in these discussions. Like, I'm not an expert at it. I don't do it that much. I do it sometimes. But I pretty much do it as a drive-by. I ride by and I talk to people while they're like in lines at the museums, coffee carts, donut shops. Yeah, we all have a different approach. But bro, I think you're doing a good job, and not everybody has the balls to go out there and face people right up front and talk to them about these things, that we're talking about. But I think if you stick to the simple and leave the personalities out of it, try to stick to the fundamentals, the principles, separate yourself from personalities, including your own. Just focus on the information.
And leave or else out of it as well.
It's different here, man. The flat smacking I did in Dallas.
That's what I do, honestly, Sonny.
Yeah.
As
I
far
know.
as like leave the personalities out of it and just stick to the information, is because it doesn't matter what I'm doing.
Okay, so check it out. So what might be happening? I don't know, and maybe you could tell me. So it seems like maybe what you're getting upset at is the response they're having. I'm sorry, your robot.
He's been roboting
a
hard
very
for a minute.
a very complex robot sound. Whoa, whoa, Nelly. Hi ho, Silver, and
I don't care
away.
about the personalities. I care about the
Chemtrail.
I don't even ask people if they know the Earth is flat anymore. I just ask if they.
We missed like
What?
2 minutes of your talking just then
Yeah,
because
you were
roboted.
roboting very bad.
I don't even ask people if they think the Earth is flat anymore. I just ask them right off the bat, why are you denying water level?
Right. That right there is adversarial. Stop
Yeah.
that
So
bullshit.
why are you? No,
Yeah.
just say are you? Like you could use it as a question. Is what you're telling me that are you denying water level? And if they say yes, then so okay. Have a nice day then. Unless you have other plans. Sorry.
No, that's beautiful. That's wonderful. That's exactly the whole point. Are you denying water level? Question mark.
Sonny, you got my message? My bad.
And that's all I do all day.
See, I wish I got to do it more, but I didn't. I'm in a different spot. I don't know anybody here yet. I don't know if there's anything over here like that, and I've looked a little bit, but there's not a whole lot across the country from what I can see. Depending on where you're at. Dallas, sure. Fort Worth, yeah. Houston, absolutely. Big cities, but like
New Jersey, I would vote as the best street teaching state. We're #1 street teachers. I would vote.
Well,
in New Jersey.
Good. Bro, I had people walking up to our display, our little spot, looking at the van, the Flat Earth van, going, man, that shit's so stupid. Oh, they're retarded. Well, hey, could you explain this for me? And 5 minutes later, they're standing there going, huh, that makes sense.
Happens every time.
It's a little different here because, I mean, this is digital world.
Well, that's why New Jersey is the best. We're the most populated state per capita in the United States. We're the most dense, so it is not you're just bumping shoulders with everybody. There is no digital world. It's like they're just right here being dicks everywhere. Most populated state per capita.
I'm still trying to think about how I'm going to advertise on my next car or truck.
I just do bumper stickers that say Google image biblical cosmology. And then now I want to make bumper stickers, like actual bumper stickers that say 24/7 Discord 2.0, how's my driving? You know what I mean? Like those how's my driving, call this number. I want it to be like, how's my driving? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You know what I mean? Flat Earth Discord. Boom.
Well, something fun, like you can only
Like
drift on a flat Earth.
discord.gg/Flat Earth. That's what I meant to say. Like, how's my driving? Discord.gg/Flat Earth. Like, go there. Boom. How's my driving? Like, kind of like a joke.
No, I don't know. And see, that's where I'm on the fence on how I would do it. But the one I just said, you can only drift on a flat Earth. That's a pretty good one. I actually like that. You can only go fast in a straight line on a flat plane, baby. Hashtag flat Earth. How hard would that be on a bumper sticker? Be gearheads for days. They might actually buy some just to be silly.
We have a Glober in the panel here, Lena Tomo.
Chimchill, your hot mic in.
Sorry, I got you.
I don't think Leno Tomo never talks. You can try again, but he never talks.
Yeah. That's why I talked to him. Sorry. I'm going to stop saying that word. I'm not sorry. Why do I keep saying I'm sorry for things I'm not sorry about?
Sorry, not
Because of
sorry.
the programming, bro. That's why I stepped in and said, not sorry for you earlier. I'm helping you out. It's okay.
Fight,
Good.
fight.
I'm just going to
Your homie Cuddles has got you back.
Cool, man. I'm just going to start
Not
saying
sorry.
I'm not sorry at the end of the sentence.
But
Can I get your attention to the live stream voice text? That's my favorite thing to do is sidewalk chalk.
Just
So I
that
think
statement right there is pretty cool.
I
you know?
think that looks amazing right there. I mean, if I can get your opinion on that.
Dude,
Yeah, I
now if you had the blue and the tan, so you could draw like a little beach with like a little mosaic of an ocean, that'd be cool. Or a little, yeah. Just a small one, not a big one. It's funny, I've seen stuff pop up. Somebody did a poem and did a bunch of flowers on the ground over here by me. Dude, just go walk around with that big old chalk pencil or the chalk pen thing that they got and just write the definition of gas pressure everywhere.
Most people wouldn't even understand it, though. Gas pressure requires a container. They'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
They don't see how it relates.
All right, and then here's this. Boom. There's that "How's my driving" bumper sticker. I love that.
Should change it to "How's your driving?"
That's pretty good, dude. I think I'll do that right now. I'm gonna do that.
How's
right
your
now.
driving?
That's pretty good, dude.
How's life driving on a globe? Or how's life driving on a flat Earth?
Oh man, some good ideas here.
Tires only roll on a flat surface.
There you go. See, now we're
More
cooking.
choices. Yeah, because you're driving, so right. But I like that. How's your driving?
Yeah.
Bro, tires only roll on a flat surface. That sounds like an NHRA bumper sticker. That sounds like something they'd have on a banner at the drag strip, bro.
Cars are made to travel on a flat surface. Oh, that was cute. Oh boy. Oh.
Hey, how many
messed up that beautiful outfit.
how many flat racetracks does it take to make a globe?
Where do these people come from? Oh my gosh.
Water level's good, bro, but like I don't know. For
Like
some
what
people
else?
to get
What?
it, they gotta be probably either closer to a beach or an ocean or big ass lake, like Superior or Lake Michigan. Because like some little lake or like, you know, the Mississippi River, like people still like it's not going to click.
Sometimes permanent marker is the appropriate tool.
I like stickers.
Yeah, I like the
And
chalk
also,
idea.
I also stamp all my currency. Here, I'll send a picture of that too.
What the heck is going on in that GIF? Cut the shit. That dude with that freaking 5-gallon container.
I know. What is that?
It looks like he put like soap and like.
I see the bubble coming up from the bottom of the inside of the bottle. Wow.
Weird. I
That's a
didn't
lot
see
of pressure.
Yeah.
It looks like a chemical reaction. But then he falls on his face.
I know.
And wood floors. Kudos to you for not having a rug underneath your feet. You can wash a
Trying to
rug,
figure out
man.
what was this? Oh, she dropped it. That's I couldn't quite see what. Duh. That's even funnier now.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't gonna be filming near that because that's a rocket.
Talk about driving while blind. Literally. That's funny. Wow.
I ran in. Well, I've had some people run into me that I thought were blind at the time because I was parked when they ran into me. It's really strange to be hit in a parking lot.
Wow, that bottle of soda, like, what a great shot. Wow.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt too. That guy's probably got black eye. Whoever's holding that camera is getting hurt.
Yeah, probably. Let's say move their face out of the way quick enough.
Well, I mean, it's heavy enough. If it hits you right, that could be a concussion.
Yeah, it hit that camera hard. Look at it goes, flips it around.
You see that? Earth is flat. I love you. In the pump there.
Oh, we have the bot again.
What does that mean? The bot comes and goes as it pleases?
I don't know. Yesterday, all of a sudden, it cut out and we couldn't get it to work. Now it's working again today.
The finicky bot.
Dude, I love it when people give me the wrong number. When they call with the wrong number, dude, I like to tell them that they have the wrong number and that Earth is flat, like as fast as possible. Like water level is a fact, and as fast as I possibly can, dude. Before it's like, oh shit, sorry that I got the wrong number. Let me apologize. I just go off, dude, as fast as I can. Especially when it's like some regular dude from like a job. He's like, oh, I got your tire ready here. Are you keeping these old tires or do you want to take them with you? I was like, dude, you got the wrong number. Earth is flat. You need to learn about water level and Google image biblical cosmology like as fast as I could. Boom. Come on. Sorry, dude, you got the wrong number. But hear me out real quick. But they never hear me out.
You got the wrong number, but it is the right number today. The Earth is flat.
I do that to sales calls.
Yeah, that
too.
approach. The approach needs to change. Like you said, I should have used a different bait. I should have been like, hey, I know you got the wrong number, but please, dude, do you have like a minute to talk to me? You know what I mean? That might have like, fuck, man. Like I got to try to be a little bit more cordial sometimes.
Yeah. Large bodies of water don't curve. Here's a little cartoon ball for your entertainment. Oh, he's server muted. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let's fix that.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy.
galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Woohoo!
Who's that one then? Who's that one?
Cartoon ball, ODD.
Nice. Nice. Very, very well done, Mr. ODD. Yeah, I thought it must have been him. I was like, wait.
I've listened to that song so many times, and it was like, I don't know, a week or a couple weeks ago. I was listening to it, I think with headphones on.
Sounds so much different, right?
Yeah, for sure. But what I had never realized prior to that time was like the background kind of music track where it kind of sounds like, this is going to sound weird. It sounds like you're like spinning around in a circle and then you're shooting through space. It's
I know
like,
what you're on about.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a skill that's used in making like really good beats, right? Where there's like an ulterior track
like direction. It's like the direction of like the flow of what's going on. So his flow is going that way with his rapping, right? Then you've got the main beat, and then you've got the secondary like beat there, and that secondary beat's like basically creating an effect, right, as you go through it, and it does create that effect. It's like it creates like a slowing. It almost creates like a slowing down of like what he's saying. It feels like, or a speeding up.
But I mean, I just at that moment, I had like an extra appreciation for that song. I mean,
100%.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I didn't realize it earlier. It's just that's my favorite song by him.
Yeah. That's a good song.
Mostly
100%.
because it's a badass video too.
It's the first time I've heard that song. I'll be honest.
Oh, dude, you
It
should.
is
It's
for
a
the show.
full blown video, like what could have been on MTV back in the day. You should look it up.
I listen to most of this stuff.
I'll click on in the bot.
Yeah, is it the one Sunny posted? Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it already. Cool.
I thought it was to me. It seems like his best video, but everybody has their opinions.
That's a fat tune. But I think, well, from what I've heard of him so far, that's probably one of the best ones I've heard that I can remember.
I'm not really into rap anymore, so I don't like listen to. I'm not like a diehard fan.
Me either.
Yeah, but I do like, a lot, and I think he sounds awesome live.
I think he's brilliant, man. Like I don't like listen, like rap is something that I enjoy. It's something that I actually do myself a little bit. Right?
I used to when I was younger.
But it ain't like the be all and end all to me, though. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not.
I like jazz and classical and.
Same. I listen to a lot of opera and like.
I
listen to a
don't
lot
do
of
opera, but I can appreciate that. Sure.
I used to sing opera
Really?
back in the day.
Woo wee! High five,
With a girl I knew at school, she was extremely accomplished at it. She's very, very, very good. She had no confidence at all. So I would sing with her, and I started to get into it because I had a good voice, and but ever since my back's been bad, there's like I can't do nowhere near what I used to be able to do with my voice. Too many late nights shouting as well probably didn't help.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that never helps. Oh, could you push the now again? I didn't get to see it 'cause my laptop just like crashed. Remember, I just dipped.
I've been recently like really cutting down on my cigarettes, and I just need to like completely quit. I'm gonna buy some. I know this may not make sense, and hopefully it works out for me, but I'm gonna buy some really expensive cigarettes. They're called Capris. They're like half the size of a regular cigarette, and they're really long. So the idea, I don't know, I guess to ease myself out of the habit. But I need to spend more time whistling. That sounds silly, but it's a free instrument besides your voice. You sounded like Kenny from South Park just now. You meant to do that. Oh, Lulu. I'll have to remember that. I know, I need to stop. I'm gonna leave.
Right, listen. It's a good plan. It helped a few of my friends, actually.
What?
What you said about buying the little thinner ones. Still gives you the thing at a token on something, right? Less nicotine. A little longer filter sometimes as well. A little bit longer, so it lasts a bit longer. It can work, right? But one thing I would say, is this, right? Those cigarettes, right? They fund basically international cartels of people that smuggle effectively laptops, and these laptops are used to bash in the brains of monkeys. So just beware.
Ooh, okay, yeah, duly noted. Thank you.
Just beware, Jenny. Please, beware. They say like 2 packs a day keeps the head bashing of the monkey away. But any more than that, it's
Okay.
like,
This is new
like
for me.
for real, like you're gonna be messing monkeys' heads up, right? For real,
I
right?
don't want to mess up
I would
any
say,
monkeys. I
listen,
love monkeys.
I would say I hate monkeys, so just buy as many packs as you can,
No.
and get as many laptops destroyed as you can too. Because like I've heard they use a brand new laptop per monkey, right? So you know, cost effective ratio. If your agenda is to bash in the heads of monkeys with laptops, right? Yeah, you could break 1 laptop if you hate laptops for every 3 packs, which is like a good. They use $1,000 laptops, right? So then a monkey as well, right? What do, right? We don't know what they're up to, right? They're writing Shakespeare and shit. I've heard this. So I don't like Shakespeare either. So you're effectively changing culture at that point. So you do you, Jenny. You do you. Yeah. I ain't gonna judge. Is what I'm saying. Right? I'm a defend. I'm a defend. So anyone give Jenny any shit over what she doing? Come see me, bro. I'll tell you why it has to happen. These monkeys be causing problems and stuff, yeah. You know, they're out there. Francis Bacon in it all up. And bacon's bad too, because pigs don't release toxins and shit, right? Just
Yeah,
saying.
pigs are pretty nasty, technically.
Yeah, man. It's the pigs that bash in the heads of the monkeys as well, man. Like, you know? People don't know about this stuff no more. You want to talk conspiracies, bro? These are some conspiracies. This is a real.
For real.
Elon Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk don't know about this stuff, bro. Trust. What is it with Elon Musk, bro? Like, Elon. What's the like L? As in what, like God of the Sun? Go away, Elon Musk. Smack the monkey. Smack the monkey. Fill up the top of Pigs with hooves with opposable thumbs. I know that's the way that they run. I understand that pigs don't really have opposable thumbs, so don't listen to every word that I sung. What's the difference between differentiation and differential? I don't really know. I can't explain it. I'm a bit mental. The problem is they labeled me as a child, as someone that could never really work it out. And I understood the timing of the place. The place was that I was actually born of the face. Face of the what? The planet. The planet be flat. The planet be what I say it is. Scat-a-tat-tat. We understand that monkeys need to get smacked because we didn't evolve from no monkey. We did not evolve from a monkey. Trying to tell me I evolved from a monkey. We did not evolve from the monkey. I don't know who it was in support them, but I appreciate the support. Imagine that, like evolving from a monkey, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Like, what are the monkeys doing now then? They just sat still, not evolving and shit. Like, fuck. People say that. Oh yeah, wait there. Admin mods. Alright, I need to do this because I was invited to something today. Who's Bill Cooper? Mystery Babylon. Bill. Phil. Bill Phil? Same guy, different time, different rhyme.
How you doing, crack?
Hey, bro, who's Bill Cooper, brother? Roger?
You know?
Check admin mods a second. Wait a minute. How you doing, bro? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice to hear. Yeah. So basically, yeah, no, that is Phil, 100%. Who messaged me because Phil
Yeah,
always messages me.
maybe not to speak about that here.
Well, you asked me the other day. All right, don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I posted it. Yeah, all right. I get you now. I just realized. I just seen. Yeah, no. I know. I just seen then. I didn't really think about that because what? Why'd that fail? Who is that in my DM?
Somebody sliding into your DMs.
Oh, see, I see you did. Oh, okay. You linked in what happened with that. Okay, all right.
I'm
I didn't
just
realize.
saying. I'm gonna slide out.
No.
I'm gonna fade in the bushes like Homer Simpson.
You do that. Any balls in the house? No?
Hmm.
Reckon or maybe is a baller, but he hadn't talked. Can he even talk?
Yeah, you can talk.
Get
Get it from you.
to the chopper.
Mm-hmm. YouTube deleted Russia Today's channel. Wow.
Who's?
Russia Today. That is high level Naziist isms. They're ramping up against us people. I'm telling you, for real, they really are.
Does it say the reason they deleted their channel? Misinformation.
Sorry, one sec. Yeah. For basically not, well, I guess not following the narrative, isn't it? Really. Why can't I find this? That list always that rubbish. Oh, who- you. In these holes I'm fighting.
What happened to the live stream? What happened to the live stream?
There's a distinct lack of evidence for the globular
I think you're trying to say there's no distinct lack of proof for the globular concept.
That's correct, sir.
Flat Earth Fire, I see you're lit up, but I don't hear anything from you. I don't know what's happening. Guess as long as it's not making noise, it's okay.
That's okay.
All right.
Mr. Gerd, please determine the feasibility of placing the occupants of cells J4 and J5 into one cell.
I will look into that, sir.
It was infernally annoying being held prisoner by all those androids, Cyrano. Especially because androids are inherently inferior to human beings, don't you know? In every way.
Oh, really? Inferior? Why do you say that?
But of course they're inferior, my good sir. It goes without argument. They simply are.
I may agree with you, but exactly why do you think they are?
They're intrinsically not as good as people. That's just the way it is and always will be.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Spock.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ipse dixit.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of dogmatically expressing an opinion as if it were indisputable fact. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated without proof that androids are inferior to humans in all ways. You further stated that it was true because that's the way things are. Such unsupported assertions are not valid arguments since they provide no proof of their contentions. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating a conclusion and expecting it to be accepted as somehow intrinsic.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ipse dixit, also known as the fallacy of the bare assertion. It's only logical.
Cute.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. I just have one question, real quick. Do you guys know?
Fire away.
Hi, Crack. Do you guys know any good TikTok flat Earth content? creators?
No, I don't. An avenue we need to go into.
We can make one.
Yeah. No, I'm not into TikTok at all. I never used the app or anything. But my baby cousin is, well, not a baby anymore. He's 15, but he's on TikTok like all the time. So I wanted to kind of present him the idea of flat Earth through that.
I know my cousin uses it a little bit. I can ask him to have a little look. He knows what he's looking for.
Oh, okay, thank you. Do you guys know any other way to present the topic to a teenager?
Sorry, I'm really like distracted doing something. Well, when it comes to a teenager, I think what you need to think about what they're actually interested in. So, what they're interested in is like their culture, right? And really as well sticking it to the man. So, tell them about how they could go in and make their science idiot. That's what I did with my god. And like effectively, like I don't know, I feel like that made them look into it a little bit more. They were like, wait, what? I'm going to call my teacher a liar, basically. And I was like, yep, effectively, right? So there's that side to it too. But then they would need to research it in order to have the right information sort of for the teacher. Yeah. Depends on their nature, though, right?
Does this teenager have a thick enough skin to be rejected by all his peers, to be called crazy by his teachers? Like, will he be able to stand on his own and really defend his own idea? If not, then I would say approach with caution. Maybe present it that there are two narratives, and then maybe potentially later on, if he's curious, he can come and ask you more about the topic.
Okay.
How old teenager is?
15.
You can show me Eric Dubay movie.
The new movie or the
No,
the
the
one
old
on YouTube?
200 Bros, and that's it.
Oh, okay.
And without commenting, without saying anything.
Yeah, I was thinking of just letting him watch it and come to his own conclusion.
Yeah, what does work well is to present it as, check this thing I found. Let me know what you think, like, once you've watched it. Can you believe people are actually discussing this topic? Like, you come in quite undecided yourself, or not confrontational, that it is this and everything you were taught was a lie, and sort of coax them along the journey and give them a lot of sort of flexibility in it,
Yeah, I get it. All right, I'll try to do that. It's so weird when you're trying to present it to, I don't know, it's weird. I've never had to deal with teenagers in real life as far as this topic goes, They come through here all the time, but it's different in person, I guess.
Yeah. My first question would be, so what's your motive behind him knowing? Is it so that you have someone to share the information with? Or is it to turn his life upside down and make it more challenging to be 15?
Well, here's the thing. It's not for me to have somebody to talk to. It's more of for him to be more knowledgeable of the truth. He's a very bright kid, and but he's like a typical teenager as well. You know, he wants to do stuff with his friends, fit in at school. I'm sure he's not gonna be one of those who will. Actually, I don't know. He might be, but I don't think he'll be one of those who will go against the grain. At least not right now. But I just want him, because if I had known this at a younger age, I think my life would have changed, the way I viewed people, the way I viewed the world, you know, and like what career choices I would have chosen, those type of things. So I want him to kind of be basically know the truth is my goal. He already kind of has an idea of the Illuminati, and he mentions them here and there, and but he gets that from TikTok, which is weird, you know. He gets that from like the mainstream media. So I don't know how much of that he's aware, or how much of the content he sees is the actual truth or not. So so yeah, that's my goal basically.
Are you singing, Lulu?
Huh? Am I singing?
Yeah. Do you know to sing? At least
I
I
know
heard
how
some
to sing. I'm not singing right
I,
now.
no. Right now, I heard some songs, you know. And is that you singing?
Which song are you talking about?
Let
I
you have
There's only
something on
like
your
one song that I have here. That's it.
Okay, one I cannot remember now the name, but it's on your channel, you know.
It's called Moonshine with
Yes, yes,
Elijah.
yes, yeah. Okay, that
Yeah.
means that you know to sing very well.
I appreciate it. Yeah. I thought you were asking me if I'm singing right now.
No. But I imagine that I thought that you have more songs, you know, and you put something like behind some kind of videos from Flat Earth or whatever, you know, like a black background. If that teenager know that you are singing, you know, maybe he will watch your video.
Oh my! So he has no idea about my YouTube life. I'm actually very
Okay.
anonymous when it comes to my YouTube channel. So I wanted. So here's the thing. I just barely met my cousin recently. Like I've known him obviously because he lives in another country, so we haven't really grown up together. But I've known of him, so I recently just met up with him. So, but he's a pretty chill kid, so I want to present to him and like make him aware of things, like make him more, just not be a sheep. You know, I want him to be more aware of life, basically. So there's like this weird disconnection between us, and yet like we're starting to become more connected. So he doesn't know everything about me. So he doesn't know like my flat earth life. He doesn't know my YouTube life. He doesn't know a lot of
I
things
thought
about
that
me
you're
yet.
near,
So
you know. Okay.
say that again.
I thought that you are like near, that you are like that you know each other very well.
Yeah, he grew. Yeah, no. I don't know if you've ever had that kind of family member, but like, we grew
Yeah, of
apart.
course,
So
of course.
yeah, yeah.
So
But that's why I'm
Lulu,
asking, because I don't know how to deal with teenagers that much.
Lulu, have you talked to him enough to know if he likes space or anything?
If he likes what? Face?
Space.
Space.
Space. Sorry. He wait, does he? I don't know. He hasn't really mentioned that much about space, actually.
Yeah, qualifying questions.
Find out where he's at as far as what his gut tells you, and then you'll know what to go from there. You know.
Got it.
Yeah, I usually set up establishing questions like, do you believe 9/11 narrative that 2 planes took down 3 buildings? If they answer yes, then generally you know that they're nowhere even near the truth. Then I would start on a smaller conspiracy. Pick any other smaller conspiracy and show him that the information you're providing is concrete enough that he can start to see that opinion on that conspiracy. And then they'll form a level of trust to the information that you provide on things. And then you spring FE on him. Same like
You
moon
think
landing
that
or
method?
fake space. Look, he's not your direct cousin, so I guess you could drop this bomb on him and he can go back to his country, and so be it. The seed was planted, but it depends on if you want to play the long game or the short game. But the same thing like space. If you see that he's completely in love with space and he thinks 9/11 happened the way we were told, and he's not very conspiratorial to begin with, he's not at the right stage to accept this info. And then potentially all you'll do is create a division between you and him, and may not get the intended result. So use qualifying questions to see where he's at, and then drop. So like Crow 777 called it the staircase of disbelief. Flat Earth is stair number 100. And you've got all these other little ones, Sandy Hook, the fiscal monetary system, the pharmaceutical industries. Each one of these is like a step up the staircase of disbelief. Every step that you take, you stand there in total disbelief that you can't believe that it was lied to you on that grander scale. And then you take the next step to the next conspiracy, etc. So if someone's not even on board with step 1, they'll never understand step 100.
Got it. That's usually the method I would go for with like an adult. I just assume with teenagers, like, because they're more under like they're under authority more than adults, right? Like their parents or school or teacher, whatever. And so, I mean, I get where you're coming from, but you think it would work?
You got a good point there. Wag your finger at him and tell him it's flat. Use that authoritative voice, the mom voice. Just tell him you will accept it.
That would be super awesome if I could actually do that. But the weird thing is he's again, like, he knows about the Illuminati. He knows certain parts of like the government is not true, like the world government, the pharmaceutical, all this, like he mentions it himself, and he watches what is it called, the Simpsons? Simpsons? Blah,
Yeah, Simpsons.
whatever. Yeah. And you know how they usually have predictive programming, and like they would show things before they happen. So he's aware of that too. So he has some part of him that is,
How old is he?
woke. He's 15.
15.
He's
But he sounds
15.
primed.
Wait,
He sounds like he's really ready for this
Speak to someone else.
Oh, say that again?
Would you be willing to let him speak to some other kid? Like someone his own age? It's like a full-on flat earther.
Yeah, I mean, but I've never presented that idea to him at all. He's never been, as far as I know, he's never been exposed to the idea. That's the thing. Is like, I want him to. I don't know how to present it to him. Is the question? How would I? It would be great if he could have a person who's his own age to talk to, but how would I initially present it to him?
I get you.
I would say that if he's primed and conspiratorial already, the moment that he's opening up a topic, take him deep into that specific topic.
Yeah.
So if he's brought up the government or whatever, take that one and you just drum that thing home and you take it one step further. So why do you think governments would be doing this? Like, you ask him his opinion. What do you, for what purpose do you think they would be doing this? And then he'll, if he's conspiratorial or at least objective, he'll start venturing guesses. And then you kind of lead them along saying, well, do you think that that's the worst thing? Or do you think there could be something else? And then they kind of take another stab at it and try and think a bit more deviously. And then you plant something like, maybe it's for so much profit by keeping us all asleep. And then he'll start thinking about that concept. And you sort of, then the next point, you drum home anything to do with this whole topic, you keep it on that the government lies. So do you know that the government lied about, the Russian war? Do you know that the government lied about going to the moon? Do you know that the government lied about, and then so if he's on government lied, you bring up everything you can that the government lied that's flat earth related. And there'll be like an automatic acceptance because he agrees government lies. And then this new information being presented will be, at least he'll be receptive because, like you say, if he's saying some of these conspiratorial things, he's exactly our target audience.
Okay, got it. I'll try to do that and see what happens, I guess.
And even I've got a couple of people that I've started a slow game with. So I see that they're on step 33. So then I feed them step 34. I know Flat Earth's step 100, but just take them down a little journey. And after 2 or 3 months of sending them good content and they like comment on the videos and you can see that they're actually engaging the content matter, then you start ramping it up a little bit. Or you say, listen, this is a little bit fringe. I don't know if you're ready for it. Nah, I'm not going to tell you this time. And then they go, no, tell me. Because they're enjoying the little breadcrumbs that you start to drop.
A little bit of a psychological play on it, this is the same thing that I would do as well, effectively. But it's using the psychology of intrigue. People effectively want to know certain things, right? If they think that these things are presented to them in a way where it's like, I know what you can't handle it yet, right? Almost like that sort of thing, I guess, right? So then it makes it ramps it up a little bit, like you just stated. I think that's a good path to maybe take. Another path to take would be to be completely balls to the walls with it. And that sounds a bit silly, but to effectively be like, right, come here, sit down. Or are you able to sit down with a person? Is this someone that you see physically in real life? Yeah.
Yeah. He's like I said, we just recently met up, so he's like right there.
He's right there. All right, cool, sweet.
Well, not right now because he's sleeping, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I get you. He's close to your situation now. Yeah, I understand it.
So it's her cousin, and he's there temporarily, and he will return. So she's trying to decide: is now the right time to plant the seed?
I have about 3 months or so with him, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But that's why I was asking for like a TikTok content maker, because he's legit on TikTok like all the time. So, and I don't know what he watches on there. I don't even know how TikTok works, but I've heard that most people that are on TikTok that talk about flat Earth it's just stupid stuff that's misleading and whatnot. So I don't want to.
You're on TikTok, aren't you?
Hmm?
Yeah. Can you go on your TikTok and try and find like some good flat Earth content, and then send it to me? All right.
Yeah, surprisingly, when I first saw what TikTok was all about, I thought it was retarded. And then suddenly, since the whole lockdown incident, there's a whole pharmaceutical truth group that have taken to TikTok because they know how widespreadly it's used at the moment. And they're dropping like little tidbits and sometimes even a 2-minute clip or a 3-minute clip. So you think of TikTok as like this 10-second video of nonsense, but they're even using that medium. I know definitely on the pharmaceutical side, but I haven't even started to look for decent FE content because generally it's suppressed wherever it's posted, whether it's YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. That gets flagged as like enemy target number 1. So, but it's interesting that in the TikTok space, because everyone can upload and it's such a quick moving system, there's a lot of truth getting out to people who are ready to receive it. So I would say if you've got 3 months with this guy, save the FE discussion for right at the end and take him up as many steps on that path of disbelief, that staircase of disbelief. Show him all these other little pieces that make his present understanding fuller in the preparation for that final bomb drop of, that this space thing is not actually real, right? And just make it about space. You just talk about the gas pressure and the atmosphere. You don't even go to the level horizontal plane yet. You just show him how ludicrous it is to have a gas pressure in this vacuum. And that should get him at least questioning NASA, which is probably in the 90 to 100 steps. Like it's quite close there. Like when you disregard all moon landing evidence or quote unquote evidence, then you're already had to have dismissed so many other things previously through doing your own research and proving it wrong. But for you to get to that point where you dismiss something as grandiose as man walking on the moon, you're right there. And if he can get that space is fake, then I would hand him FE.
Okay, so don't go for FE first. I was just gonna have him watch the Eric Dubé thing, but now that you mention it, I'll probably just do the step-by-step method.
Yeah, look, I'm just giving suggestions. So, don't take this as fact as what works or what doesn't. You can try this method.
Oh, yeah.
And may not get the same result every time. Trust your gut. Trust your discernment. If you feel like I say, if he's opened the door to something, put your foot in the door and enter. Start discussing that topic. But the word FE is such a trigger word. I try and avoid it in my conversation because of how it's like saying Nazi or Hitler. You say those words and there's like 1,000 thoughts that come attached to the word. So avoiding just throwing that word, because I've even had discussions with people where you go for 2-3 hours, you avoid that word, and they're with you the whole way. They're understanding that, you'd be looking at different stars at different times of the year, and that gas pressure couldn't work. And wow, moon cycles don't really make sense. And you're talking about all these things that are ludicrous about space. And then the moment you drop flat Earth, their eyes just glaze over. And then they start thinking that you're nuts. Even though they've just spoken to you for 3 hours and had their mind probably blown 20 times, the moment that you use that trigger word, they enter an emotionally guarded state. Then to try and get critical thinking after that I find it incredibly challenging.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm definitely gonna try to I think it's best to do the step by step, as you said, and for sure, depending on how fast or how slow he takes it, I'll go further, or maybe, like you said, it might not work, and I might just be stuck with him. He might be one of those teenagers where nothing will get through to him, but
Yeah.
I have faith.
And I've got some friends or family friends who I've done this meticulous. We go through each step, that John F. Kennedy, the shooting, all of these little lies throughout our history, everything that we thought was this way. Like, why is it that Hillary's emails got deleted? And each one of these little things, they agree 100%. And then I was maybe at step 90, and then I pushed FE, and they said nah, and they pushed back. And at that point, they stuck on whatever step they were on. Anything else I said after that was like, yeah, but you can't just believe everything that you see on the internet. And it's amazing how they've come with you up 30 steps. Suddenly you say that word, and it's like their feet are now cemented to that step. They won't take another one with you. So it's so then with those people, I discuss step 90. I don't even discuss FE. But it's a shame that their learning ceases, or that they choose to remain ignorant to ignore the information being presented.
I think it's because first of all, there is that, like you said, it's a trigger word. There's a lot of propaganda and taboo attached to it. But then also, for even the people that are so-called truthers, they're to go through this is like you're literally crumbling down reality. Like everything that you knew about your world is a lie. So it's like a hard step to take. I get it. Because everything else, you can be in this little safe world that you live in and be like, all right, yeah, that could be a lie, that could be a lie, and just keep going, boom, 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 boom. But then when you're talking about flat earth, it's like, wait a minute, my home is a lie. Like everything that you knew from the beginning was a lie. So it's like a hard pill to swallow. I mean, that could be I'm just assuming that would be the case.
You can go through the 3 points with people and just ask them, do you have a few minutes to discuss some? I just have something that's been kind of on my mind. And then go, you could even say, someone asked me these questions and I was having trouble. So can I ask you these questions and get your ideas on it? And then you don't even have to discuss flat earth. I did this with the coffee lady down on the corner, has a little coffee cart, and she said flat earth at the very end. I didn't even mention it the whole time. Which I thought was pretty cool.
You mean you went through the 3 steps with her?
Mm-hmm. I went through all 3, and I did not mention flat earth.
Ah, okay. That's interesting.
She mentioned it at the end. She goes, do you mean it's flat earth? But see, they still shut off, though, which Solar is right about. Seems like once they get to that point, there's a big barrier right there.
It's like a safety defense mechanism. Like if you don't do it and trigger them, they do it to themselves and trigger themselves into their coma-like glaring, like blankless stare of what went wrong with your childhood.
Did you say Homer like? Yeah, kind of like literally a derp.
So if someone says that, then I often say, no, definitely not. And I see if I can get the spark back in their eyes. And if I can't, then I'll say like, no, it's level, like, or horizontal. I don't use that word flat anymore. But if they've used it, they're already triggered. It's like when you say gravity to a flat earther, it's like, "Rah!" You know, gravity doesn't exist. It's like, you know, it's a trigger word. It's like calling someone a conspiracy theorist. You know, there so much is attached to it, and it's the marketing, the PR game of manufacturing consent or rejection of information. It's been amazingly done. Fuck language, but yo.
But here's the thing. I'm always wondering if there's something not wrong. There's nothing wrong with me, but there's some things wrong with me. But when it comes to this, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm wondering if there's something different about how we think, right, as flat earthers. Like if we are on a different frequency, vibe, or whatever. Because I never went through that denial or anger or trigger when it came to flat earth. It was a smooth transition from globe to flat. So I'm wondering if there is something that makes us different from the like the people that just lose it.
I think it's obvious that there is something, but how would you quantify that, though? That's the part that's hard.
I don't know. Because some people, like, you would go through hours, and not even hours, like days and days of talking and explaining, and they'll almost get to where you're at as far as their way of thinking, and then for whatever reason go back down to that level of frequency again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't get it. Why can't they take that leap?
Yeah. It's like an emergency exit valve or something they have. Ejection seat.
They don't press that the escape button. They rather be stuck in the plane that's crashing. I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, but it's a turning inside out process, or a turning right side up. It's completely revolutionary to whoever it happens to. I was describing it the other night, saying it's like the Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man and Venom, where there's those black symbiotes. Have you watched Spider-Man?
Yeah, the old one you're talking about, right?
The
Not
one
the new
where
one.
there's the Venom, who's like the black character, and he like merges with your body. Now, when you're telling someone something truthful, it's like you bang this drum, and for a moment that thing starts to separate out of you, and you
called a
start to get
symbiote.
yeah, it effectively you create like this point of separation, and then, like you said, it was a smooth transition. You got rid of the symbiote, you got it off of you, and you could now see clearly what's in front of you. But those ballers, or the normies that won't let go of their ball, like you ring the bell, there's that separation between them and this gooey symbiote, and then they choose that it was more comfortable being joined with that, and they merge back into one. And then you ring another bell.
Oh my gosh.
And they
That's like a perfect
separate
analogy.
again, and then they come back again. It's like it's like trying to rip tar out of your lungs, or you can't separate certain parts. And this journey is, you have to separate that. You have to get that off of you to be able to see this. And I watch it in their eyes. You can see them get this moment of clarity. They're understanding what you're saying, and then they choose to think that you're crazy, so they don't have to think about what you said, and they go back to thinking about what they were saying. It's like they had this moment of separation, and then they pull back together. Boom. You're dealing with the the symbiote together.
Yep, couldn't have put it any better. That's exactly what happens.
But that it's a rough process. It's a tearing apart process. Most people are not ready for that, or choose not to go full with that separation. And sometimes you'll say something to someone and they seem to agree with you and they walk away separated. And then the next person goes, what about gravity? And then they go, oh yeah, forgot about that. Boom, they're back to their symbiotic self.
We need a sound effect for that symbiote snapping back in. And
Creepy.
What would that sound like?
It's usually a yes, but. They will say yes, but.
Yeah. And many different forms, many different forms of yes, but. Yeah, a whole bunch of different forms of yes, but.
And the long pause sometimes. Yes, but.
Or yes, but imagine this. Let's say we have a freaking banjo string. I mean, that's the kind of nonsense they come up with. Like Mick West. Do you know how cameras work? I mean, look how far from the topic that is. Let's look at the mechanisms of a camera now. I mean, there are some things we learn about the lenses and so forth, but I don't know.
Yeah, those ones are just immune to the bell. They stay in symbiote form permanently. It's like you say something of obvious contradiction to them, and they stare straight-facedly at you and see no contradiction. Like a Matthew, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, Matthew's one of the nicest people out there, but damn, I don't. He is very special, I'd have to say.
Mm-hmm. Got to put on your freaking deep water boots.
It's like he knows every single argument about flat Earth. Obviously, he spent a lot of time here, and I thought it was because he was, a teacher doesn't want to lose his job just in case he comes out and says flat Earth, But he says if he really thought the Earth was flat, he would have came out right out. He would come right out and say it. He has no problem. But and he also admits that it is a belief, that the globe is a belief. So I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know.
I know. Keeps falling back into it makes more sense to me. That's something you can't define. So then you have to define, like, what does it mean using your senses? Well, we all know here. But how do you go against something like that? Where somebody's saying, even though how illogical it is and how many presuppositions, they're still saying, it makes more sense to me. It makes more sense to me that 1 + 1 is 3.
Yeah, I just see Matthew as like a nice globe buddy that's never gonna be willing to look at the truth. Like he wants to be blind. He wants to stay in the matrix. Since cut the shit is like keep posting in the matrix.
No, well, I see him as like version 2.0 of Mr. Smith. Like the first Mr. Smiths were the rumpuses and the Reds rhetorics that came in all, yeah, you don't understand. Like just trying to dismiss and insult. And suddenly there's this new version of this type of guy who comes in claiming to understand all the flat earthers' points. And that we're just slightly misunderstanding. It's the last step. So here's 99% of the way. Yes, I agree. And then that last 1%, well, this is why you flat earthers don't understand that X, Y, Z. And then they make up complete bullshit.
Yeah.
Because it's peculiar. Which other lecturer spends this much time on a topic that he disagrees with, but yet straddles both sides? So talks about the globers and he talks about the flat earthers, and that he has this innate ability to stand between them and to be able to see both the flawed arguments. And he's just completely above both sides. And therefore, if you say, are you a baller? He can say no. And if you say, are you a flat earther? He can say no. And thereby, he can never be pinned against the assumption or
Yes, that behavior is very peculiar indeed. Think about it. I've never even thought about something like that. That someone could behave that way.
Hello, people.
Hello.
Hello.
Swag Harmana.
Yeah, Harmana. Any good debater here? Like
About
what? Flat Earth, definitely. Like what else?
Well,
Not
that's
for
what
me though. Not for
in the
me.
live
For my.
stream, it's about the flat Earth when we're in the live stream here. So, do you have any proof of the globe?
Not for me, bro. It's for my friend. I know the Earth is flat, but like he want to have a heated debate, like someone that can knows a lot of arguments. That is not me. Like I know about the flat Earth. Like I know about it easily. But this guy, he wants like a ton of proof. He's hot-headed.
Is your friend here in the live stream right now?
No, but the thing is, when I invited him to here, he was like, I once came in here and the people here were debating with a guy, and it started to get like the language was off, you know. He was like, yeah, they don't respect people when they debate.
So he's using one experience to make that decision.
Yeah, basically, he just running, but he doesn't want to admit it. So I was like, is there here somebody who can like have as much of a civil conversation / debate with him?
We all can. We all can. Right?
Yeah.
Depends on what your friend is doing, right? If he's dishonest, if he's making shit up, right? If he can't back up his
I
claim.
told him like when you make shit up, when you like you're not being logical, it's gonna be like that.
Well, when we set the baseline for honesty, and then if he just, can't go along with honesty, then he's caught out. Then it won't even get to evidence.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him here. So, like, there's people here to debate with him, yeah? Anytime soon.
Yeah, it's plenty of people here. Yeah, but to make sure you tell him to read the rules and to bring verifiable proof and to be civil, and he should get the same
He's
respect.
all right. He's civil.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I'm gonna talk to
bring him in.
Yeah. See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, bring in those egotists. Yeah, we want those ones in here. We'll activate the superpowers.
But this goes back to what Solar was saying, like that people get triggered when it comes to this topic. So maybe, he was one of those who got triggered and had to be put down.
Yeah, but think about this triggering you're talking about. Now, when you think about somebody getting triggered, you think of them kind of like diffusing off into the background, not focusing like a laser beam on the topic that you disagree. That not only that you disagree so vehemently that you can't stay away from the topic, you can't stop talking about it. That's what do you call that? Come on, anybody. What do you call that? I'm grasping for what to call that.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How about
I don't
mental
know.
illness? Mental illness.
Yeah. Can someone
Sorry.
repeat it for me? Because I don't think I can even remember.
I
It
got
just comes
distracted with
flowing.
something else. I'm not gonna lie.
It just comes flowing out, and then like what?
So I got distracted because somebody was telling me about what's happening in Australia. I don't know if you guys heard anything about that.
Sonny was saying that somebody that's laser focused on the topic, and
Yeah, that's right.
they
Thanks.
they actually grasp the arguments, but they still come back here being zealots about the globe, right?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave.
It takes two boomers to like get the memory part together. I appreciate that. Yeah, the laser beam. Not interested, but I'm a laser beam. Don't care, but I'm watching every move. Who does that? Psychopath.
But what's going on in Australia, Lulu? Fill us in.
Oh, I have no idea. I just found out about the police and they're going crazy. Solar, you're in Australia, aren't you?
Again. He's South Africa. I believe.
What? Solar is? My bad. Hold on.
Yeah, pretty sure.
No, he's
Are you
Solar,
Australian?
can you speak? I'm pretty sure he's Australian. I'm 95%.
Solar is South Africa.
South African.
Yeah, close. Yeah, I was South African. Well, I am South African.
Oh, damn. My bad, dude. I'm horrible with accents, I guess.
No, but South Africa is quite a mixture country. We've got Dutch, we've got British, we've got a lot of ours goes to Australia. A lot of Australians come to South Africa. So we often get misconstrued. If I go to London, people think I'm Australian. G'day, mate.
G'day, mate. You could do it. Yeah, you guys can almost interchange. Trying to trick us Westerners. That's what it is. It's a conspiracy.
Those don't exist. Don't you know?
They don't exist.
Every
Yeah, that's
is
right.
false.
Everything everybody says is absolutely true. Why would anyone lie?
Yeah.
Don't we live in an absolute utopia right now? Everything's happy, peaceful. Right?
Dang it. Hold on. Who's from Australia here? I thought. Hold on. Let me go through the list.
Iggs is. Haven't seen
No,
him.
he's not here. Becky's not here either.
Maybe Jesus died for you. I think he's Australian, maybe. See
I
there?
think you're right.
Django is
Okay,
from
good.
Australia, at least.
Django is from Australia. Yeah, that's true.
He's not here. Is he? Where is he?
I almost started sounding like an Australian. Yeah, that's true.
I think Dagas as well. Isn't Dagas from Australia?
No, he's from New Zealand.
Ah, okay.
Jesus Died for You is also South African. He stays in Cape Town.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He was talking about surfing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. My bad.
Good on you, mate.
I guess
But
we're
that's
just
how
gonna
hard.
have.
That's how hard it is to tell us apart. So, to tell us apart.
There's no Australians in this call. It means no Australia does not exist, right?
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
you could be banned for
Forgot
that.
about
Let me
that.
see. I'm gonna have to mute Dave Hinkle for a tenth of a millisecond. Oh, it was too long. I'm sorry.
So I'm getting, well, Hyder, you're in here, but I'm getting information that Australia is basically falling apart as far as the police goes.
Wow.
So,
That's horrible.
but I wanted to speak with a real Australian to confirm this.
Yeah, I saw a video. I forgot where it was, but they were like, it was a protest, and the cops just started shooting rubber bullets like right off the jump. As soon as they walked up to the protesters, they started shooting people with rubber bullets.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah, that happened a couple of summers ago here.
I've never been hit by a rubber bullet, but they can't feel good.
Yeah, no.
If you get hit in the right spot, they can kill you, right?
No doubt.
Or at least do some damage to you. Or you get one in the eye.
Or in your jugular vein. Something like that.
But guys, check this out. I just read this, Hyder, that in Norway they have dropped all regulations, no masks, no
I heard
vaccines, nothing
about
like that.
something in the Netherlands too.
Awesome.
Well,
I'll be right back.
The Netherlands, Roger was saying they've clamped down.
Yeah.
Sweden opened up, so no more masks, no more sanctions, no more lockdowns. If Norway is now also followed suit, then that's fantastic.
Yeah,
But
Sweden
they-
was after Norway. Norway was first, and Sweden came today, I think. And Denmark was 2 weeks ago. So you have Denmark, Sweden, Norway, UK, at least, that are all open now.
So the idiots here are the last ones. Oh my god.
The way that I see this is kind of like how you catch a marlin. You let it run from time to time so that it thinks that it's actually free again. And then you tighten the noose, and then you let it run free a bit. It's like in the Netherlands, they also did a drop of all the sanctions, and they said they were going to open up nightclubs and all that, as long as people went and got the V word.
I know.
And then the moment that everyone got the V word, they locked everything down again and said, "Oh, just joking. You guys are also needing to be cooped up at home." So it's this thing about dangling the carrot, and then maybe 100,000 people fall for it this time, and then they'll open it up a bit, and then a couple months later they'll dangle a carrot, and another 100,000 people will go.
Yeah,
So-
it seems to me, it looks like some of the clubs are requiring this kind of paperwork. This is our paperwork, please. And then
So
others are not.
To be specific, right? They opened it up, nightclubs in the summer, and then told the people, well, you need the thing, you can get the thingy and then go out, everything's all right. But then there was this spike, they say, and then they said,
An
well,
imaginary spike.
the spike is there, so right, so we can't talk too long about this, right?
I'm just trying to find the spike. Where is the spike?
So that made it close again, but it's I think I can talk about my experience at this moment is that I need my phone to enter a restaurant, a bar, a nightclub. So I need my phone with the thingy on it.
So are they going to require people that you have to have a phone by law? You have
No,
to.
no, it's you can print it from the internet. So old people can print it.
Old people.
Yeah, that's the rebuttal, right? Because
It's
everybody
funny
said,
though.
and old people, right? Old people don't have a phone. They don't have a phone, right? Old people. Oh, you can just print it for them. So, but yeah, it's a topic.
And to think that they launched the QR code as this novel way for you to find websites. Isn't it cool to put a QR code on everything? And then the whole world starts to love that.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to replace my social security number on my driving license with a QR code.
Yeah, with the eventual idea of a tattooed version, I guess.
Maybe. I mean, I remember this was like 10 years, I don't know, 10 years ago. There was this nightclub in the Netherlands that where you could take a small chip in your hand and you can pay at the nightclub. It was a very famous nightclub where you can go and people could put a chip in their hand, pay there.
It's like these people are being funneled. It's almost like when I watch them, like all partying in these places in these active areas where clubs and they're dancing, music, and drinking. You know, all this stuff. They're being funneled into the abyss. We don't care. We just want to party. Oh my God. It's really strange watching it. It's like it's the end of civilization or something.
Yeah, and I remember people were kind of I don't know, worried or there was a bit of fuzz about this, right? About this chip in your hand, paying at a nightclub. But yeah, I think that's more to ease it up, right? To ease it in.
Yeah, the carrot,
Make it
like you
normal.
talked about. Exactly.
Yeah, it won't be long before they start the whole, you can circumcise a child when they're 7 days old. You might as well just brand them with their QR code. And you can always track your child with this handy app.
In Admiralty law, I guess so, right?
We're only a few steps away from the Borg, probably. I hope not, though.
Yeah. Also, been telling us in the movies that little scenario as well.
Haven't you watched those conspiracies where they claim that Mark Zuckerberg already is the Borg?
Yeah, I've heard some of that. That's hilarious. Well, I mean, maybe it's not so hilarious. How do we know it's real after being fed so much hogwash? Horse pucky hog swaller. See, you can even make up your own terms for bullshit. It's easy. Try it at home today. So sad to see hundreds of pounds of fruit laying on the ground, just rotting. Like if I had a still, I can make a fortune. Just kidding. I'm gonna be ready next season. I'll be ready.
Yeah, then you can catch up to Helio.
No, really, that wouldn't be a good idea. It'd probably not be a good idea for me to have a still. No, I don't think so. Probably not.
But you know, I always often ask myself why these anti-flat earthers take some of the stances that they do. And I try and find any other scenario where that would make sense. On any other polarizing binary topic, how do they find this third position? It's either black or white, and they find the gray, or they claim to have found the gray. It's like with Matthew, you know, it's imagine. So we often make a joke like, if Muslims like to congregate in the synagogue or this like temple or whatever, and then someone goes into that temple every day to go fight with them and tell them how backwards they are for believing what they do in their religion. That would be crazy enough in the first place. So if you had a group of people congregating who are pro the religion and having people congregating who are anti the religion in the same place, that would already be crazy enough. But if you had a third person like a Matthew Learns, who goes into the mosque to stand between the two and claim to be this arbiter of, he's going to clarify all the misunderstandings that the flat earthers have.
Amazing.
It's like the second category is ludicrous.
Yes.
To assert that there could be a third category who go to the synagogue or the temple every day to go and stand between the two people fighting.
Yes, man. Yeah. So literally, Solar. Honestly, you're like reading my mind. Yeah. So it's like a select little sect of monks hidden away in some basement somewhere that are just gonna go against everything on both sides and select their own third value, like you said, ludicrous. But I wanted to stop for a second because we have someone named It's Juice 7 with no rolls. Juice 7, are you able to go up to the VC check-in? Or should I just unmute them? I think we're pretty brave here. Right?
Yeah, I know this guy. Sonny, I know this guy from the lobby. He was in the lobby for a while, but I don't know why he's not verified.
Well,
You can try talking to him. I
I'll
think he's in
unmute him.
Flatty.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Yep, I think he's
There you
cool.
go. Hey, it's Juice 7. How are you?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up, Juice? You a flat earther, right?
Yeah, man.
Is this your first time in a live stream?
No.
So how come you don't have a VC verified role, bro?
I don't know, man. I'm on a new account.
Oh, okay. You didn't get in trouble or anything, right?
Nope, not at all.
All right.
What was the name of your old account?
It's this in the chat. They gave me space AIDS and space herpes.
Ah, the best roles.
Right?
So what are those roles anyway? When do you get those roles? What's that all about?
I don't know. I think CJ gave one of them to me. I think they said that like something about in space you get like herpes or some shit. I don't know. It's weird.
You only understand once you get it, Vlad. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Yeah, it's weird, man.
So what happened to your old account? I mean, it's still active.
Yeah, I just don't use it. I made a new one. Made a whole new one.
What's the
Yeah,
name on
you
your
know
other account?
you can't do that. You know that, right?
Actually, I can't.
What's the name on your other account?
It's just juice.
Oh, okay. Okay. I
What
think I
I meant
remember.
is
You
in
can
this
delete it. You can
Discord.
ban it or whatever. I'm gonna be on this one.
Wait, so what? Why do you not want to use the other account?
I don't know. Something happened to my account actually, so I just didn't even care. I just gave up on it.
Oh, you can't access it or something?
Yeah.
Okay. What I meant is you can do that. What I meant is like you in this particular server, they don't allow alt accounts to for you to access. I mean, to come back in with an alt account. But if you can't,
If
for
you guys
whatever
want,
reason,
you can.
access your other one.
No, if you want, you guys could just ban the other one or just remove it.
Well, I don't want to ban that account yet because I don't know.
Isn't it much easier for you just to delete it yourself?
Yeah, but some reason when I sign on, it says it's locked. I can't get on it.
Oh, you can't get in. You can't get in. Okay.
Yeah.
But like, as long as the other account isn't banned, he isn't ban evading, so it's probably
Yeah, should be
okay.
fine,
I
right?
would say, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Like the issue is if people get banned and then create a new
Oh,
account
yeah, I
to
didn't get
like ban
banned.
evade, like
No.
that's a different thing. Like if he just doesn't want to use it, like yeah, sure, we can ban it or remove it, or yeah, but like he isn't technically breaking any rules as far as I know, at least. So it should be good.
So should we just leave the other account? Because there's no way. I mean, for me at least, I don't.
You
There's
can
no
check
way
the
for me
logs. It's never.
to confirm that this is you. Do you know what I mean? Because I've never spoken to you, so I don't know if this was your old account. So
I mean, I think old dude was the one that verified my other account. You can verify with him.
okay. Yeah, no. You can once you talk to him, you can just tell him to delete the other one. I don't want to overstep anybody. Yeah.
I'm sure he remembers my voice, but all right, yeah. But I don't I don't usually VC. I just chat.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just listening, thinking on
So
what I
what-
want to eat.
So why aren't you a Glober? We were expecting a Glober.
Why?
Yeah, why ain't you a Glober?
Because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Could you pretend to be a Glober for a few minutes?
I really don't want to, bro.
Would you be able to pull that off? Would you be able to pull that off?
I mean, yeah, gravity, bro.
With a straight face? Okay, that's the answer to my question. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
I was just messing with you anyway, man. You're okay.
You're fine, bro.
I don't know any real flat earther that could pull off pretending to be a Glober without cracking up, so I don't think I could do it. I tried. I couldn't do it with a straight face. I start busting up.
How long have y'all been in the server?
I just got my year anniversary in August.
I've been here almost 4 years now myself.
Yeah, I remember this server years ago. Like 5.5 years ago. I'd just be in the YouTube chat. I didn't really know of the Discord.
Me
Could have been
too.
like 4 years. Maybe 4 or 5. Oh, and I remember it'd have like not even more than like 10 viewers. Now it has like 20 and 30. It's definitely grown.
Sometimes we have to split the rooms. There's so many.
Yeah, we have like 70 and 80 people here on Ladies Night.
Oh no, I meant the YouTube chat. The YouTube.
On the YouTube chat. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I remember it was like 5, 10.
Yeah, that's kind
Now
of a
it's like 20, 30.
cesspool.
There's no way to prove it, but I would say there's more viewers than that. I'd say YouTube kind of keeps the viewership down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's weird. A lot of shit's actually like, it's like they've removed a lot of videos off YouTube. Like you can't even look up anything anymore.
If the first
Use the
5 or
Wayback
6
Machine.
pages, it's just anti-flat Earth shit. Go ahead, Soldier.
Yeah, and then like if they're talking about flat Earth, underneath it'll show like Wikipedia. It's like shit is so weird, man.
You can still grab it with the archives and with the Wayback Machine. So
yeah,
you
I
type
forgot about that.
the Wayback Machine, it tells you what date range you want, and you say 2015 to 2018, and then you search Flat Earth, you find every YouTube video.
Oh, that's
But
insane.
if the content has actually been deleted or the channel's deleted, then it's gone. But you can normally find like a secondary link or access the older version of it before it was deleted. So there are certain ways. Then I've heard Crack Villain also talk about a way where, or maybe it's Crypto, where you change the settings to latest posted, and you play with one of those, either the latest date or today. And if you type Flat Earth on that one, you can get what was loaded that day, but you can't get the general content that you used to a couple of years back.
Yeah, man, they're cracking down pretty hard, but there are some channels out there that still have a lot of good videos.
I wonder if you look him up one on the Wayback Machine, does it still have that stupid little thing at the bottom? The little box, the flat Earth is an archaic conception and blah blah blah. I wonder if the old videos have that stupid little box on. I'm saying.
No, it goes back to original content.
Okay.
So prior to all that YouTube BS. But you've got to be very specific. Like if you're not within the right date range, you're not going to find it. And it can be quite time consuming. But if you know the author and you know the title of the video, you can find it.
Yeah, I like Eric Dubé. I like that dude. And I don't know if you guys know this other channel called A&Q Productions. It's pretty good. They have like almost 1 million subscribers, and they just talk about a lot of revelation, like a lot of different stuff, man, of going on in this world. And I watched some guy named Feed Your Mind. It's my favorite YouTuber. He talks about flat Earth and a lot of other stuff that's going on in this world.
Yeah, I've seen some Feed Your Mind videos. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Have you watched the Lost History of Flat Earth by Ewar? Juice.
I mean, it sounds familiar. Send it to me.
It's pretty new. It was probably a couple months ago, but it's.
Oh wait, it's like 2 hours long, right?
It's like 6 hours long. You gotta watch it in.
I'll send you a link to Ewar's Google Drive page, and it has all of them, even the first one, which is what on Earth happened or something like that.
Okay, I remember someone sent me that. I think someone sent me that on the other account, but I remember that 6 hours. It's like very long. And
where are you putting that part, Sonny?
Okay, I see it. Is that it? Oh, that's your channel. Sonny.
No, that's my channel. No, I'll put it in the voice. I'll put it in Livestream voice text. Let me find it. Jenny gave it to me yesterday.
Jenny.
Jenny's the bomb. I love hearing
think,
Jenny laugh. If I can make Jenny laugh, I figure my day is like I did my job for the day.
Jenna, Jenna.
Hey, hey.
There we go.
I was in the other room.
Yeah, I started listening to it. I wish I could have them play sync like autoplay though. I can't seem to get it. There might be a way to do it, but here we go. Here's the link to the drive.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap!
Let me
that's
know.
A lot of
Make
content,
sure it works.
man. Oh, so much content. What on earth happened?
That's a good one. That's a really good series too. Each of them are about. I think one is 5 hours and one is 7 hours. Could be wrong. Close to that.
Ewar. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So
Yeah.
hey, hello everyone. I have a question regarding that documentary.
Yeah, this is serious gravy.
So what about the part where he says that the moon is actually the reflection of our flat Earth map, and somehow he works it out?
Yeah. You'll have to go to the speculation channel with Jenny on that one.
Yeah, it's a little far-fetched, isn't it?
Oh, I heard of that too.
Yeah, but before that, hey, it's Juice. You just said that you like Eric Dubé. Hello, everyone from the East. You may have guessed by my accent. I'm from India,
What's up,
and
man?
just
Hi,
the
Flat
other
Earthers.
day, hey. So just the other day, we were having this discussion in our WhatsApp group of flat earthers. There are around 50 odd flat earthers in that group, and we were talking about Eric Dubé, and I made my own views known for the first time in that group, that even I was fascinated by the new age ideas and concepts that he promulgates, that Eric Dubé and many others like him promulgate. But after like a couple of years into Flat Earth, I understood that maybe I was looking in the wrong direction, and now my views have changed.
Yeah.
And I know better. And at least I think so. But I think I know better now. And I would never suggest Eric Dubé to anyone. He just put out a video yesterday regarding spirits and ghosts and everything. So he has a few videos like 1 or 2 years ago where he directly says that Jesus Christ never even existed. So that's not even the claim of the atheistic community. Even they have to agree that, let's say, just there was this character Jesus Christ. He may not be God, he may not have all the powers, and he may not have done all the miracles, but we cannot simply deny the fact that there was Jesus Christ. There was a person named Jesus Christ, but he goes so far to even claim that. So that's factually wrong. After that, I cannot suggest people that go and watch Eric Dubé. So even he has a few good videos regarding, obviously, 200 proofs and the history of the flat earth, but that's all that I have shared, not more than that. But once again, people are going to explore more and land on other of his videos. So I, belonging here from India, you can understand how attracted, how inherently attracted people from my side of the world are to these Eastern mysticism and philosophies.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
they
that's
just
very
catch
interesting.
all those things. So it's
Yes,
hard
that is
to
very interesting.
make them understand how all these are just another diversions from the truth.
Yeah, I didn't know he didn't like. That's crazy. Everyone knows. Like everyone says Jesus. Everyone knows. Like it's just the name Jesus Christ. Everyone knows the name.
I think it's good to be skeptical of all these things. Like honestly, the Eric Dubé videos, 200 proofs, and other people that now I have a different viewpoint on, but they kind of open my eyes a little bit. Like help me open my own eyes, I guess you would have to say. And so I have to take the good with the bad. But then now I don't see. I can review those things much more objectively now than I was able to in the beginning. So I think this awakening or whatever that I'm experiencing, it's in stages or phases or whatever you want to call it.
I agree. I do agree. I'm also going through those phases, and I owe a lot to Eric Dubé also. I wouldn't take that credit from him.
Actually, it was the first video. When I finished 200 proofs and I watched the whole thing all the way through, and then I went out for 3 weeks. That's all it took. Like, and then of course I was devouring a lot of other information because in 2017 there was still a lot available. You know, so I was.
Hey, same here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be completing my 4 years in November of this year.
Yo,
So
why
I also
hasn't?
became a flat earther. Yep.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Why hasn't Dubé's page been like blocked or anything like that?
It has been a number of times.
Oh,
He
okay.
still has a new one.
I've watched a couple of his videos, not all of them, but I definitely watched. So I'm looking for it. Let's go down. Stars Are Not Suns. The Atlantean Conspiracy. I watched that entire one. I watched Why Things Rise or Fall, The Fall of Gravity. I watched a couple videos. But yeah, that whole thing with Jesus Christ, man, wow, I didn't know.
Yeah, even the density and buoyancy thing, Eric Dubé oversimplifies it in his own videos.
Now the
It's
thing
not
is
that
here,
simple also.
I don't think
That doesn't suffice in a discussion with a glober. It's just density and buoyancy.
I don't think like Jesus, yeah, he's a person. I don't think he's a god though. I think he's a person, right?
We have people here who have Jesus died for you as their names.
Some people think he's God, but I just think he's a human being.
Can we move on from this topic, please?
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
my
about
bad.
to say that.
My fault. But
So how about that flat Earth?
yeah, it's pretty flat. Show the curve.
Trying to find that curve, the one that they claim. Still insane.
Insane.
You know, I just had an idea. Something we can also do sometimes is go through a series like E-Wars series and then pause it every now and then, like listen for 5 or 10 minutes, and then pause, see if anyone wants to have a conversation about what was heard or objects to what was heard or whatever, have a conversation and then continue it. Because we have a lot of dead air in here sometimes. And so all of you, maybe it would behoove all of us, actually, if all of you guys, all of us, would take time to think about maybe you want to do like a special series, you want to have a discussion or do a talk on a specific topic, or you just want to start a conversation on a specific topic. So, or you want to maybe like go into a teaching mode here. We're just going into a teaching mode, like fundamentals, things like that. The very
Snap my
basics.
E-string.
So just some ideas.
I actually wouldn't mind if somebody that's knowledgeable on certain flat Earth topics such as the sextant or Euclidean geometry or something like that could go through not a long ranting lecture, but maybe
right,
like you said, do a presentation on it to help with our understanding.
Right. Just do a question answer session during, So I don't know, maybe you guys can think of
Like
a
going over the
project we could
different
do,
types of gravity.
or a good video or something that we can use for that purpose.
Sounds good.
Discussing about what the Globers try to bring up. I don't know. Mainly, it's if they can't come up with curvature, try to talk about gravity. Then, if it's not gravity, then it has to deal with uh, refraction. If it's not refraction, then it's gas pressure. It like leads into so many subjects in the matter of proving that the Earth is contained. We're in a container because gas pressure cannot have gas pressure without a container. We go over the basics with them and tell them that the Earth is not 3,958.8 miles. There is no curvature when you look out into the ocean. You view that whole straight, man. Like it's just, sorry.
Yeah, that's always a fun topic.
Right. You need to destroy all the globes inside the schools that they try to teach the kids. Just go over there.
But it
boom!
doesn't
Dismantle the whole globe.
it doesn't always have to be what the Globers bring out. I know we have our own, like among flat earthers, our own speculations and whatnot that we can discuss, right? Here's an example, a controversial topic: the ether.
I think Tesla talked about that. Nikola Tesla.
Oh yeah. And we've had some interesting conversations in here, more like arguments, I guess you could say.
Yeah, that's a great
Also,
point.
there was a argument about matter as well.
But I guess, these are very conceptual, and that's what a lot of flat earthers dislike about it. Doesn't matter if it's gravity or the ether. If there's not some sort of concrete scientific backbone to the topic, then it falls into the realm of speculation. But exactly like Sunny was saying now, when a certain topic bites individuals or they have pre-existing knowledge on a certain topic, kind of like how we've just advanced on the sextant now. A couple of people took a lot of interest into it, really brought the information forward and made it digestible. And suddenly everyone's now talking sextant. So it's finding that piece of information and digging deeper, not trying to explain what the stupid ballers think, because they don't even know what they think. They backpedal on every thought.
Yeah.
It's not only the section too, telling them how straight lines, the fastest point from A to B. What's the fastest point from point A to? What's the fastest travel to point A to point B?
Curve.
A great circle.
The shortest distance. The shortest distance from point A to point B, and they're gonna say some stuff like that. Yeah, exactly.
I know.
Like, really?
Actually, yeah, that's a kind of a good one. But see, the reason I mention it is because I think we should be, not all the time, we can have more loose discussions like we're doing now. We're kind of brainstorming, but we could have more topic specific subject and have it regimented. It doesn't have to be long and boring. It could be a half an hour discussion or something, but pick a certain topic and then just stick to that topic. So like, same thing. We could also have other topics like looking at the things that the Globers don't have, or the things that the Globers absolutely cannot say, like, is level curve. Like they can't answer a certain question, is level curve. They have a really hard time. So we could go through a list of those things, which that's beneficial to us. That helps us sharpen our information. Yeah. Could start in there. We could go a roundhouse. Like everybody, think of one thing like that.
Entropy.
Glovers don't have. Okay, your turn. Hold on. Let's start at the top. Okay, Dave
Yeah, the
Hinkle.
flat earth guillotine.
Name one thing that the Glovers don't have, such as or can't answer, or something like that. Some weird idiosyncrasy that the Glovers cannot answer, like is level curved. Go.
Well, I've been asking them since 2016 to show me a body of water maintaining convexity on its surface. I never get an answer.
Perfect. Go ahead, Lulu.
Can you skip me? I'm sorry.
Okay, we're skipping it. Flat Earth. I'm sorry, Flat Earth Solar. What? I skipped you too. Sorry about that, Solar.
Something that the Globers cannot answer.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we should actually see a Coriolis effect, but how they argue that inertia means that we can never see a Coriolis effect, but it's obviously there and it's obviously spinning, but we can never see it.
Good one. Flat Earther, anything to add?
So I am a teacher and I ask my students what's the difference between mass and weight, and I never get a convincing answer.
Good one. Hyder, anything?
I cannot really think of anything. Sorry.
Okay. It's Juice. How about you? So me to repeat the question?
No, usually I'll ask them, how is it possible we could see the Andromeda galaxy in the sky as a speck? Shouldn't it not even be visible?
Mm-hmm. Janae. Are you off today?
I am. And I've been doing my nails, so just
Can you think of something that the Glovers cannot answer? Seems like you're busy. We can come back to you. Jesus died. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you could
Never mind.
get my apologies. I'll think about that. I'll jump in a second.
All right. Jesus died for you. Are you there? Hello. Aye, matey. Are you there? Okay, you just might be hot miking.
I have some.
Dropped out now. Practicing my Australian. Okay.
I
Anyway,
came
sorry.
up with something.
Okay.
Like they cannot answer why geometry doesn't work, even though their entire model is based on geometry, like distance and stuff. If you understand, distant to horizon, for example.
Yes, true that. KJ,
Yeah, on geometry, you ask them whether it's Euclidean flat base geometry or non-Euclidean spherical geometry, and then when they claim with so much vigor that it's spherical trigonometry, then you ask them when was spherical trigonometry actually invented, and you'll find out it was in, I think it's the late 1800s or early 1900s. So we've only had spherical trigonometry for the last 100 years, but we've known for thousands of years using Euclidean flat-based geometry somehow that it was a sphere. Bullshit. That was a good point.
I can't believe nobody's thought of the obvious one we ask all the time. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, that's a good one. KJ, did you think of something that the Glovers cannot answer?
I did, but someone already said it, so.
Okay, well, if you think of another one, let us know. Lenatomo, can you think of a question that the Glovers cannot answer?
He is a Glover. This will be interesting.
I know.
He's not going to answer. Arguing up.
He never does.
Never.
Master Chief, another wonderful thing in the world of what the Globers cannot answer. You have something they can answer.
Right, like I like to go down back to the basics. So, curvature, bringing up curvature.
They can't answer for curvature. Period. Yep. Excellent.
No, exactly.
Miguel Sousa, can you think of anything that the Globers cannot answer? Example such as, is level curved? Morvis, do you have anything? Okay, Serve 2, are you there?
Hello, here.
Hi.
Hi. Why would they lie?
No, the question I asked is, can you think of something that the Globers cannot answer? A question that the Globers cannot answer?
Why we're lied to? Is that not a good one? They can't answer that.
That's a good one. That actually is a good one. So you threw me off there. Yeah, perfect, actually.
This is cool for asking us.
I thought that was a valid question.
Yeah, it is a good one, though, actually. Reckonor, can you think of something that the Globers cannot answer?
Sarah Connor here.
Or one you can answer.
Roger, are you there? Can you think of one thing that the Globers cannot answer?
Gas pressure without a container.
Perfect.
No, that's
Sasha?
duplication. That's duplication. We need something original, Raj.
Oh, sorry,
Okay.
I missed that one. So
I'm just messing with you.
yeah. So scientific. So the evidence for the existence of gravity.
Mm-hmm.
The scientific evidence.
Proof of gravity. Yeah, scientific proof of gravity.
Something more
Is that about it?
scientific than dropping a pencil.
Right.
Yeah, don't be stupid. Hey, Sasha. Go ahead, Sasha.
Instead of just observing something fall, right?
Go ahead, Sasha.
I will ask them the question what they never know how to answer. If Earth is not curving anywhere, what it is?
I know. I love that question, man. And flat on
That's a
Earth.
good
Flat
one.
on flat Earth. One thing that the Globers cannot answer.
Yeah,
You totally skipped Spiral.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Spiral.
yeah.
I must be dyslexic. Spiral of Love, tell us what one thing that Globers cannot answer. I'm sorry.
Can I get one more?
Sorry, what was
up? Sasha, wait.
Okay,
Only
Sasha.
one,
If you
Sasha.
must, go ahead, Sasha.
Okay, if ISS is going to 17,000 miles per hour, how is catching the Earth, which is going 66 miles per 1,000 miles per hour?
That's a good point. You realize you took somebody else's question, but okay, moving on. Spiral of Love, sorry about missing you last time.
What am I doing? Sorry.
The question
What is
I
the
asked.
question?
The question I asked was, can you think of one question that the Globers cannot answer? Such as example would be, is level curved? They can't answer. So another one. Do you have another one?
What form of refraction do you claim?
Yeah, they can't answer that. That's true. They don't know. Flat on flat Earth.
That was a good one, Spot.
If we are spinning and flying in 7 different vectors and astronomical speeds, why is Earth motionless?
Awesome.
But you know what? Like, just real quick, like back to gas pressure. the most easiest way, in my opinion, right now to jump into the gas pressure conversation with the Glober. Ask them a first question, which is a setup. Hey, would you be able to breathe in a vacuum? And when they say no, you can just literally ask them then, why do you believe you're breathing right now? Because you are literally on the ball in a vacuum with no physical barrier in between.
Awesome point. Will be flat. Do you have anything else? Are you there? Maybe you're AFK. I don't know.
Sonny, you skipped yourself though.
Oh, I already stated mine in the first place, but I could try to think of
Oh.
another one. Let's see.
Oh, is the level curved one yours?
Yeah, that was my first one.
Ah, got it. Got it.
I know one we didn't mention is this is how a sextant works.
Yeah, that's a good one.
How do you have a 90-degree angle on a spherical surface?
Exactly. It's like the new addition to the family.
Sasha, I just saw this picture. What is this? I'm sorry to ask. What am I looking at?
It's focaccia with olives.
Oh, okay.
One thing I've never heard a satisfactory answer is for the Selenelian eclipse.
I have another one they haven't ever answered.
Wait, we forgot old dude, guys.
Oh, I'm
Old
sorry,
dude.
old dude. Do you have one thing that the question that the Globers cannot answer?
Yeah, I kind of do. Why do modern technology cameras let us to see up to 300, 400, 500% too far against the mass of the globe? What's going on?
Yes.
Good one.
Awesome. Yeah, I have another one I just thought of. Here's one they cannot answer, they don't answer. Why is the horizon 10 times further than the globe requires?
Why is the horizon infinite?
Why can't we go back to the moon?
Why can't we stand
Yeah.
on the horizon?
And then we have all our side. Yeah, why can't we see forever?
Why would they destroy the technology to go to the moon? They can never answer that either.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Why would
the
you?
technology that they say, quote and unquote, that we do not have because they destroyed it.
Put it in a fire.
Why would you claim to
Bruh.
be technologically superior when you're part of a group that destroys technology?
How are we gonna have air shit like helicopters? Bro, have you guys seen like the man bullshit that they talk about and they say, and we have high-tech cell phones, and they're gonna say that we don't, bruh. Oh my god, I want to just slap the bitch out of them all, bro. They are all liars. I'm sorry, man. Like they know
No, you're
they're
not. Don't
their
be
fucking
sorry.
asses lying, man.
Today's the day of not being sorry. So after, whenever you feel like saying sorry, you're gonna say, "And I'm not sorry."
Right. I'm not sorry that I don't want to slap the bitch out of them because I'm sorry for cursing
There you
though.
go.
That's one
better.
thing I'm sorry
It's more
about.
appropriate.
Drace just popped in here. Ask him. What do you got, Drace? You know the question?
Who? Oh,
What?
Drace.
Getting paid millions of dollars to lie to the whole world, man.
Billions.
Are you there,
Grace?
Grace?
How can they not see that?
Enoch
Can
is
you
on a
hear me?
roll. Yes, we can.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm here.
somebody stop me.
Drace, so we went around the whole panel and the question I asked was, what's one thing that the Globers cannot answer? And my example was, is level curved? And do you have another one?
There's a lot of things the Globers can't really answer, but then I would be going into the unexplainable ends of their model. Gas pressure thing, or they
That one was
can't show.
That one was taken.
Yeah. They can't show us the stars being heliocentric, because all of the stars are geocentric. So whenever they point up and say, "Oh, the globe," they are just divorced heliocentrism.
Yeah.
That's a good one, George.
Got people looking up their Polarises in the same freaking place. Come on.
The way I like explaining it is very simple. Is if you're around the equator and then another person is on the ball on the other side of the globe in their fantasy imagination, then as the globe turns half a circle, so then the other person is now facing the same way the first person was, they should be looking at the same constellations.
Exactly.
They are not.
Exactly.
The other person has a completely different set of stars that should be behind the sun and under their feet.
Mm-hmm.
They have a completely unattainable model.
Yeah.
Also, why does it always point north? The compass, right?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Never south, right? I think. Yeah. Okay.
It's magnetic. But that star one, they can never answer, how do we see Venus at night? Venus is between the sun and the earth, which means it can only be on our day side. So how do we see Venus or Mercury, the two planets, quote unquote planets closer toward the sun? We see them in our night sky.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good.
How is that possible?
I see it at nighttime. It's a bit hard to get Mercury because it's really low. But I got to see it at one point, but yeah, never. It's really supposedly really close to the sun. You don't see it in the daytime, which I don't see why you can't see it in the daytime because you could see the moon, right? Or
I know the claimed solution to that, and that is they claim that all of the light is being refracted and bent by gravitational refraction from the sun. So it's all being bent to the back of the globe in this holographic matrix that makes it appear geocentric, but they believe it's heliocentric. And then I have this quote from Andrew Thomas Young, who tells us, he's a subject matter expert in atmospheric refraction and terrestrial refraction. So he tells us it's all guesstimated just to make the model work.
Well, the Mercury and Venus thing is even further compounded when you think about their nonsensical religion, that those are apparently rocky bodies, which means when they're on the side between the sun and the earth, they would be like our new moon. We would see nothing of them. So if I'm seeing Mercury or Venus, they have to be on the other side of the sun, bouncing the sunlight back at Earth.
so, is it safe to say then that these planets are just stars? Since you can only see it at night, right?
Well, what's peculiar is that Venus still has phases, same like our moon.
Oh yeah.
But yet, if there was any time where we're getting a reflection of light from this rocky body back towards us, it has to be on the opposite side of the sun for the light to bounce toward it and then it to direct its light back towards the earth. If it was between the sun and the earth, we would only see the dark side of that planet, quote unquote. I've heard them once try and explain it that you're looking at like a 90-degree angle, so the Earth's half tilted, and if you're looking off 90 degrees, just not at the sun, but just slightly outside of the sun, you might be able to see it. But that's placing Mercury or Venus between the sun and Earth, which means there wouldn't be a surface to bounce light at the Earth. The dark side of the planet would be facing the Earth.
It's also
Makes sense.
if it were reflecting light, because of its shape, it wouldn't be able to reflect the light from the entire circumference of the shape. Most of the light hitting the edges would just be bouncing away and not towards us.
why also why is it like you're able to see like a crescent moon in the daytime and the sun's literally across from it? I don't understand.
It should actually be crescent moon at nighttime and then full moon during the daytime.
Yep.
Those don't make sense at all. And I've recorded and seen those plenty of times, and no
Doesn't make
answer.
sense, yo. This doesn't make sense.
Then they say it's the distance, right? It's the distance.
Bro, that moon's close, man.
No, even with their distance explanation, like if you do the geometry, does not fit at all.
That's weird.
Same with, I mean, we went down this rabbit hole, but the question about the elliptical orbit, how you can have about 10 million miles of distance from further from the sun or closer to the sun, but the Earth doesn't burn up or freeze. But when you have that little tilt, you have like extreme heat and extreme cold weather. Makes no absolute sense.
Yep. Yo, Vlad, that picture, it looks see-through.
Yeah, dude. Where does moon end and where does sky begin, right?
Yo, it looks like a ghost.
Yep.
Didn't they say like you could see stars like through the
I heard
moon or
that.
something?
I never seen it, but I've heard that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me, but I haven't seen it personally.
No, but then I also read that like there's certain flags that have a crescent moon and then a star in it.
Yeah. Islamic, I guess the whole religion, like Islamic religion, that's the symbol.
Yeah.
Crescent moon and a star inside, and Turkish flag and a lot of other Muslim countries.
It's like they know.
Yeah.
We do have John M, who's in the house if you guys want to talk to him.
Nice profile.
John M, welcome to the server. You can unmute yourself.
What is the password?
Oh no! Well, yeah. I was asking myself why I'm mute by default, but I need permission now. That's good.
Yeah.
So a mission accorded. Yeah, no, I'm just listening. I'm not sure. It's a new live stream from, the Flat Earth, or this, because generally I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a new one. Okay, I'll let you go. I'll let you talk.
5 years new.
Wait, this is not.
Okay. That's great. Great. The French part of the Flat Earth, so there's a lot of discussion there too. So it's a war in progress always.
What side of the fence are you on?
Yeah, the French part. Yeah, I'm in Canada right now.
No, I mean, what side of the argument are you on? Are you a flat earther, or do you believe you're spinning on the globe?
Oh, I have many friends, engineers, and so it's always the same battle around proof of, concept. The fight is, everything is flat, but it has to be, something has to be there, the curvature isn't is there, but it's not visible.
Whoa. So it's all flat, but the curvature is there, but it isn't visible.
He's
You want
joking.
to try that again?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to improvise my English right now, and I can see.
So first you said it's all flat. It looks all flat. When you said curvature is there,
Okay,
that's not
okay, okay. Hold on one moment. I think we have a little bit of a language barrier. I think he's making fun of the Globers that are saying that
Yeah.
there's curvature there, but you can't see it. So he's
Oh,
making fun of the Globers, I believe. Am I correct?
I don't like to say fun because
okay.
I have friends both sides right now.
Yeah.
I'm in the Matrix one in the middle of the battle. I'm trying to ready to
You're trying
find
to pull people out of the
you know,
matrix, huh? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You're trying to pull people out of the matrix, so you're in the heat of the battle, huh?
It is not easy, in fact, because there's a battle. You know, even people think that the globe exists. Even the people are thinking that the flat Earth is absolutely there. And when you look from proof, there's a lot of proof of trying to falsification of the space. And there's a battle there too. Why
There's no
NASA
space. You don't believe there's space, though, right?
It's not what I believe is important, it's the facts. I believe
Okay,
in
yeah, yeah, I gotcha. So gas pressure, right? So space, as they tell us, cannot exist. Is that where you're at as well?
gas pressure. Oh, that's another good one. Gas have to need container in the reality. So
There you go. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner.
I don't know. I don't know, but you know,
You want
if
a
I
piece
have
of
to make, if I have to make an experience with gas pressure, I cannot use a gravity word. The gravity word is very
I know.
nice, but I cannot use the gravity word to make a container.
I know. Exactly.
If you can, you would win an air-shaped ball. I'll give you a ball of air as your prize.
Yeah, a bowl of air. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, have to be.
For a special, for a
we-
very special one-time offer, we can give you a different size ball of air. We can light it on fire too, and certain. Yeah, it's a special deal though.
But there's also a battle with the model. Okay, we talk about the flat Earth Society model, the Gleason one, and after years of observation, this model cannot work. And
Yeah, that's why none of us here claim a model anymore. We don't claim any model.
Exactly. I have 8 models right now. 8 models. I don't know if you heard about the there's a flat Earth with 2 sides. There's many models right now. But at the end, that's good that what you said is we don't claim any model, because at the end, that's exactly the truth. Is
Because they're all reifications.
You can have 9.
I'm sorry?
You can have 9 if you want models. I can give you. I have one.
Yeah,
no, it's mine. It's mine. Nobody still wrote about that. Nothing, but I can present to you. You know, it's
mine or 9.
Mine. Nick,
Okay.
more.
All right.
Mine.
All right. Yeah. Yes, I
Mine
can.
has 12. I can speak, but it's ridiculous.
So unless we found the real one model, we have to be honest. We have to say, I'm talking about the globe fraud. Fraud.
Fraud. Yeah, the globe fraud. Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Yep.
So look for the facts.
Yeah.
About
So
that.
around here, what we've figured out is that they have the model, so they need to provide the proof of their model. That's it.
Yes.
So it's very simple. Show us proof of your model. We don't claim a model, but you do, and you say you know everything about everything. So let's have it. Why are they being so secretive? They're playing hard to get. Wait, they're playing hard to get, and I don't appreciate it.
Because that's the point. All of us in the beginning, nobody came and said, "Listen, people, Earth is flat because I know, because I believe, because God sent me a message." No, it was something wrong with the globe model.
and they are trying very, very strongly to hide the facts. They are hiding. They are hiding so many facts with the IAS, the moon, whatever satellites. But I still have engineer and satellites thing, and
You
we
have
are
still gas
fighting.
pressure without container. You cannot have satellites there.
Yeah. But they play so well, the people with the satellites, how they operate, but they never see there's no any video of a satellite showing the earth moving around, and say yes, we have it, but no, you don't have it. There's picture, how we say that, pixel mounted as a video after filtration. That's how you say that there's videos of the earth turning on himself 24 hours. We don't have. You claim you have 15,000 satellites with no video of the earth right now in 2022, 21, 22. That's incredible. That's
But
incredible.
that's because they don't need to put videos for just your pleasure. They're doing real science.
Yeah, and I know. More than that, they say that the cost of the transmitting will be too high.
Yeah, the data,
the cost of the transmission will be too high. A $500 GoPro satellite would be too costly, to put on a satellite. Oh, that's incredible.
Even amateurs will put 3 or 4 cameras on their little rocket.
For sure.
So an organization like NASA, you'd expect 36 cameras or 48 cameras.
And
just
more
redundancy, and because you would want everything recorded for future improvements on every aspect of your space travel.
There's more cameras on an automobile than there is apparently for spacecraft.
Yeah, the Tesla automobile have maybe 20, 50 cameras just there. Yeah.
And I want their Wi-Fi. These satellites are sometimes 1 million miles from Earth, but I can't go 15 meters from my front door and my Wi-Fi shuts off.
That's another point. That's another point. Science fiction transmission. Yeah.
Just give me. I want the moon bandwidth, the one that you use to communicate with the moon at, a couple of 100 million miles. Yeah, that. Just give me that speed.
But the new, not new Tesla, but the new, I forgot the name from
the Roadster.
I'm sorry.
Roadster.
Yeah, not the car they put in the space, the fake space, but the new technology to the internet from
the
Tesla.
Neuralink.
Yeah,
Neuralink.
Not Neuralink. Starlink? No,
Starlink.
Yeah, that's Starlink. Okay, I'm sorry. So Starlink technology, they're not using the regular Wi-Fi transmission. It sounds more like light. So it's like they are using some laser technology lights, if I can say. Yeah. So it's not clear what exactly they are using, and you can trace. You can trace on the halogen globe, the satellites moving around and forming a mesh, a network of satellites connecting each other to make a foolproof covering.
For sure, they're using blue screen.
I'm sorry.
Blue screen for sure. They are using that one.
They are using kryptonite technology. I never heard about it, but it's blue, and they call it kryptonite. So yeah, it's missing just Superman, and yeah, that's it. So the only point I can see here, they're using the UFO thing. So the UFO, technology to move around and fake, satellites. That's my point right now. I don't see it because they have to put something there, and it's moving. So that's very strange. I don't know how they do it, but each time we are looking any rocket and launch, they always cut in the good moment. It's never a direct, you never have any zoom, any camera
Uncut.
move. Yeah, it's all cut. It's all always, yeah. Even you can see a rat one time. So yeah, that's yeah.
So you sound a little bit more than on the fence to me.
I'm sorry?
You sound a little bit more than undecided about flat Earth. It sounds like you know quite a lot.
Yes, I'm trying to have the most factual proof, and I'm at the battle of trying to find a way, to put something in the air and make the measurement and try to catch them, in their lie once for all. But we still, it's very difficult. We need a lot of money. We need to be together, raise money, and make a real experience. That's at the end, it's almost that. So what about you guys? What's your take on this right now?
It's not a globe.
I don't know. Globe. Maybe there's some believer here.
Well, there's definitely a lot of whistleblowers, man.
Yes,
that are slowly exposing, and Globers never really they don't want to believe in that. They don't want to believe if it's true or not, but they definitely do have some good whistleblowers that expose like satellites and a lot of stuff. People that worked in NASA, whatever that crap is called.
Yeah, there's one there, not directly working for NASA, but yeah, contractor.
Yeah, really interesting stuff.
But they fake so much. That's how we have so much difficulties to catch them on their technology. So that's why they want to push the UFO attack and on population and the virus and variant and all the the movie set is very good. In fact, we have to give them 10 on 10 on the movie set. But now that our job is to remove their pens. So, yeah, that's very sad, but that's the world. But
it's realizing that the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah. Yeah, but you remember when you discovered they fake the space, they lie on the globe. The first impression is like shit. It's incredible. They lie on that part too to make us believe that everything is a coincidence, explosion, and so nothing is important. And everything, a rock change for life. That's incredible,
weird, right?
That's incredible. Yeah, and we say, okay, if they say it, it's because must be true. True. Yeah, whatever.
Or someone must have proved it some way with some experiment. Must have, for them to say it so boldly.
Yeah. So it's incredible how they do it, how they take times. So when we say the
NASA,
devil or right.
A NASA lady, she says that we complicated rocks. Or she's an astrophysicist. What's her name?
I don't recall her.
I know what you're talking about.
Michelle Thaler. So she
Michelle
says that
Thaler. She looks like a troll doll. Go ahead.
We're complicated rocks because our ancestors were rocks. And then just with enough time, you get the human species.
Oh, God. Yeah, and everything is set like a clock, a precise clock.
Yeah.
So precise. Then there's no even a second between 5,000 years. Nothing changed. That's incredible. Wow. That's a very good explosion. I would like to recreate this exact explosion. Wow.
Recreate it? You're going to need the help from CERN.
Yeah, and who knows all the purpose of CERN too. So
it's some weird stuff, man.
For sure. They play with the time machine. They play the. That's why flat Earth is one thing, but there's when you dig for Mandela effect, and you can have to prove it yourself that even the past has changed. So it's represent in our present. Wow, it's incredible. It's incredible. So we are not just fighting for flat, but we're fighting for something they can change in the past. And so I don't know for you, what about your knowledge of Mandela
CERN is
effect?
magical. CERN is magical. They shoot lasers, play with frequencies, and then do big mob dances like flash dances. If you've ever seen the advert for them, very ritualistic dancing.
And they are building a bigger one now. So
why not?
They must have some result.
I think it's like supposedly like a dragon with its tail in its mouth or something like that. I think I read about that it represents something like that.
Anyway, if the plan is going well, the depopulation will work, so they can erase the past, and again, it will continue to lie for hundreds of years.
Yeah, it won't stop.
Never. If we don't stop them now, we never stop them.
That makes me think about this one point. That snake eating its tail is called the Aurora Boreas.
Yep, that's what I thought. It was a dragon. Is it a snake? Oh, same shit, right?
But then at the North Pole we have the Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, that's for.
So Aurora Bora and Aurora Borealis, it's effectively the same root words. And the one is a snake eating its tail, which is very satanic and occult. And the other is the Northern Lights. Why would that be considered the snake eating its tail? It's just peculiar.
And why we can't go there, or South Pole? Why? Yeah, because there's probably proof of living there. Yeah.
Forget the dragon dancing in China that happened.
The South Pole, that's where the aliens live, remember?
Oh boy.
Yeah, where the aliens and the Nazis live. They all live happily together.
Yeah, they renamed Nazi for aliens.
Underground with ancient civilizations, huge pyramids. Yeah, think about all that
that's for
nonsense that they give us.
Yeah, they've probably built a tunnel back to Germany by now.
Yeah. So I'm happy to see that you're not stuck with a model. That's great. Oh my God. But they play well. Play well because the first model, the Gleason model, they imposed, when you wake up, they just give you this model immediately to be sure that we are laughed at and ridicule. So this a very good strategy there, just that.
But how powerful was it the first time that you saw the AE projection and that the sun could circle? As much
it was great. Why not?
As much as I agree the map may not be accurate, just simply having something that I could visualize
Yeah.
as the difference to a spinning ball with a stationary sun. You could have a
It is
flat stationary Earth with a rotating sun, and that visual allowed me to go explore more. So I still think there's
Mhm.
merit to it.
Yeah, it was excellent. Like, yeah, the first reaction is okay. That makes sense. But people with more knowledge about in the real world, if I can say like this, they know that they know at least. I don't know how to say it, but
So I've never heard anything factually accurate that disproves the AE.
that
It's
disproves.
usually the AE projection.
Yeah, but
It's,
you know what
it's
I learned this
usually
year. Yeah, what I learned this year is about the magnetic field around the Earth, around whatever area we are on.
Yeah.
And what I learned is something we don't hear that much. And in the equator, there's a line, a magnetic line there, and when you are one side of the line, your device is pointing north, and if you change from the line, your device is pointing south.
Incorrect. No, that's not true.
If it's not true, and I agree with what you say, even I didn't check myself. I will pay a travel to go there. I saw maybe
It's not
hundreds
necessary.
of people, a video of regular people doing it and You think that the confirming. experiment with water? No. It's not just with water. It's with drones, with magnetic compass. There's a lot of proof. But do I have to go there to prove to myself? Maybe just for the fun. But I saw enough proof there. So when you say it's incorrect, you maybe some missing part there
So
from your part. I'm not sure about that.
I was going to explain it before
Yes.
you went on to elaborate. It's like looking at a clock. When a clock is at 6 o'clock, there's a hand that goes to the 12 and a hand that goes to the 6. So you're saying when I'm standing in the middle point, if I step onto the top hand, I'm pointing to the 12. And if I step onto the bottom hand, I'm pointing to the 6. But effectively, they're the same rod on a compass. So if something is pointing south, is also pointing north in the other way. Does that make sense?
I'm listening. I will answer after you finish. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's why.
So the needle of a compass is magnetized, and
Absolutely.
they paint the side that they want to sell it for. So if it's a northern hemisphere compass, I paint the North Pole on the compass needle, which is just a needle that points both directions. So when I'm holding my compass up and I'm finding north, I'm also seeing where's south. So if I'm standing seeing south, I'm also seeing where's north. So it's only in your brain that you decide that you only want to look at the south needle or the north needle, because the needles point both ways, always. Understand?
I'm following you 100%.
Do you see how that makes what you said not true?
Let's talk about, forget about the lines there. Just talk about the real magnet, a round magnet I have in my hand right now. There's two sides. And
No.
there's there's a, how you call it? Can I say the equator of the magnet? Let's talk about like this. Like if we're on a flat Earth with two sides. Let's talk about like this. That would be easier for my representation, because if we talk like this, it's better with image and real live video than just words.
but I will try to explain myself. If you take a regular magnet, round, there's two sides, but between the two sides, I will call it the equator. If you take any device and you go at that equator, there's a line, and that magnetic line, there's two poles there also. So if you go a little bit left, a little bit right, it's changing the direction of your magnetic field, right? That's exactly what I'm talking about, the equator on Earth. So the magnetic line on the equator, if you go there,
in theory, like on paper, what you're saying, I agree 100% on paper.
I'm not on paper right now. I have a device.
Let me explain. I let you speak. Then it's my turn to speak, and then we can make progress. So, if I take a magnet and I cut it on your equator line, do I then have one north magnet and one south magnet? Or do I have two complete magnets, each with another north and south pole?
I'm not sure I follow you on. Can you repeat it? Because I'm trying to visualize what you're saying right now.
So you have a magnet?
Yes.
And you described the equator on the magnet. So cut that equator in half.
Exactly.
Now you have two pieces. Is one only north and one only south? Or are both pieces two new magnets, each with a north and south pole?
I'm not sure about when you separate the magnet. In fact, I'm talking about only one magnet. And on that magnet, you can, if you divide in two, but you don't cut it, but if you divide in two, like you say, you have exactly the north, and after that, you have the south.
Okay, so this is why it's not making sense yet.
Okay.
After our discussion, go look up what a magnet does when you break it up into smaller pieces. It always makes a new north and south pole because it's a field alignment. It's like drawing an arrow, drawing a line vertical on your piece of paper. So draw a line that goes straight up from the 12 o'clock to the 6 o'clock and put an arrow on both ends of that same line. One arrow pointing up, one arrow pointing down. That is your north-south field.
Mm-hmm.
That's why if I cut that line in half and I break it into two new lines, those two lines will each have an up and down arrow. You now have 4 arrows. If I cut them again, you now have 8 arrows. So no matter how many times you break up a magnet, you always have a new north and south field alignment because it's that same line with an arrow pointing up and down.
Yeah, but in your description, you forgot to mention the equator. Even you cut in multiple pieces, you have always an equator, and the field is going down because the lie of the magnet is exactly that. It's not only a field that
the
comes
field
from,
is always up and down.
No, the field is not always going up to the
It's
down to the
toroidal.
south. That's a false representation of the magnetic field. That's my
Incorrect.
point.
So no, magnetic fields are toroidal. They are both inward and outward, upward and downward expression of a field.
Yeah.
That's why they call it a magnetic field. And you can have a metal that's not magnetic, and then you pass an electric current through it, and suddenly it can align itself with an existing magnetic field which runs north-south, which is a line that goes north-south. So the point that I was trying to say is if I stand and face one direction and I turn around 180 degrees and I face the opposite direction, and I'm still on the same line, north and south, is proof of nothing.
You have your take right now, and the best thing we can do is to elaborate on real image, because I see I'm not developing enough with words to put my point with you and say, can we agree with that first form I will show you, and after that, from this agreement, we can expose what for you is true or not true, and what is true for me and what not true for me. What at that moment, I'm not arguing more, because we need some real life experience right now.
Let's say about this: you are walking on the equator straight.
Yeah.
Okay. So on the left your side it's north, on the right side it's south.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Roger explained? Left, right, doesn't matter.
What I'm saying.
Now turn around.
Mm-hmm. I will give you another example. I have two compass, like you say. We magnetize the needle for north, and my second compass, I magnetize the south on the needle. I have my two compass in my hand. So I'm on the line at the equator, and I'm walking like 1 meter from the north. My compass north will point correctly. Now I'm crossing the line and I'm showing the south. My compass with the needle of south will be correct, not the north. That's my point here.
What line you will how to say?
That's a new discovery for me this year.
It's the same needle.
What
it's
line
one piece of metal. They can't point differently. They're 180 degrees from one another. They're the same needle.
Yeah, if you magnetize to point to your first compass, like in North America, where I am right now, if I take my compass, but it's pointing north. But if I'm using my same compass and I'm going in the south, it will not work correctly, because it will point in the other direction. It will put in the wrong direction. In fact, what I saw and what I understand is the weight will not be adjusted for the magnetic field for the south. So you need to use other compass, south compass. So that's my discovery this year.
Yes,
and not that
been
much
proven.
people are talking about it. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll post something now. Like, this was brought up 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay.
And what I'm showing you now is the standard format of a compass, whereby it is a single rod, which means if I'm pointing 90 degrees east, the backside of that rod will point 270 degrees west. If I point this thing 0 degrees north, the opposite will be 180 degrees south.
Mm-hmm.
There cannot be variation on the same needle. And what you're saying is that the moment I step across an imaginary line, because the equator is an imaginary line, it isn't
Magnetic
real.
line, yeah. Very important. Magnetic line, yes.
Incorrect. Arbitrarily assigned placement of a line that is equidistant from our sun's path between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer is how the equator line is envisaged as a concept, because there isn't really a line there. Is maybe man has put a line there so that we can visualize it, but it's not a real thing. Like going to the 10-degree latitude, there's not a line there saying here's 10 degrees and we know we're right.
So our argument is what I saw from the proof, the facts. There is a line. They draw a paint line to show that when you're 1 meter from that line or the other side, there's a change.
Okay, let's make this simple. Do you see the picture that I posted?
Oh, no. I'm on my phone right now. Let me see how we do it.
Is in the voice text just above the live stream that you're in.
Okay, just hold on. Yeah, I can see this. Okay, I go down. Okay, I saw a first flat Earth solar compass. That's okay. So Drace. So which one? Which one is?
Okay, so do you think that red part of that needle, so the same needle that's just painted red on one side and blue on the other side, you think that they never going to point 180 degrees from each other?
I'm not sure if I'm in the. I see voice text live stream. I'm not sure I'm the good one because what I'm seeing right now from Drace, it's a map. It's called the NOO map, the North magnetic map. It sounds like
Yes, mine was just above that.
Oh, above. So the flat Earth solar. That's
correct.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so you're flat Earth too. Okay. Just try to understand. Okay, so you show me
We're
the
all
compass.
we're all flat earthers. Some of us just laugh at the topic. Some of us pretend to be.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Can I ask only simple question? What only simple? What's funny about when he said this piece was that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. The voice was like. Can you repeat that?
I was like, he said that we are all here flat earth or something was funny about that. I want to know what. Maybe something it is or maybe I made wrong. I wrong understand that kind of smile.
So I can't respond to that because I'm not sure I catch everything.
I have another question. That means that we have that line. It's going from somewhere east of Africa and finishing west to Africa. It's there.
It's there too. Yes.
You are telling me that it's some line. Is it white, pink, blue? Which one? It's going from the east coast to the west coast of Africa, and it's how to say, it's Joe, that line. We have that line.
Yeah, I saw the line in Ecuador. You know, the country.
Are
Ecuador.
you telling me? Okay, how much is how much is long that line in Ecuador? It's going through all Ecuador, or 10 meters? Something.
It's a no. The line is thick from like 4-inch thick, and it's painted by human. Yeah, it's painted by human.
How long is that equator line in Ecuador?
What you mean? How long? It's all.
Are you speaking about line?
Yeah, but the line I saw, it's drawn the you know the.
How long is that line?
I don't know. The one I saw, many lines I saw, but depends of the area you are. You know, it's a main paint line, so
like
it's not.
10
It's
meters,
long.
20 meters, 100 meters.
There's 5 meters, 100 meters, 100 meters.
Okay, 100 meters. Okay, great. That means that we have, let's say, in all countries on equator through all Africa, we have some lines like every 100 miles we have some lines about 100 meters. Are you telling me that?
I'm not sure. I didn't saw that much in Africa. I saw some experience there, but very few compared to
only
the equator.
Sorry. That means that only in Ecuador we have that lines, and nowhere else, not in Africa, not from east, not line like, let's say, 5,000 miles line. We don't have that line.
But the line, the equator line, is supposed to be there for everyone. So I will.
Yeah, but have we that line drawn on the earth?
It's an imaginary. We're trying to say it's an imaginary line. It's not. It doesn't really exist.
Yeah, but he's saying that there is a line of 100 meters. That's all right. We have one line in Ecuador, 100 meters. Can we presume some line everywhere and say this is equator?
From the magnetic point of view, there's only one place in this planet that we can measure the.
Did you see the map?
Yes.
Dre's posted about magnetic fields, how it's moving on the Earth. That's
Is it
the
a
last
planet
one.
now? Wait a minute. Is it a planet now?
We're in the weeds already.
Plan ET. Planet. Plane ET.
Plane.
In French, plane is mean flat.
Plane.
Huh? You know that plane is flat.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
PLAIN and PLANE are also flat. Yeah, amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, we know that plane is flat.
How we know that that is equator, that line?
Mm-hmm.
How we know that?
How do we know
Yeah.
that's the equator?
Could I tie my boat to it?
Can you just point to it real quick? Point to the equator real quick.
I think maybe what John is talking about is magnetic deviations. Like that's what Drace put up. That's what I assume he's talking about. So you can just
Declination.
Declination.
Yeah, magnetic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just the grid system overlaid on top of what the compass actually does. So if your compass is reading this bearing, you now need to either add or subtract so many degrees based on so again, it's like a transform equation or making a sextant try to work on a sphere.
It's probably just
It seems-
gerrymandered like they do the time zones, so it could fit on a map that is a replica of a ball or something.
Oh,
Well,
I don't know.
it's amazing. It's amazing because we just added another question. We just added another question that Globers can't answer. Does the same compass needle point north and south simultaneously? Because it seems like a Glober cannot answer that question.
Correct. Actually, they can't answer anything because there's no such thing as direction or up or down on the globe anyway. You can't make a. Yeah, that's why we use flat maps for everything, since the dawn of time.
You know that story, the guy take the water and go from another side to another side of equator, and water is going in another direction. You know that story? That proof. And then you realize, look, the guy only pushed the water from one side, and because of that force, the water is going in one direction, not because of changing the direction of.
Yeah, I love the never-ending story, Sasha.
But-
yeah, it's awesome. I like that movie.
Yeah, because you know, if you take the water and put left, push left, the rotation will go from the left to the right. But if you go to the push water from the right, the water will go from the right to the left. Because
Yeah,
if
there's
you're
some experience like this. Yes.
but why they are doing that experience? That if you change the position of the line, that will the water will
Hey,
change.
Roger.
It's called magnetic field.
Man, did you hear me? What did I say? That's so fake that you cannot imagine. They are going with the water, with open down. They have some hole. And they have like a rectangular sink. And down is water going down. If you take the water with how to say something and put in that sink, on the left side of that, the water will go from the left side like a clockwise. If you do that opposite, if you do that with your hands, if you push the water on other side of that sink, the water will go in another direction.
I'm not sure people understand what you're saying, but I know what you're saying. There's many experience. There's many fakery probably, but it doesn't matter. What I saw, it's only I saw some drones that they cannot the compass on the drone cannot be set because they are in the middle of this thing. I saw equipment with different polarity. And I saw also what you say with the water thing. There's a nice water experience. So they just put the water, they put the paper in the middle to be sure that the water doesn't move. And they open the drain and the water start to turn left or right, depends on where you are. So I
Yeah,
saw
and John,
those experiences too.
Completely on how you
again, he didn't
this
listen.
has been tested. That you don't have anything. Sorry, this is just so absurd that I cannot listen to this anymore.
Which
Same
part?
here. Same
Which
here.
part?
Nonsense.
The part where you assume that water goes down drains based on imaginary lines, which it doesn't and has been proven not to do countless times.
There's thousands of them outside, so I'm sorry if you're just wake up on that.
Oh,
but
no. Okay, there we go.
I
There's the
learned
key word I
that
was looking
this
for.
year.
John M. How you doing, sir? Hey, how you doing? You okay?
Yeah, I'm just.
All right, John. I just have to kind of get involved here a little bit because I heard you laughing earlier, and that's okay. I'm glad we amuse you. But now, since you've said the word scientist and you've said thousands of scientists, now we have to ask you.
I never said that. Sorry, I never.
Oh,
said
you
that.
didn't? Okay. Oh, okay.
No,
Must
I
be a
never say
language barrier,
scientific.
John.
I say say science experience. That's what I say. I'm sorry.
No, there we go. Okay, hold on. Wait. Hey, excuse me, Sasha. Wait a second. So now
Okay.
scientific experiments, John, right? So can you show us one of these scientific experiments, John?
Okay. I know well John, by the way, with Nathan. So I'm a fan of them. So I know exactly where you're going. So let's
No. Excuse me. No, don't put it. Don't do that, bro. You're panicking. Do not compare me to somebody else.
That's
Do not
okay. Go
panic.
ahead.
Don't do that. Don't
Go
panic.
ahead.
Okay. I'm just asking you. You know, you're already backing into your own corner. So you've heard this diatribe given to you by other people about how science works, right? So you notice that you don't have any science, right? You don't have any experiments, right? So it's already over. You already know this, but you want to make up your own science, right? You like your own imaginative science, right?
Okay. What I say in the beginning, you listen from the beginning, right?
I listened
I'm
and I started
listening
hearing
from the
you
beginning.
laughing
John,
at people.
John,
Hold on.
It's important.
I
John,
listened to you.
I
I had
have
noticed you
something.
were.
I
This
have
is really.
something, John. John, I have something. I have
I can't
video.
answer
I have
three questions at
video.
the same
I
time.
I
Go
have
ahead,
video
Sasha.
about your water.
Sasha.
Can I post water
Yeah, but,
video?
okay, Sasha, but I'm going to be here for a few minutes. I mean, just a couple
Oh,
minutes,
sorry.
Sasha, going back.
Yeah,
He's not
go
going to
ahead.
last long. He's not going to last long, Sasha. He will be back in your hands in 5 minutes. I just want to point out that I
Yeah.
heard you laughing at people. Hold on. I heard you laughing at people, John. And the problem with this is that the joke's on you. You don't even have a claim. You don't even know where your information comes from. And you can't even tell us when we can experience the globe Earth. So the joke's on you, buddy. You're living in a cartoon.
Okay, great. Can I reply now? Because
Absolutely, Don. Go right ahead. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's okay. If I'm not the best man in the world to explain what I have in my mind. In fact, translate in English, and it's okay. Even in French, people doesn't understand the flat Earth. Anyway, my point is what I discovered this year. It's a simple magnet, and they lie on the magnetic field. So that's how I see it. When I explained the real magnet field to my friend's engineer, they discovered that, okay, it's not exactly what we're thinking it was. So at that moment, I have friends around the world, and they told me, look.
They told you about a magnetic field, John. Yeah, across the plane of existence, we experience magnetic fields, according to them.
So that person showed me in French.
Yeah.
Many experience with people. Very simple experience, not experimentation.
Right, experiences. Right. I
yes.
got you.
That's very important too.
In other words, hearsay. Not science, hearsay.
Hold on. We're going to get there.
You're right.
We're going to get there.
You're
Hold
right.
on. Just let him finish. He's going to get there.
Science.
Trust me. I'm going to sink his battleship. Continue,
Good.
John. Thank
you.
Go
ahead. So,
let me know when you're done.
What I discovered is the magnetic field around a magnet is not what they show us. And when I put my meters on it, I can see, yes, the magnetic field is not exactly is more complex than what they show us on this planet. Even the planet, when they show the magnetic field from north to south, they never go to the equator. Never. They just show the from north to south. But in reality, when I discovered the lines, the magnetic line in the equator with multiple, let's say not 1,000, just say multiples, more than 20, video factual with people around anywhere in the world. There's a lot,
right?
And they show from the experiment, there's two sides. From that line, right or left is very, very precise line. So what you're telling me right now is no, there's no line and there's no variation of the magnetic field.
I didn't say anything about that, so we're gonna.
That's great. That's great.
No, that's
okay,
the thing.
great.
Did I make a claim? Well, that's the point. Yeah, this is all possible because we're on a flat plane of existence, and we see the sun and moon circuit above us, and that's how we determine the middle point of this equatorial circle, which is always a circle. It's always a circle, and every single diagram ever existed. The equatorial line is not a line, right? You understand that? It's a circle, and it's only possible on a flat plane of existence. So yes, I understand these things. None of that's possible unless the Earth is stationary under the heavens. And that's why no globers can discuss the fact that it's flat. We have to talk about magnets and poles and sun, moon, and stars and ISS and more cartoons. I'm almost done. Bro, I try to talk really fast. I can get this out in 30 seconds. The point is, the point is, just listen to me. The point is, you don't have a claim. I have my own sources as well. So I don't want to compare my sources to yours because that's not what this is about, right? I can show you my government papers. I can show you the admission. I can show you when I worked for the government. That doesn't matter. You don't even have a claim yet. So there's nothing for me to disprove. Everybody already depends on not adjusting for curvature or spin of the earth. Everything we do is dependent on a flat earth. What these people are trying to do in here, John, the ones you're laughing at, they're trying to get you out of your cognitive dissonance because they brainwashed you with these cartoons, and they're trying to get you to look at reality and go, see, John, it's not what they tell us it is, because we can see it how it is in reality, not with charts and graphs and magnets and cartoons. We're trying to get you out of the spell, John. And I know it's funny at first, but you're not going to be laughing for long. After a couple of days of this, you're going to be understanding that you don't even have a claim, bro. So if there was something I had to disprove, John, I would, but you don't even have a claim. So there's nothing for me to disprove. Thanks.
Thank you for your opinion. Cognitive dissonance, that's the you're probably the first human being who said that to me. That's very interesting. I don't know your name. I have to check your name to be sure we talk later.
I am the XO. Yeah.
Okay, great. I respect your point. What you just say, you have different. It's very important for me because if you say what I have information, the factual information I have is not that, but it is this. Can you share with me what is this? Yeah,
absolutely.
And
yes.
I'm not laughing, by the way.
No,
it's because No, it's very important that you understand. I'm not laughing. I'm nervous, and when I'm nervous, I'm laughing.
Me too. Me too. You know what, John? I'm nervous too. You know why? This might be the last time I ever get to speak with you, John, and you will never talk to the XO again, depending on what happens in the next few hours. And that means that you might go in a different direction in your life, and I might not do a good job of trying to shake this deception out of your mind. Because
which one?
Listen, you got to listen to me. John, listen to me. Listen to me. You've been deceived. And it's okay because I was too. Millions of people are recovering from this cartoon deception. That's why they met here, John. There isn't even a challenge for these people. They don't have a lot of money. They're poor. These are flat earthers. They're hippies, whatever you want to call them. But guess what, John? That little group with no money, no financial gain from this at all is the group that's right. And the entire military industrial complex that takes $150 million a day from North American taxpayers can't even challenge these children in this room or adults that know they're lying to them about the construct of this existence. And it's that simple, John. So I only got one chance right now to show you, you don't have a claim, bro. It's something you watched on TV. I did it too. We watch TV, sometimes from American television programs that go to Europe, that go to Russia, they even make it to China. And now China's agreeing with America because there's no separate governments, John. There's only one world government. China.
We agree. We agree.
Listen, Right. That's the point. They're all teaching you the same magical space cartoon. I got bad news for you because I know you're not. I know you're kind of an atheist, and that's okay. Or maybe you're not. You tell me. Tell me right now. Are you an atheist or not, John?
From what I know now, I'm 100% creation. This is
Perfect.
a
Good.
creation.
Excellent. Excellent. So you're waking up. Good. So you've got rid of the atheism.
I'm sorry, you got wrong from the beginning. That's just great. It's
Right,
okay.
good. No, good. Excellent. That's excellent because I don't want to over predict who you are. So you're already waking up to the fact that they've lied to you. So you're without excuse. So you're going to be held to a higher standard, John, because you already know men lie. So if you believe this magical space cartoon that takes $80 million away just for NASA, and you say that it's okay to tell children in school that we live on a ball and not to trust their eyes, and it's okay because I've seen the ball on TV, bro, it's going to ruin your life. It's going literally, you could be saved and go to heaven because you believe in God, but you're going to look back and go, oh my gosh, the entire time I was on earth, I lied about God's creation. That's how bad this is, bro. It makes you literally,
I agree with you.
Listen, it forces you. Listen, I'm just going to say one thing. Exodus 24. God says you will not make any graven image of anything above the heavens and the earth beneath and the waters underneath the earth. This magical space ball religion has gotten 6 billion people to break the laws of God without even knowing it, bro. That's how serious this is.
So we
your
agree?
mind. Right.
Okay,
Right.
we
The
agree.
globe
We still
religion.
agree?
Listen, I'm almost done. Watch the globe religion, right? The globe religion destroys your mind, body, and soul because it's not about the globe. It's about outer space, John. It's about what they told you that's out there. Do you know why they told you it's outer space, John? Do you know why they told you we live in outer space? John?
They say so many lies. That's
right.
the one,
Watch,
yeah.
John. They told you it's outer space, John. Listen, they told you it's outer space so that you wouldn't believe in heaven, so that you'd think there was nothing up there instead of the heavens above. That's how they destroyed your mind. They told you it's outer space. Not even about the flat earth. Flat earth's the easy part. It's this outer space deception which will literally crush your soul, and you will regret it for the rest of your life.
We still agree with that. So I'm
you're
listening.
good to go.
No. You say
okay. So no more. So I'm going to tell you one thing, Josh. So don't laugh at these people because it will come back and haunt you if you laugh at these people. That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay.
So you didn't understand me. That's from the beginning because what you're saying.
You were nervous. You were nervous.
I all agree with you. I'll agree with you. I'm just waiting some factual thing that would be different from what I'm saying. But you say nothing, so I don't understand your point. Right now, I don't understand your point because I'm in your side.
Good.
So I don't understand.
No more. So okay. So when the laughing, right? So when you laugh, though, it's going to put that out there like there's something wrong, like there's a disconnect because you actually specifically said it was because of his flat Earth title. You were laughing. So I don't know how I'm supposed to take that. I'm not a mind reader. Do you want me to turn on the mind reading abilities?
Okay.
If you're going to laugh at flat Earth, right? It's okay. So
I will take responsibility. Yeah, I will take full responsibility of my way of talking and maybe laughing in your ear.
I've done worse, John. I've done worse, John. I've done worse. I've done way worse, right?
It's
so
okay.
I'm not trying to beat you up.
If it's only that, so we all agree. But you were talking about the magnetic field in the equator, and you have some different information. So can you share with me right now?
Okay, can I get my 30 seconds now? Only 30 seconds.
I want him to
35 seconds.
No, John. I only want to. If you can watch the Discord, I posted. I don't know. It's here. It's 4 minutes after the hour. Can you see that video?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to. It's not easier. It's easier with the computer with phones. Ugh. What I will do is let me. Few seconds. I will go to my computer. That would be easier.
Maybe it's easier that I wanted to explain to you, but maybe it's easier if you watch. Maybe you will understand when you see on your own.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a visual guy, so that's for sure.
Okay.
That will help. That will help.
Now you will see how was simple this experiment. And we don't like word experiment. We like word experiment, but if you want experiment, we need to have something behind experiment, like
There's the live stream. Okay, I'm there. Yes, great. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see this. What a fake thing. I saw it too. Yes, no problem. No problem with that.
Okay, great. But you are saying that with some paper we have some experiments proving that this is happening, but this is fake. But some water, it's going like that.
I saw a different experiment like this with more credible, I don't know, more credible thing. And I saw with, like I said, with drones,
Can you
and I
post
saw
that
with
one?
the
Can you
with
post that
compass.
one? Can you post that one with water? What is more serious?
I have to do another research. I saw it. I can confirm I saw it. Now, yes, I can find it. I don't have it in my hand right now. So
can you post it to that with drones?
Yeah, it's possible. I need to go to hold a very old live I done with some French flat Earth, but everything is there. Everything is there. So yeah, I'm not. But I saw enough to see. Okay, there's a magnetic line there. So there's thousands of people going
So
to
share it with us. Share it with us so that we can
Okay,
also
but
see
for
like you.
tonight, for like I will come back. Don't worry, I'm there for many months. Let's say 2-3 years. So it will be my pleasure. But I need to take your names because to be sure that I will share with the interest person, not arrive again.
No. I think that all of us interesting for sure. All these servers.
Yeah, but we are not there.
No. I'm sure that you can post it in live stream, voice text, and you can say it like this. I have proof for some changes in magnetic fields around the equator, and I can prove that, and that's easy. And everybody will be interested. I can assure you.
Oh, don't worry. There's a lot of fights, even regular people, with even me myself, before knowing what I know with a regular magnet. I can maybe show some. I can maybe show right now.
But I want to know one question only. What that has with anything, that magnetic field?
What? Can you repeat?
What that story about magnetic fields has with what is connected, that story?
Yeah, I will show you.
It's
an
connected
image.
that Earth is a globe, or it's connected Earth is a flat?
Oh no, it's all flat Earth. Another model. There's many models. Like I say.
No. There we go again. That's the problem, John, is that you're still brainwashed. And I knew I was going to catch you. You think models matter. Cartoon models are the problem. Anybody teaching models. No, John, listen. Anybody listen. Stop.
I'm
listen.
listening.
Anybody teaching models has a brain aneurysm or some sort of seizure issue in their mind that makes them think a cartoon is going to teach somebody reality. That's the whole point. The whole
I understand
problem
your
about
point.
this. Right. The whole problem is that these models brainwash children. They show them to them when they're 5 years old and say, little Billy and Sally and Gilgamesh, you live on a cartoon ball and you come from monkeys. That's a model, and it's caused literally the crime rate to skyrocket in the last 200 years. We have more murderers, rapists, and psychopaths than we ever have because they're taught they're monkeys on a ball, John. Do not worry about a model.
Sadly, yes. Sadly,
John,
yes.
does that magnetic field what's changing on equator proving the flat Earth or proving the globe Earth?
Oh no, it's proving the flat. It's proving the flat. But
Proving the flat
that's why I say models, because there's some people
You
that trying
shouldn't. You shouldn't. Don't say. Why would you say that? Why would anybody in their right mind care about a model? I don't get that. What are you talking about?
Because when we design a car, we like to see
listen
models.
this, John. Maybe
No,
maybe
nothing
you are
to
making
do
the.
with it. No,
I don't know.
that's
I don't have the
irrelevant.
answer.
John,
In fact,
John,
I don't have
John.
I understand your point. By the way, I understand.
Listen this, John.
Yeah.
Sorry. Listen this, John. This is very, very great. But I thought that you will say that this is proving global. But we don't need somebody else to tell us, another clay to assuming something new, without any proof, that we are doing the same thing like globers do. We don't want to assume anything.
I know.
We don't
Me
want
too.
to model.
I'm the first one. I don't. I'm not a believer. I'm a factualer. Factualer.
John,
Whatever.
John, do you believe the word? No, maybe I should something. Do you believe the word species is an actual word?
That's great.
Do
Species.
you? I'm just asking
Yeah.
that question. Yeah.
No, we are in a creation, so I just think if I'm the creator, I will just do what I
Now,
have
what
to
is
do
the
to create
word?
things.
Right. What is the English? Okay, so let me. Because what's your
Yeah.
native language? What's your native language?
French.
French. Perfect. So I'm going to give you two words. I want you to tell me what the translations are. One word is kind, like the tiger or elephant kind, and the other word is species, like the tiger or elephant species. What does that translate? What is species and kind in French? What are the differences? Species and kind.
That's a great question. You know,
Mhm.
I love it. I don't want to open Wikipedia to be sure I'm not
It's
making
okay.
any
Take your time.
mistakes.
No problem. No problem. This is a
no,
freebie. This is a
yeah,
freebie.
that's-
Go.
don't worry.
I won't hurt you on this one. Go.
Yeah, okay. So in French, when you say species, you say espèce. Okay, so it's
Excellent.
all it's almost the same. And
And
you
kind,
say
kind. I want a kind of kind of tiger, kind of elephant. Yep. How do
Yeah,
you say
that's
kind?
we in French we will say la sorte de. So it's sorte.
Okay,
La
la
sorte.
sorte. Yeah, that would be the correct term. So even in French, they incorporated a fictitious word. That
Yes.
word is not real. That species or species, or however you pronounce it, is not a real word. And that's what I try to show people. Like, look, they make up these fake words. They put them in a vernacular, and in English, it's the worst. That's where most of these perverted satanic words come from. Then they go
You're
back
right.
to France. Isn't
You're
that
right.
crazy? It went to America and it went to England and came back to France. That's how they get you. That's how they destroy the mind.
We are in the deep shit. Yes, absolutely. The words are even created to put our path in the wrong direction. That's for sure.
That's right.
100% sure.
That's right.
Yeah. And I'm not laughing. It's totally true.
Good. Just remember, a model is only going to cause confusion. If somebody asks you a stupid question, you shouldn't answer it. If somebody asks you, how does the sun work? I need a model. Tell them to get a life. Thanks.
But I understand your point. Now I understand your point. I didn't understood where you were going before.
Yeah, bro. It's real
But
simple. Yeah.
I
Truth, it's
respect
simple.
that. And you're right, because Nathan and
Amen.
John and everyone now, they are not talking anymore about model because we have no clue. And it's great. But people you're right. They try the globe part, they try to destroy us with a model. And you're right.
Yes, because
they
can't.
have one.
Right.
At least they have one.
Because no, what? No, they don't. They do not. Incorrect, John. You're going to get this lesson.
You
can't.
Yeah.
No, they do not have a model. Glatflobe, go ahead and talk. They do not have a model. Sorry. No.
Sorry, man. Exo, I love you, man. You're destroying it. No, you can't model a concept, right? So, like, someone's concept, I'm going to say, hey, I need to, real quick, man, can you sit down and tell me all about your opinion on the word freedom? Yeah, I'm going to try to make a physical model of it. Does that make sense? You can't model something that doesn't exist or doesn't even have any piece of it existing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can model the Matrix, even the movie. So
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't model something that I can't see the entirety of. Yeah.
That's why I love the Matrix thing, because it's trying to wake up people from a world that we have no.
I mean, kind of. Listen,
Yeah,
Hollywood's Hollywood, man. No, hold on. Hollywood's Hollywood, and it's all it's speculation if you want to say, oh, the Matrix is a truth drop about everything in reality. No, number one, prove that. But number two, it's Hollywood. If anything, if you want to, it'll help spark creative. Not creative. Critical thinking. It'll spark critical thinking and a healthy, I don't know, discernment of things. But again, Matrix is just a movie, buddy.
Yeah, but you understand, I'm sure, that there's 80% lies and 20% truth. So we have to find the best way.
There's a lot of truth and a lot of lies, but that's the problem, man.
Yeah,
that's the problem. If
my
one
point.
doesn't already have eyes to see and ears to hear, watching The Matrix a couple times is not going to do it. You feel me?
No, that's for sure. That will not help. But I hope we will not wake up on cables and everything. But anyway.
No, because if I do, then I'm like, oh shit, wait, I'm awake now. Oh, I can go beat the fuck out of the person who put me here. Awesome, let's go.
Yeah, that's probably when we will say, oh, so we will fight again.
They don't listen. They don't need the cables. They do not need the cables. All they have to do is put you in a spell, and you're under that matrix.
That's right.
Also, true. Because
The
even
mark
in
of
the
the
Matrix,
listen, John, the mark of the beast is coming. What they're doing right now is they're prepping for this mark to get everybody subservient, and they are going to make it so that no man can buy or sell without that literal computer system in their forehead or in their hand. That's what's coming.
Very sad, but true. Yeah.
Matrix is not good example. You can give example. In 1984, there is better example. They will steal your opinion. You will not have right to think. That's the good way. In 1984, you lose the right to think.
The mark of the beast
No,
monitors your
Matrix is
mind. It
They
monitors your
have
mind,
to,
though. It does. Yeah.
it's very simple. They have to kill people. They're too much awake. Okay, that's very the equation here.
It's a mass genocide. Yeah, it's the New Age Holocaust right now. It's starting. Yep.
Yeah, and they are not hiding themselves, so must be easier
That's
to.
right. Listen, isn't this insanity? I'm not going to, don't say these magic words. Watch, I'm not going to say the V word, but they're admitting none of these work. They're admitting you can still get sick. They're admitting you can still pass it on,
Yeah.
but you have to take a new shot every 3 months and it doesn't do anything. That's how stupid people are. They are plugged into their soul. It's a spiritual war, not a physical plug. This evil is plugged into their hearts, John. That's
Right
where it's
now,
at.
yes. Right now is the worst we never saw before. Yes.
That's right.
Sadly, again.
These are the important This is what matters, though, John, right? If I go out and start talking about magnetic fields, people are going to look like I'm an idiot. This is what matters. You see, this is what that's what I'm talking about, bro. Right? And that's how you know when you show people, again, back to these people that are right in this room, they show people that the Earth's not a ball in space. All of that other deception gets washed away. They have a 99% chance they're going to figure out most of this stuff. All I got to do is take the rug out from underneath this deception. Globe Earth gone, it's all gone. And that's how you get going in this, bro. That's the easy. And then you just go down that sled, right down the rabbit hole. Next thing you know, you're reading Revelation and you're seeing that it's happening right now.
What we can say more?
That God is good and every man's a liar.
God will be always good, and He gave us the choice, and we have the choice.
That's right. Verily, verily.
So we don't have to worry. We have to at least fight as we can. And anyway, any war was win with, very little percentage of the people. So that's the reality too. So I don't know. We are the warriors, but we don't know how to fight. That's the problem too.
Yeah, you got two options, John. You got John the Baptist or Judas the betrayer. Those are your options.
Yeah. And John went to kind of prison, torture. I don't know if everything's true anyway. But let's say that they play with the past, so they probably play with the Bible, the Quran, everything. They probably modify a lot of things. So I will not assume anything from the past as a revelation of truth. But I wish Jesus do what he's done. I hope in my heart. But if it's another manipulation of those people, I agree too. So that's why my faith is. We have a beautiful world. That's my faith.
So
the rest, I don't know.
Sasha.
Well, yeah, the creation, right? I'm going to take it that you meant we have a beautiful creation because I know we have a sick, disgusting.
That's exactly that. Yeah, the creation, the human, the whatever experience we have here, it's beautiful. So we have so many good mankind, men and women, have children, family, help each others. Yeah, that's the value. It's nothing to. But they destroy everything. They try to destroy everything, and they probably win. I don't know if they will win, but I would do all my best not to have my children injected. But there's probably you too. Your family is all injected, almost everyone. So we don't know. We just hope everything will be fine.
Well, men got us into this problem, and now millions of people are turning to men, John, that charge them for car insurance, health insurance. You got to pay $10 for an aspirin when you go to the hospital. They can't give you that. You got to pay for gasoline. You got to pay for everything. But this, John, we're going to give you this for free. We can't even tell you what's in it, John. And we're going to give it to you for free. Doesn't that sound great, John? Don't you trust me? I want you to take this. And we got 5 different options now. And in 3 months, we'll give you a new booster. And that's free as well. But you have to pay for every single thing on the plane of existence, except what they won't tell you is in that jab.
Yeah, still secrets.
Sounds like a good deal.
White paper.
Forget that. Some are even offering you money.
Yeah, they always say when it's too beautiful, it's a lie. When the offer is too beautiful, it's a lie. I don't know how you translate that in English, but in French.
But if you eat of this fruit, John, you will not die. Surely you will become as God.
And English is an offer is too good to be true.
Yeah,
If it's too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah, thank you. That one. I love it. It's true. It's free. Sorry, but you're just free. Yeah, you're now drug addicts. You know what they inject you? It's like a drug addict. So it's free. No, even a drug addict, you have to pay for its drugs. So I don't know. I don't know. It's free. So.
You know what else is the drug? The deception is the drug. People get high off of watching these rockets go to space. They get so high, they turn into crack addicts.
Yeah.
Because of this. Yeah.
Also, yeah. Sadly.
They collect Star Wars action figures and posters and movies and things like that and discuss this garbage and wear costumes and go to, furry hangouts and dress up like animals, bro. That's the world now.
It is. And when you wake up, it's harder to. But I think I think here people we're talking right now. I can sense that you wake up for a long time, like me, like from whatever time. I always saw the deception, 9/11, and before wars, and more you dig, more you see they hide everything. There's whatever. There's so many hiding things. So at the end, what we can do right now, really, as together, can we make some phone calls? I don't know. Can we ask the creator to? He is very subtle. So
who should I call? Should I call the FBI, John?
FBI. Yeah, you want to call you want to call your enemy?
Yeah, who am I gonna call? Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
Who am I gonna call? Right, that's the point, right?
So yeah, I love it because we are talking about electromagnetic, and the mind is exactly that. So we have to send this energy to love God. So he receive it. So he's trying now to fix what we ask him to fix. So probably it will work. Yeah, my faith is it will work at the end. What do you think about that one?
Well, some people are protected. There's the Bible is the word of God. It's quick and powerful. If you get right with God, he doesn't allow certain things to happen to you. If you trust God, you get special treatment, John. Do you know that? You get special treatment, even if you don't deserve it, like me, a terrible sinner, a murderer, and God literally smacked me off my high horse and brought me to truth, and I don't even deserve it. And now all I had to do was trust him, John. All I had to do.
I don't know, because there are so many ways to see it. As I'm not sure the word in English. It's in French. It's hypothèse. Hypothesis.
Oh, hypothesis.
Yes, hypothesis. Yeah. Yes, sorry. So there's another way. Maybe we are like just playing a role to just show how we can. When we come back, we can talk about it. Maybe eternity is very long, so maybe we need to relax some place like here. and have a nice experience, nice and bad experience, and come back and have fun all together, maybe. Who knows?
Well, there are people playing a role, and they are the ones that are controlled, the pawns of this game. And
Yes.
then there are the small, narrow side for the path that is narrow that get to have a relationship with God that are not pawns, that get to be children of God. That's the difference.
Yeah. I wish I have the certitude. I don't, but I respect every option and embrace. I embrace every option anyway.
Yep.
Because at the end, it's the creation, and I respect that so much in my heart. It's like so beautiful. Okay, we have to. Human can act as hassle and beautiful. So, yeah, sorry, hassle have the power right now. So, what we can do?
That word is embrace.
Embrace, yes, embrace. Thanks. Yeah, sometimes I see the word, but I can't pronounce well.
No, you're good. You're good. This is actually you're the perfect kind of person that we need. That's if you're not going to be a Glober, you're the next best thing. So, real quick, how about this, John? I'm going to give you 2 words. Okay, dragon. One word, dragon, and then the other word, dinosaur. What's the difference in French?
There's no. There's no.
Hey, there you go, right there. There it is. It's the same creature. That's amazing. Just like the Chinese know it's the same creature. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amen. Boom.
Yeah. It's the same deception. Yeah.
Well, they're real creatures. They just didn't live millions of years ago. So there's a deepness to this deception. They're just large reptiles that lived throughout the entire creation.
Yeah. Probably.
And they were with Adam and Eve. Job talks about them. We still actually there's some still talked about in Africa now where the white people haven't destroyed the whole place yet. So, these are real creatures. And the fact is most ancient cultures, obviously even the French, don't even have a separate word because they were always called dragons for 6,000 years. That's why.
Easy to manipulate people. It's always the same game. Yeah.
Genesis 1:20 would be the
fear, and you control the people. So that's sad.
Right. So it's not about money. Yeah. You already know it's not about money. Yeah.
No, money is a pure creation from them, and printing fake money is it's easy as printing words.
I guess that's exactly right. That's why God says the love of money is the root of all evil, and that's only explainable if it's a fictitious false idol.
Yeah, sadly, again.
It's a graven image. It's all graven images, man. It's all going to burn.
Yeah, I heard that for a couple of years. But at the end, we never know when it will be the end, or if we will not die in this lies around everything. So.
Yeah, bro. God's not going to use his Windex this time.
What Windex? Windex
it's going to be a blowtorch. Yep. No Windex. No flood. No windows of the heavens opening up. It's going to be cleansed by fire this time.
But you don't have to kill animals or insects or plants. You just need to reset the brain of some humans, and that would be great.
No cheat codes. No cheat codes.
You have to replace. You have to replace the spirit from certain people. Yeah, and if you kill them, it would be a very, very nice place that without money, without the fake, the fakery, whatever, the imaginary space they built for us. So yeah, that would be great. We'll be happy. We can be near of the ocean and have a life with our children. Yeah, that would be great. That would be great.
Only until that will all happen after this place is destroyed and there's a new heaven and a new earth.
I don't know. Why destroy the place? Put yourself in God.
Because it's truth. Because it's truth, and truth is beautiful. Truth is justice. That's why.
I don't know. Why you kill 8 billion people that have wrongly
He didn't.
been
They did it to
educated?
themselves. He didn't. They did it to themselves. God made no one kill themselves. They did it to themselves, just like the last time.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's all a choice right now. It's again the
Yes,
choice
sir.
to kill yourself. It's a choice.
Yeah, if I hate truth and I think it's okay to lie to kids because I like cartoon balls in space, then that's what I worship. I worship cartoon balls in space. You see, there's no such thing as a salvation issue, John. The human, the man or the woman, that's the salvation issue, always.
Yeah, but every 100 years, there's every human is replaced from this area. So, do we come back?
Well, they used to live a lot longer. They used to live 900 years and then 800.
Yeah,
then
but
500,
even 1 year or 1,000 year, you're right. But at the end, the cycle is 100 year, and
no, now it's like 50, 55 years is like the average person. You know.
yeah,
you're
right. Sadly,
of course,
yeah,
across the
there's many of my friends, older friends, are dead now. Yeah,
With all the medications, the expectancy is coming down.
Yeah, they kill themselves with
pesticides, the jabs, all these things, what they put in
chemtrail,
the food, GMOs,
yeah,
everything. Yeah, literally everything.
Everything. We are poisoned on every direction right now. So
that's right. Yep.
Sadly, again.
Living in America with her fine linen scarlet and purple.
What is scarlet? Scarlet?
That's right. In the Bible, it says fine linen, scarlet, and purple. That's a way of saying red, white, and blue.
Okay. People are wonderful, so they just as being programmed to understand, and it's that's why we call how you say in English engineering, social engineering. Yeah, so it's all a social engineering from 500 years planification. So at the end, can we say that it's because we don't want to believe in God, or we want to have the
One SQ radio check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, there we are. Okay. So we'll wait for John to come back. Welcome to the end of the world. 242 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and you are at the edge of your consciousness. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, thanks. Put 25.
I thought end of the world was 30 years ago.
Nope. End of the world is when you come to this server. Your world's done. Rest in peace. Go ahead, John. It's all you.
Yeah. I'm coming back in 5.
Yeah, hurry up before you get raptured. Yeah, it sounds like you're about to get taken or something. Yeah, be careful out there. And if you're just joining us now, that was the lovely Frenchman, John, one of the few Frenchmen that I've ever met that has an honorable heart. God bless him. That's every place, by the way.
Still wrapped up a bit in just her stories, but I think he's gotten the gist of this topic.
He has. He must be new to it just because of the terminological barriers. But of course, then there's the French, so he must just be new to the topic. And he kept saying planet, so of course I assumed that he was a globalist, but no.
By his sort of break in logic with the compass, how can a north and a south end of the same needle point differently? So he was saying, if you're in the north, then the north side of the compass points towards the north accurately. And if you step across an imaginary boundary, suddenly the south points towards the south, but the north is no longer pointing towards the north. But it's the same needle. It's just got red paint on one side of it. Like how? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, there's all kinds of ways to hide from the topic, and that's also why I was suspicious. So I don't even get why people even talk about those things because, it just baffles me because, 7 years ago, someone says the F word to me, and I'm in shock. All I care about is what Earth measures out to be or doesn't measure out to be. That's all that matters. I'm not an insane nut job, and I know that's insulting people. But if someone just goes right to, but it can't be because other stuff, then they got some work to do on their conscience. Their conscience doesn't even work. So first, I got to fix their consciousness.
Or that stuff that we need to make. If we make some workable model, maybe people will believe us.
No, I would say if you need a model to believe in, you're part of the problem. If you need a model, you are the problem. That's the problem. And I don't want you associating yourself with me. I just can't. I can't anymore. Gosh, bro, why can't people just stop needing cartoons? I've heard Christians say that. Well, where do you guys have a flat earth model? Then I'll have a debate with you. Said Kent Hovind in 2016. So Kent Hovind needs to live in a cartoon. Who cares what the Bible says? He says he believes the word of God. Who cares about reality? Kent Hovind needs a model, which he got from the atheist. So now he listens to the atheist so he can figure out how to stop flat earth. Congratulations, Kent. Model.
But they somehow squeezed that model that they got from the atheists into a greatness of the creator. Yes. And then they just feel accepted, like that is acceptable. I got sent a meme by one of my Christian friends saying, it's funny how they're implanting even this kind of information now into the Christian community. It was like a little picture showing that we know that the sun is 93 million miles away and it's so bright and glorious. Can you imagine how glorious the creator of that thing is? But they're implanting this whole, it's 93 million miles, obviously because of this whole flat earth explosion.
I'm back. Sorry, I'm back.
But yet that they're almost using that. They're almost using that as a. But he's still so great anyway because of that. So they blur that boundary.
Right, that's the sickness, flat earth solar. That's what really pisses me off is when they do that because, again, these are false idols, right, or graven images, and God says you can't make anything like that at all. And that's why I don't understand why they do that because, again, it's just wonderful. It's actually an amazing deception. You got to give it credit that you can show them what's in the book and that's when all of a sudden you can't take the Bible literal anymore. You know what I'm saying, Solar? All of a sudden now it's allegorical. And that's the most hilarious thing when you have Bible teachers teaching you this. And of course, trust me, bro, I'm going to start recording when I talk to them because they are literally the best people to talk to show how insane they get.
Yeah, with Kent Hovind, it was blatant.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I just want to thank you, everyone here, even the one who was thinking I was a globber. Ixo.
Yes, that's right. No, because you kept saying planet and these ridiculous words. I thought you were insane. Yeah, but it just turns out you don't got the words right. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're right. Plain, et. In French, anyway. Just want to say thank you to everyone. It was great. We'll come back probably in half an hour, So if you're still there, we continue. All right.
You'll be hungry for another. Yeah, you got an appetite for red pills. I see. Good.
Take care. Okay. Bye, everyone.
That's the biggest problem, Solar. That is the literal whole entire point when I go to these other people outside of the server when I do this, in person, because that's who I talk to. Atheists, I don't know why they always run away. But and that's the thing, is that you point that out, all of a sudden now these Bible teachers are going to tell you, no, that's not literal now. That's now allegorical. All that stuff. Yeah, none of that means what it says. Yeah. That, I mean, just look at the terrible examples we get that come in here, which is very rare, but that's what they have to say.
And one of my pastor friends, he said in first year theology, they actually teach you about the archaic flat earth understanding of the Bible, and then teach you why that's wrong, so that if anyone in your congregation ever raises the flat earth question with you, you can explain to them why they're just misguided. And that to me is just so, like, in theology, in the study of the Creator, they mislead the creation in first year. Like, gosh.
That's right. This has to be, I'm not going to claim it is solar, but this has to be part of the strong delusion. And it's crazy because the Creator can do what God wants to do. I'm not going to ever question God. That's actually, I cannot question God. But that's what this seems to be. This seems to be that strong delusion where you can show them that it says the opposite of what they're claiming, and they can't believe it. I don't know what's a better example than a strong delusion. That's why it says even the elect, if possible, will be deceived. We see that. That's not a mystery. We have it in the Bible, even as an example, Solar, right? As Peter being deceived, one of the top, 20 most important guys at the time, even got deceived. And again, fast forward now. Well, before I do that, Stephen even tells these guys, and God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven. So this is a 2,000-year-old, mysticism. Before I say a word I'm not supposed to, this is a 2,000-year-old pagan, mystical, magical religion that they were already using to worship the sun, moon, and stars. And they eventually turned this place into one of those things that's in the sky. So it's not like this is a surprise. That's the whole point. The Bible was talking about it 2,000 years ago. So I think this has got to be related to the strong delusion. It has to be.
Yeah. And what is the most holy day of the week? Sunday.
Right. They changed that. Right. Perverted that. Yep. Instead of the last, it's the first. Right. That's a complete reverse. You understand that? Because instead of the last day, it's the first day of the week. It's complete reverse. Yep.
Yeah. No, this delusion is strong. And John, I think, he even demonstrated it's hard to let go of the delusion. That separation.
Right, and it's good. Go ahead, yeah.
It's just that separation is very difficult to navigate. The separation of your old ideas from your new ones.
Right. The best thing about it, and this is why it's so biblical, and as a biblical teacher, the reason I love it so much is because you have to do something that's such a big deal in the Bible. You have to give up yourself and admit that you were lied to when it comes to this topic. I'm not talking about atheists. I'm talking about believers. I'm talking about people that should know. I'm talking about the ones that God tries to talk to, or the people that we look at as better than the most, right? Better than the majority. It's unbelievable. You literally have to repent to know that the globe space religion doesn't exist. It's like jumping over. It's like, there's a 6-foot gap in between these two cliffs, and you finally realize you can make it over because you trust God. That's the whole, that's kind of the whole point. Not everybody does that, but that's it.
I think these kind of things are all part of the great that's supposed to happen. Going away from Christ and the Creator. Because it's happening big time.
Yep, that's right. I mean, it's the same thing when I talk to these people again, in person, they'll flip out for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They do the exact same thing the trolls that come in here do. They'll panic and have the exact same reaction and say, well, why is this so important? Well, you just defended it for 15 minutes and had a seizure. That's how important it is to you. Why are you asking me? I don't know. It's unbelievable. It is a beautiful topic. And this goes back to the awakening. There isn't going to be a bunch of people. This isn't going to be a majority of people waking up to this. And that's why I love it. I love that this is going to stay the minority. They can't give in to this concept because everything else would fall. That's why it's not going to happen. Everything would fall.
Oh, man.
Well, it's a straight and narrow path, and you will make it.
Amen. I mean, you know what? But that's the thing, is that God gives people the chance, actually. This could be stopped, but again, it's not going to happen. Could you imagine if just everybody stopped paying, just there was no more voting, everybody just boycotted the politicians tomorrow? Could you imagine what would happen?
That's the best thing what you said. I always hoping that for that thing, so that nobody go to election. Nobody, you know.
Right, tomorrow. How about this? Nobody. That's it. Not only that, we're not watching your news anymore. It's over. We're not watching the news, and nobody goes to work anymore. Now what? It's over.
They don't need you to.
Or nobody buying that bullshit. Some products. Nobody's buying any kind of bullshit. Big companies' products.
They don't need you to vote for them. They have dead people voting.
Right, but it would be more obvious if nobody showed up and they still got 50,000 votes. So I'm just saying that people won't. The point is, people will not do it. El Boiqua. It's not going to happen.
It's in the law. I don't know how it's in USA. Can you make election if you have 10% of voters?
Oh, they'll change the rules as they go along. There's no rules to this, just like there's no rules to the globe. It's flat. That's why it's a ball. There's evolution. It stayed the same for 20 million years. That's evolution. Politics, nobody showed up. Okay, I won by a landslide. Same thing. Yeah, we're in a ritual. There are no rules. They are designed to protect themselves, keep themselves in power, make sure that they protect each other, and make sure that they oppress you. That's not going to change. In fact, it's not just the higher ups. This deception and this evil goes down to the adult protective services, government employee. The lowest level of government employee protects the government when they are caught in crime. I've seen it firsthand many times in the last 2 years. So unfortunately, it's not a conspiracy. They're all in on it because they're all possessed by the same demons. And that's not a popular claim, but that's what's going on. Sorry. Watch this. In a week, I'm going to call the FBI and record it and tell them what I've witnessed happen. And they're going to literally say something like, oh, well, we don't specialize in that kind of issue. So maybe you should get a lawyer. And I'll be talking about like people being like abused under like, government regulated nursing homes and things like that. They'll say, oh, well, that doesn't really matter. We have to deal with other crimes. Have you called these people yet? And then when you call the other people, they'll push you to somebody else. And then that department pushes you to somebody else and you go in circles and nothing is ever done. All these organizations do nothing but cover up. The ones that say, oh, report this to us, they're the ones that cover it up. So it's not just the people at the top. It's everybody that is in on this. It's literally the majority of the population. Everybody who's an employer loves their job more than truth and does not care. I mean, just look at all the people in riot suits that are in all these different countries. Where this guy, John, was from France and Russia and America. All these people are getting ready to make sure that the citizens are oppressed. And these are the frontline soldiers, the police and the military police and the military, and they're going to make sure that you obey their slave master. These are the soldiers, right? These are your sons and daughters and families, the young people, and they are going to make sure that this one world government executes their oppression onto the population. How could they do that? How could they convince millions of people to do that with weapons, oppress millions of innocent people saying, stop abusing us? So they're all guilty. That's just how it's going to be. This is a 1SQ radio check. All right, well, everybody is frozen in time, so we are going to go to a link real quick and see what this says from a patent office. Let's see what we got here. All right, patents, google.com. Looks like they started to make this patent in 2018, around September. It's finished March 26, 2020. It includes an abstract. Human body activity association with a task provided to a user may be used in a mining process of a cryptocurrency system. A server may provide a task to a device of a user which is communicatively coupled to a server. A sensor communicatively coupled to or comprised in the device of the user may sense body activity of the user. Body activity may be generated based on the sensed body activity of the user. The cryptocurrency system communicatively coupled to the device of the user may verify if the body activity data suffices one or more conditions set by the cryptocurrency system and award cryptocurrency to the user whose body activity data is verified. There are some claims to this. See, there's a lot of writing. Cryptocurrency system compromising one or more processors and memory. One or more processors. That's going to come in handy later. We'll explain that. Memory storing executable instructions that, if executed by one or more processors, configure the cryptocurrency system to communicate with a device of a user. Receive body activity data, which is generated based on body activity of the user, wherein the body activity is sensed by the sensor communicatively coupled to or comprised in the device of the user. Verify if the body activity data of the user satisfies one or more conditions set by the cryptocurrency system and award cryptocurrency to the user whose body activity data is verified. The system of the claims 1 to 3 wherein the body activity data comprises one or more vectors produced from the body activity sensed by the sensor. The system of claims 1 and 3 wherein the cryptocurrency system awards the cryptocurrency to the user generating the block awarded cryptocurrency, adding a block to the blockchain stored in the cryptocurrency system. A hash of previous block. There's 10 different examples. A computer implemented method comprising device of user should be controlled to a network, cryptocurrency system, and awarding by the cryptocurrency system, yada, yada, yada. Where's the... Okay. Background. A virtual currency, also known as digital currency, is a medium of exchange implemented through the internet, generally not tied to a specific government-backed, flat, printed currency, such as the US dollar or the euro. 42. All the way down. Let's see what it's. However, Operation 420 is optional. In certain embodiments, user device 130, without encrypting or hashing the codifying body activity, may transmit the codified body activity generated at Operation 410 to cryptocurrency system 150. Device satisfied with cushions, 150 patterns. Ambient operation, okay. There's just so many pages, and this is how they hide the real scary stuff that they don't want you to know about. They just write and write and write and say the same thing over and over again. Okay. Voxels transmitted from user 130. What is a voxel? Cryptocurrency system rehashes the data of the body activity transmitted from the user device. Or hash received user. Go to the end. Tracking, linking item related data. Artificial intelligence, multi-agent based distribution ledger system for better privacy, security, electronic healthcare records. There we go. So it is going to also monitor your thoughts. That's what I'm looking for right now. So we'll give more information on this later. This was patented March of last year, March 26, 2020. And it is the description of course, the mark of the beast. And it's already been patented. So it's not a jab, it's a BAD. It stands for body activity data.
Mic check.
Yep, roger that.
Okay, yeah, they're trying to get everybody on lockdown, ain't they?
I guess so. That, eventually, yes. I don't know all the details. I don't know when it's going to be implemented. But this is obviously what I've been talking about now for about 3 or 4 weeks, waiting for somebody to talk about it first. And still nobody has mentioned it. But there's a lot of details. There's like 55 pages of this. But one of the main keys here is that it gives you an idea of where one of them is going to be. Remember, it says one or more things in your body, and one of them will monitor your mind.
Yeah, I don't want nobody monitoring my mind. Right? That's my job. It's no one else's job to monitor my mind. So they can just keep that shit to themselves. And I'll keep my shit to myself.
Yep, and this is what I don't know. I don't know what that says about cryptocurrency, since it's 100% dependent on cryptocurrency, making this a cashless. This is a cashless new level of control. That's the whole point, and that's what cryptocurrency is. So you know, a lot of people are gonna, you know, have their hearts hurt because there's so many people involved with cryptocurrency now that don't like the government. Well, it turns out that's how the mark of the beast is going to work.
You know, it's a damn shame because people are gonna, you know, ask for it, beg for a new currency. And I think Israel was the first country to implement the cashless society, weren't they? Or they were at least pushing for it.
Well, that would make sense since Satan's, you know, most important job is to defile God's people. So that would certainly make sense if they did it first.
What's the Christian population of Israel? Isn't it like 1-3%, something like that?
Yep, pretty tiny, right? Yep.
It's quite small, so I don't know what you meant by God's people.
Well, that's the
I'm
lineage
still
of the
trying to figure that one out.
because the lineage of the Messiah is relevant to that land. That's why it's holy land. That's why obviously that land was bought by Abraham, and that is literally sacred biblical land. And that's why Satan has taken over it and perverted it, just like Satan does with everything. That's why for the last 2,000 years it's nothing new. But these mystics and fakes who use the J term, right, are might be of the lineage, but they're actual fathers of the devil. Their father isn't God, or the you know, the Savior is not of them. So that's the whole point. The great deception is to take that lineage and try to pervert it as much as possible, and that's the whole point, because that is the sacred land, and that's why Satan has to pervert that part of the world more than any place. Yeah.
Yeah, I would disagree. I don't think that they're descendants of any Judaites. I would say that the term Jewish is like ish, meaning like a Jew, but I wouldn't say that it means from the lineage of Judah. And even Christ himself said, you know, there's no Greek, there's no Jew, no Gentile, right? There's only, you know, just follower of Christ.
Right, the J doesn't.
That's
Right, the
what I
J
think.
doesn't matter. Yeah, the J doesn't matter. What matters is the land, actually, not the title of the people. Yeah, there's none of that. There's no male and female in Christ, and that's the point. Is that these people claiming they are of that are obviously of their father, the devil, just like there were Pharisees that were Satanists 2,000 years ago. So it's just the same as usual, and that's why that place has been stolen. Yeah, the term doesn't matter. They're not from the tribe of Judah anyway, and that's why God makes it very clear that doesn't matter. That's why we're grafted in. But Israel is going to be there. That's why New Jerusalem's coming down from the heavens.
Right. So, you know, if you go back like 2,000 years ago, if you could imagine telling a Pharisee, you know, there's no Jew, no Gentile, no Greek, right, no man, no woman, that would be like a really hard pill for him to swallow, because it was a very, you know, man ruling culture and
right,
very ethnocentric. Yeah, especially for the Jews.
Right, that's why Jesus says you're of your father, the devil, because those people don't believe the word of God. They worship themselves. They were trying to puff themselves up. And that's why Jesus says, aren't you gods? Don't you guys think you're gods? Mocking them. And of course, they picked up stones to kill him. So, yeah, nothing's new.
So I've been hearing about these flags that like Israel's posting up, and Israel, they highlight the USA or something like that, kind of insinuating that now at this point it's the United States of Israel. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense, because you weren't allowed to vote for a senator until 1913. So there was no electing your senator right back in the day until after the Federal Reserve thing had passed. And at that point, okay, well, now we've got so much control over the country, now we'll allow them to vote for their senators, right?
Well, Satan is very skilled at his deceptions. And I think I would agree with you so much that people need to stop using that J word, because that's not what they're called anyway. And especially if you're saying that they're not part of it, why are there's a lot of truthers that keep using that word, Hank. Really annoying. It's stupid.
Yeah, I try to correct people when they do. You know, I try to say, look, it's a political movement, right? It's kind of like blaming all of Islam for what's that? It's a political Islam. What's it called?
Sure.
You talking about Jewish people?
No. I'm talking about Islamic people for a second.
Oh,
So there's like this.
Said the J word, so I was just trying to clarify here.
Yeah, because could you point out a Jewish could you point out one certified ditch digger? Just point out one for me.
Oh man, my name is Brad. I just changed my name a lot, bro. No, I was literally just no. I was literally just clarifying what you were saying. I wasn't trying to. I was more so interrupting. My fault.
No.
I wasn't,
we were both agreeing. Yeah, no. Hank and I are just both saying that people use that term. They don't even know who they're talking about. That's all. Go ahead.
I think that's for a reason. I think that's for a reason, though.
Let me finish real fast.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's like blaming all of Islam for the Muslim Brotherhood. The Muslim Brotherhood is like a political thing, and it's like blaming Christianity for what Bush did in 2001. Yeah. So I would say that, you know, we shouldn't be so quick to judge people. The problem is political Zionism, right? And most of those people are Christians. And
also
you know, Christianity, it's not a race.
So they
go
say.
ahead.
And also to piggyback off of what you just said, Hank, it's also like blaming. It's also like baby truthers blaming Masons for everything.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I wouldn't say that all Masons do stuff. However, there are a lot of Masons that do. So that's going to be something that some of those people have to take with them, and they're going to get a backlash for it. And if they don't figure out, you know, if they can't publicly denounce those actions, then they actually are guilty of them.
All right, let me put it to you like this. Okay, if there's any group large enough, right? Let's say Catholics. Okay, so if I were to say some Catholics are tax evasion, right? They break the law. They don't want to. They're tax protesters. Well, in a group that large, the statement's going to be true, but that doesn't mean that they all are, right? So if I were to say, well, Muslims, you know, they're monotheists, right? That's such a large group that it's going to be true. And if I were to say that Jews are monotheists, and Christians are monotheists, all these statements are going to be true with some of them, but not all. So a part is not the whole, right? So we have to be careful when we talk about this sort of thing, because a lot of stereotypes get thrown around, and it's not fair to a lot of people. So I would say that the problem isn't with a particular group of people, right? It's an amalgamation of a bunch of different secret societies, like the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Jesuits, you know, the Zionists, and the list goes on, but I can't remember them all. So it's an octopus. So the problem is with the octopus. Or to sum it up a different way, it's the Federal Reserve System, right? The world banking system. That's what causes like all these wars, because you couldn't have wars without bankers, because wars are very expensive. I don't know if anybody's trying to buy bullets lately, but they ain't going for cheap, right? So who pays for all these bombs and bullets? We know bombs are even more expensive. So who pays for all this stuff, right? It's the bankers who finance it. But in the end, you're the one paying for it with your most precious, prized, you know, best and bravest genetics that we send off to go fight and die in the sand for what? For the Federal Reserve note? Like the thing that's, you know, circling the toilet right now? And the thing that they said, you know, the reason we're doing the Federal Reserve is so that we can control the printing so that it doesn't get printed into oblivion like it is right now. And then World War I was so that it could end all wars, even though we had a Second World War, and right now we're in the middle of a Third World War, but nobody wants to admit it. Am I still on?
I was listening.
Okay. Guess I killed the conversation with
Yep, we heard it all.
too much political stuff.
Yeah, I just wrote. It's like when people say it's all the Freemasons that are the problem. It's all the Jesuits. It's kind of like saying it's all white people or it's all black people. It's generalization which doesn't really apply because there's always a select group of people working within all groups. So generalizations just doesn't help anyone.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying organisms need water, right? It's like a truthism, but it's like this doesn't really help anything. Okay, so you probably heard the term that black people like watermelon, right? Well, what was going on is they were working these servants in the heat of the day without giving them any water, and during lunch they gave them watermelon, and of course they like scarfed down the watermelon, not in a very fancy nature with multiple forks and multiple knives, right? So when they scarfed down these watermelons because of their thirst, they were like, "Oh man, black people sure do like watermelons," right? And then that stereotype sticks around for like 100, 200 years, right? Because of slavery and servitude and that sort of thing. And it's like, well, these stereotypes, they don't really help us out, right? So what we got to do is we got to start blaming individuals for their individual crimes. I know that's a crazy, radical idea these days, but what if we held individuals responsible for their individual actions rather than committing the war crime of punishing the whole for the sins of the single person?
Exactly.
So to illustrate it for the people who've got a couple brain cells to rub together, like if Timmy doesn't tie his shoes, should we trip the whole class? No, Timmy should be the one to fall because he didn't tie his shoes, not the whole class.
Well, we're back to the main topic. Yeah, you go ahead first. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it would be so much. It's so much easier for them to pull the wool over our eyes when we're looking at groups and saying our group is good, but your group is bad. So I wholeheartedly agree that trying to find the specificity of the guilty party instead of judging the group that just makes no sense to me.
Yeah, no such thing unless there's a group literally marching together, right, down the street saying something. You can't box anybody up.
Yeah.
But
basically, as long as everybody always looks at each other as us and them, identifying as a white guy or a black guy or a straight guy or a gay guy or a Democrat or a Republican or any of these, like as long as it's us and them, we lose. The more times they can divide us and subdivide us, and the more of those groups, the less power we have. Is once we realize that it's just us and them, down two groups, we got the controllers and the oppressed. Okay, like that's how we take it back. That's the only way it's going to get done.
Yeah, but if somebody can call you and get you fired, right, for something that you said or something you did, then you're the oppressed, right? Like all out physics guy, right? They contacted his job, and at any moment, once you get a degree, they can take your degree away. They can just like kick you out like a mason. They can blackball your ass. You'll never be, an engineer ever again. So the experts are scared to talk out, and yet there are still doctors that are putting their life on the line to speak the truth under heavy censorship. And I heard today that Vladimir Putin, the evil Russian, right, the KGB or whatever slanderization people want to say about him, don't know if it's true. He said that if YouTube don't quit censoring doctors, then they're just going to pull out. Like the whole of Russia is just going to remove YouTube.
You guys like Microsoft? Who's a Microsoft fan?
Not me.
I don't,
I'm
I don't
giving them
think
my
there's
money in
anybody.
Windows 7.
Has there ever been Microsoft fanboys? Like, really? Other than, like, okay, maybe back when it first came out, but otherwise, I don't think I know of any.
It's kind of like
Yeah.
saying who's a fan of the dollar. Like it's our only fucking choice, bro.
Satanic right. By tracking brainwaves when someone watches an advert, Microsoft hopes to use the data generated as proof of work. This is a validation of a transaction or the completion of a task in a blockchain system, and the way in which creation of currency is validated in a cryptocurrency model. Instead of massive computer work required by some conventional cryptocurrency systems, data generated based on the body activity of the user can be proof of work, and therefore a user can solve the computationality difficult problem unconsciously. We'll monitor your mind activity and your organ temperatures and blood flow so that you don't have to do anything except give into that little system. It says right here, you'll have to have it implanted in your body.
Basically, they want to turn everybody into a computer, and they give you a task, and you think about it. They can monitor your thoughts with every time you solve a problem, you get rewarded. That's basically what's going on.
Yeah, my wife, although she couldn't foresee the wirelessness of this, she said that, in the future people will just be plugging right into the internet. Just like she described it like the Matrix, right? But I guess she couldn't foresee the Bluetooth aspect of it. But yeah, she predicted this.
All
We'll be
right.
sure to put all of us like right. Our task will be brainstorming new and more oppressive ways to control the people and those don't who don't like authority. That'll be our job is to solve that problem for them.
Yeah, to rat out the people hiding. Well, are we ready for the patent number of this device proposed March 26, 2020?
Oh, you're talking? Yeah, it's 6,666 or something. Stupid.
Nope. New patent number. Close, but no, it's worse than that. All right, so I'll announce it here because a lot of people aren't talking about it. Not a big deal. Not a big deal.
This is exactly new news. The patent you've been talking about.
Nobody knows about the patent number, and that's the thing is that very little people are putting these two together.
I remember. I mean, I remember it being something that that's why I said 6666. It's something like that, but forget exactly what it is. Go ahead.
Well, the first time I saw it, I instantaneously memorized it, and I was like, "Why can I forget this?" So it's W02020060606. The reason why 060606 is worse is because that's actually how it originally looks in the Greek. So they literally put it in there as it is written in the Bible. And the W0 is probably World Order 2020 060606. The point is they're admitting to it now. It's fully admitted. This is exactly what it's going to be eventually. They just haven't told anybody when they're going to start doing it.
Oh, dude, I guess the admitted thing. I mean, how many times did we have to have presidents and stuff tell us about a new world order, like that, controlling things and whatever else in the background, or how we're trying to achieve a new world order. Now, like if you've been following the Australia news, like their politicians and their reporters are just straight up using like in this new world order, like it doesn't faze anybody. Like they're just straight up saying it.
Right. And they said it and not my point. Look, you got to realize I'm going after biblical people, right? They should be talking about it. They got millions of viewers. They got channels. They got the time, energy, right? That I don't have. And not a single one of them. My point is I'm disappointed in, people that I expect that I hold to a higher standard that should be knowledgeable and see this. They spend their time on the internet making videos and talking about this stuff and they have no idea. And I just find that weird. But there's many things you can learn from this. The first issue is that it's all based on cryptocurrency and that's already a cashless thing. And then the fact that the fact that it's literally the mark of the beast now. I mean, again, people are going to say, "Oh, well, they just did that to mock you people because it was already in the Bible." That's going to be the claim.
I've been saying that for a long time too. I mean, whether it's the mark of the beast or not, I haven't been saying that, but it sure fits. The thing is like either way, blockchain. When you invest in crypto, you're investing in the blockchain technology. They want to put absolutely everything on the blockchain. Like, and when I say everything, I mean everything. Like, they're gonna give your each pair of your underwear and every one of your socks a fucking MAC address, and it's all gonna be traced with 5G and monitored, like where it is in real time. Like they want to do every blade of grass if they can. Okay, for full monitor to fully surveil absolutely everything that happens on Earth. So when you invest in crypto, you are truly investing in your enslavement, in your own surveillance and your own enslavement. Like that's just all there is to it. They might be able to make a good buck, on the way out, but what's it really worth?
Lou, man, I need you to expound on that, please. Keep going with the crypto. That's new to me, and I want to hear more.
I mean, funny thing is that's about all I got. I'm not a crypto guy. I've never invested in it. I've thought about it since like 2008. I thought about getting into Bitcoin, and if I would have then, I'd be rich right now. But I never did. And the whole time, like, I mean, especially more recently, as it's become more popular, I put a little more thought into it, and yeah, it's just.
Hey, can you send that to me, Pillbox?
It's not natural. Like what the guy, what's
Consider
the
it on the
fake
way.
Japanese guy, Satoshi Nakamoto or something like that, or the guy who's the it's not even a real name for a real person who supposedly invented Bitcoin, the first cryptocurrency. Like it's artificially put here by our controllers once again, just like all those. I don't know, just like even a lot of the conspiracy.
It's a system of control. Listen, once they kill cash and once they get this whole economic system that we have right now cleared out of the way, all your values are going to be part of a social credit system. Everything that's valuable about you, your money, your lack of money, shit. If it's on a computer, though, it can be hacked, and that's the big naivety that I see people delving into. Oh, it's not centralized. Yeah, it's on a computer. Well, it's not centralized. Yeah, but it's on a fucking computer. So it can be hacked. And once everybody has their, value on a system that is popular and has to do with money, which makes it fishy already, they'll be able to pull the plug anytime they want. Thanks.
Man, this makes sense because this NFT shit is becoming a big thing where kids are just spending like $80 to like $100 on these pictures, on just these little. They're not even pictures. They're just images, computer-generated images of like fucking monkeys or a cat. They're paying like $80 to $100, and then people are buying these pictures for thousands of dollars. I've seen TikToks where these kids are like, they can't be more than 15, 16 years old, and they're being paid like $10,000 to $15,000 for just an image, just like an image that one of you guys would have as your profile picture. Just imagine somebody paying Hank $10,000 for that nice Hank Hill fucking profile picture. Like, that shit is retarded. Where's all this money coming from that all of a sudden people have that can just be spent on pictures, on just little computer generated images? I don't get it. End rant. I'm sorry. If you guys don't know anything about NFTs, you should definitely do some research about it to get some context.
No, I don't, but I mean, I kind of get the idea. It's just what I've called e-junk, basically, like shit that costs nothing to produce, that has no value whatsoever, that people are willing to pay real money for. Like, started with these tiny little microtransactions for skins on your guns and shit in video games, and
That's
now
basically
it's,
what this is.
you know,
Yes,
like,
but it's part of the crypto thing. It's part of that little world. But yes, it's exactly like paying money for like gun skins on CS:GO or something like that.
Well, this is the full body monitoring system. Obviously, there's going to be things involved with it that they don't tell us about. In the literature, which I think Hank is reading right now, they admit that there will be many updates to this, just because there are limitations of this initial patent. They don't assume that the limitations will continue. Those types of statements, because they're going to have, apps and upgrades for your Mark of the Beast, kids. Thanks.
it's transhumanism. I mean,
Correct.
it's not going to be
right.
it's not going to be the end of everything that happens for quite some time, in my opinion. Like, and where a lot of people talk about infertility or just instant death and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, there's some of that going on, but that's not going to be like, that's not the only thing that's going on. The people who survive it are going to be mutated into this half human, half machine. It sounds so just like a sci-fi movie. It's retarded, but that's literally what they're doing. And their idea for the future, for just 10 years, less than 10 years from now, is having basically, you don't carry a phone anymore. You are the phone, and everything is just kind of in your head. You are connected to the 6G come 2030.
Hey guys, it is Join. What's this about transhumanism that I'm hearing about?
Oh, there's a new patent number, California Nightmare, that was issued in March 2020. And it involves an implant that will monitor not only your entire body system, but your psyche and your mind, the energy, to see if you're telling the truth, to make sure that it can know if you're being legitimate. It even admits, it even says in this explanation that it will be able to tell if the user is telling the truth or not. And the patent number is W02020060606. Thanks.
Yeah, I didn't know about the patent. This is surprising, man. Like, what wasn't the CIA experimenting with cybernetics during like the 1950s when the whole MK Ultra thing was going on?
I don't know. Not that far back. I'm not sure. That wasn't my, not that simple.
Okay, because I watched a few videos and I read a couple of documents about like the CIA conducting like cybernetic experiments by implanting monkeys with brain chips and being able to control the monkeys' functions, bodily functions with the brain chips.
Right. Yeah, the main reason I'm doing this, and I'm trying just to be soft about it, is because there are a lot of people worried that of course the thing that they put in their arm is the mark of the beast. It is not. So my main point is just to tell people, listen, you got a freebie this time. That's not the mark, but you better wake up because it's coming. That's all I'm trying to tell right now. I don't know when they're going to implement this. Obviously, I have no idea. But what I'm saying is that they're admitting to every part of the cashless society, and they've even issued it the number, and it's the number as it's written in Greek. So it's
whether it is or not, I still don't even know. Like, if there is such a thing, I still think this could be. But like that, it's gene therapy is just like CRISPR. If you've ever done any looking into CRISPR, gene editing, it's you can't just give 1 or 2 shots and have the job be done. It takes a schedule, like a routine of getting these shots, which is why they introduced the booster and why they keep talking about a schedule of like every 3 to 5 months. trust me, it's going to be more like the 2 to 3 months when this is all said and done. And they're going to try to get everybody to come in on a 2-month cycle and take their next shot for their gene therapy, which is slowly changing like how their body behaves and reacts, creating proteins and so on, and so forth. They can keep slowly introducing other ingredients and other things. Who knows how it all works? But and then honestly, if it came down to it, I even thought that these people may be being immunized for something that they are yet to release in the future. Like they might have another one that is more like what you're talking about, the true mark, that they're going to need all these other ones ahead of time in order for their body to be able to handle that one, something like that. And then any of us who would somehow be exposed to it probably wouldn't make it at all because we didn't, follow along with all the preparation ahead of time. Something like that could happen too.
Right. I think we were probably a few years away from being rounded up and beheaded. But once that starts and your old buddy XO has lost his head, I wonder how many people are still going to say, well, they just did that because the Bible said they would.
Well, there's a lot of pre-trib Christians that are going to be like, oh man, I was expecting him to come. And I'm going to be like, didn't he tell you that he was coming when you weren't expecting?
Yeah. Just when you come to behead us, make sure you bring a little bit more protection than you anticipate needing. Okay.
Yeah, this is the speculation, the speculation. I can't say this is true, but if I had to guess,
Just bring a couple of blunts and we'll hang out.
This is the beginning. This is the beginning of the tribulation. Not that I'm saying you have to know that, right? I'm just saying this is what I believe right now. This seems to be the beginning. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. Me too. I'm with
Well,
that.
I mean, with the tribulation, it's described as like the Great Deception, and I would have almost argued that at least through our entire lifetimes, probably a generation or two before us, like they've already been within the Great Deception. Like
I would almost say this entire round of humans
like
is a great deception.
true tribulation, like with the true meaning of that word,
struggle.
like that would be that would feel like more like now.
Right, exactly, because everybody's right now struggling, and there's it's just a fiasco.
Don't underestimate your opponent there, ruling elite. We've got your number.
So some dickhead tried to scam my grandpa yesterday. I was at work and he got a call saying that pretending to be me, and he sounded funny. So he said he had a broken nose. He was in a car accident in Iowa, had a DUI, and in the other car was a pregnant woman that killed her or the baby or something. And he's in trouble and he needed money. And he was in jail and not to call anybody. Luckily, he called my mom, who called me, who I then in turn called him. And I was like, no, everything's fine. Do not give them any money. Don't. But every day it's something else. This has been a fucked up week, honestly. I've been pissed off.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like you at all, Lou. The whole send me money because I fucked up. I don't know you that well, but I kind of feel like
even if that happened, I don't think I'd be going to my elderly grandparents to figure it out for me.
Yeah, I think you would kind of sit in the jail for a little while and think about, damn, I just killed a pregnant woman. You would more like, I don't know what to do or anything like that. You wouldn't be worried about money. You would just be like sitting there for probably a week or more, just going, what the fuck did I just do?
Well, yes. Well, I mean, even something like that. You're gonna go in front of a judge as soon as they can get you in front of a judge. If it happens on like a Friday night, you might sit till Monday, but otherwise, you're gonna see a judge pretty damn quick. And yeah, it like whatever. Like you're right though. Yeah, I would if I was to be in any kind of trouble like that, I would probably be able to handle it myself or by calling a lawyer or whatever. I wouldn't be going after my freaking 90-something-year-old grandparents saying, "Help! Don't call anybody. Don't tell anyone. Send me money." It was a pretty detailed story, and that they used my name and his phone number. It's kind of fucked up. But anyway, yeah, no, it's just another people struggling to get by, so they're trying to scam people and shit like that. And everybody's a victim of something, especially the poor old people, the elderly right now. They're all a scam to the fear that went into this thing.
Well, Kyrie Irving's back in the news. I wonder what happened.
Was he the one that said the Earth was flat, or that we didn't land on the moon? Which one was that?
I think both a couple years ago. It may have been both.
No, I think one of them. I think it was Steph Curry was the one that said we didn't land on the moon, didn't go all flat.
Right, yep.
Kyrie, I think, said flat.
Yeah, now he's talking about some people have bad reactions to the thing. Nobody likes to talk about that. What happens when one of our players gets the vaccine and can't play, or they have complications, because they are cases like that. So they're immediately attacking him, just saying, this is my private information, and what about all these issues? And they're just slandering him. So I don't know if he's legit. I don't.
He's not even allowed to point out that some people do have a bad reaction. That's not even allowed to be talked about.
How dare you?
Well, I don't know if you guys saw the picture that I posted earlier.
We're not allowed to talk about that either, though. Honestly, the YouTube just came down hard yesterday, so.
I don't know if you guys saw the picture I posted earlier, but let's see. One is science. It's time to give up on facts. The other one is questioning authority has become too much of a good thing and it's killing people. The next headline, Forbes, you must not do your own research when it comes to science.
Yeah, that's one of the big ones going around for over a week or two now is doing your own research is dangerous. Like, you're not supposed to do. Anybody who says that should throw a red flag to you. You're not supposed to trust anybody who tells you to research it for yourself.
Right, and then the last one is the New York Times, don't go down the rabbit hole. Critical thinking, as we're taught, isn't helping the fight against misinformation.
Those are actual real articles.
I don't think they know what that word against means.
No, this has been
Yeah. Google the headlines.
That's been the propaganda going around all over the place for a week or two now.
That's just sad, man. This is pathetic.
Yeah, I posted again. Feel free to Google the headlines and wake up your normie friends with those headlines, because if that doesn't wake people up, I don't know what will.
Well, you're only supposed to trust fact checker websites and government officials.
Yeah, pretty
but not the government officials that go against the media narrative. Those government officials should be ignored. In fact, what are you doing researching it? We told you what to believe. Now you're a danger to society. You're just a moron. If you research it, you're only likely to confuse yourself. And you don't want that, do you?
No, I want everything to be fed to me by the government.
Yes, that's a responsible citizen. Would you like you get an extra credit on your social credit score for that?
Thank you. So will I allowed to be back to ride the train again?
What are you planning to have for lunch tomorrow?
What did you say, Lou?
What are you planning to have for lunch tomorrow?
Salmon. Am I not allowed to eat it anymore?
Did you check with your government health official first?
No, but I was told I can't eat salmon because I have a social credit score of negative 33.
Well, people made some comments earlier. I'd like to dig them up, and they were about this idea that the Bible has truth, right, about this flat Earth, but then there's other things about talking animals, and I find that so weird because if you're willing to accept that God created the heavens and the earth, do you think making a couple animals talk is that really big of a deal?
No, but see, that's it. And I know you like to take everything literal, but again, that's one of those cases where I'd say maybe it's more allegory when animals are talking in the Bible.
That's because that's your own understanding. If you rest on your own understanding, you can't understand it. That's the point. I'm going along with the naysayer saying how stupid that is that they're talking animals.
Do me a favor.
Right?
Tell me how Noah got two of every species on the. I know you don't like that word. Two of every
No such
animal.
thing.
How did he
how
get
many
two of
are
every
there?
animal?
Oh, how many are
How
there?
did he get two of every animal on his boat?
Yeah, great question. How many are there? How many animals do I need to get on this boat?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, let's see. There's the wolf kind, elephant kind, the cat kind. I bet there were probably more than 2 cats on there. How could you prevent cats from getting on the damn thing?
Dude, even if you just did every insect kind, your boat's full.
Oh, no. That would be insane. Why would you think that the insects would have to be on the boat when they can survive on trillions of pieces of debris? They breathe through their spiracles. They don't have lungs. It doesn't say that those would be killed anyway. It says if you have the breath of life.
So we're
It's
talking.
called
We're not
words.
talking about we're not talking about the creepy crawlies. We're talking about the mammals.
We're talking about what the Bible says. So the words have meaning and they have specific instructions and details about the event.
So the only animals that shouldn't be allowed next time if this happens again are the anti-flat earthers. Thanks.
Oh boy, yeah, Shem and Ham and Japheth and his guys.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing.
And they know they're not. They know they're not worthy of the future.
Glad, watch this. That's the problem. They were all anti-globe earthers, and they still made offspring that turned back to Satan.
Oh. I mean, would you be against an idea like to make that real? Like, what if Noah just had the genetic code for every single one of them and was able to like?
No, not.
No,
of course not, because God even brought the animals to him, opened the door, he said, "Get in, Noah, let's go." So this is a very important moment. The ark is the savior at the moment, and that's of course that's an allegorical description of how God himself is going to save the world. So it's all a very big meaning behind it, but it's very literal as, yes, 2 of every kind, 7 of the clean kind. You're talking about more than enough room to have every animal, especially the fact that God wasn't going to bring them only large creatures. We have a 9-month, a 10-month storm we're going to go through this event. So we're going to bring you babies. There's a lot of things that it describes it. There's no problem. Realize this, 99.99% of life lives in water on Earth. So that means I only got to get 0.1% of Earth's creatures on the boat.
Yeah, but when you start looking around at every single mammal and every single marsupial and every single
you can't tell me you can't tell me how much room I would need. There's no claim here. I would tell the scoffer the same. There's no claim. You can't tell me how much room I need.
I'm just trying to figure out how many. I'll worry about room later. How big this boat would have to be.
Not only that, 300 and so many cubits, exactly as the description gives. It's small.
Well, the way I think about it is 98% of the species on Earth are extinct. So not everything could fit on the ark. But what we have here, obviously, is a descendant from what could fit on the ark. And that makes a whole lot more sense than everything we have here is a direct descendant of the same rock that we came from. Obviously, one makes more sense.
Right. To the atheist, their claim is that all the dogs in the world came from no dogs. Well, I like my chances with 2. Thanks. Advanced math.
I like how you put that, man. That's true. And...
Amen. 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 It's so simple. That's how crazy they destroyed our brains. Yeah.
Exactly, man. It's ridiculous that people think that a living, breathing creature can come out of nothing. That's incredible to me.
But you guys also forgot the space-saving effect of Russian nesting dolls. So, you can put a fly inside the mouth of a bigger animal, and then that animal inside the mouth of a frog, and then that frog inside the mouth.
Frog, yeah.
You can just all nest.
So, well, here's the problem, though. I just want to point this out, Solar, is that you just named a couple creatures, and none of them had to be on the ark.
Okay, so the cat eats the mouse. The dog eats the cat.
Nope. When have you seen? I mean, besides a pit bull, when do dogs eat cats? Really? Come on.
Whatever. I'm trying to figure this out, man. Just like you.
They all ate plants anyway, so that was easy.
Right.
They eat plants now. There's lions and tigers living in zoos that refuse to eat meat. Right now, they'll eat plants. So I mean, just look.
I think maybe the cat ate the dog. Maybe you took a bigger cat, smaller dog. Be like a
probably, yeah. That I can believe, yeah. What about the dragons? Hey, I'm the one who knows there was dragons on the ark because they lived on Earth after the ark, so they had to bring some big water dragons on there too, which
dragons can fly. Dragons can fly.
No. Only flying dragons fly. Most dragons do not fly. Yeah.
So you're talking you need 2 of every reptile, or just a reptile?
This is actually the biggest problem if you were to try to count the numbers, but they're small. The reptile family is the largest. Yes, you need 2 of every. Yep. So you need Gila monsters, iguanas, obviously water dragons, basilisk, Komodo dragons, Nile monitor, crocodile. Crocodile and alligator don't need those. They're in the water. So all the reptiles that live in the water don't need any of them, just the land one.
No, but even a crocodile or even an alligator is a freshwater species. He'll still die. He'll still die if he's exposed to salt for too long.
No. They had acclimation. Obviously, thousands of years ago, they were probably all fresh.
Obviously,
back then. Oh yeah, all freshwater. But besides, I can change a fish right now from saltwater to freshwater. Just a few weeks of acclimating it. Yeah. Boy, this Bible, I'll tell you, it's dangerous.
I'll tell you.
But yeah, I'm the fanatic, Lou, because I gotta, I tell them dragons are on the ark. What about
No. I'm willing to work with you to a certain extent. It's just it's kind of hard to take this story 100% literal.
Well, do you think it was a pretty cool miracle when God created the heavens and the earth? Because this was also a miracle event.
You know damn well you're talking to the wrong guy about that.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, what's more difficult, creating the heavens and the earth, or squeezing a few thousand animals on a boat?
God doing something is one thing. God instructing somebody to do it, some man to do it, that's a whole nother story.
That's a miracle. Exactly. That is a miracle that he got Noah's family, to do all that. That's exactly the point. Just like when God raised Lazarus from the dead, that was a miracle. The exceptions are called miracles. So when God wants this stuff to happen, he's going to come down and make sure it's done right. God came down and said, "Get in the boat, Noah." So God was there. I'm sure that he could make sure the boat wasn't leaking. I'm sure that's easy for God.
What did Noah do before he was a shipbuilder?
Well, he was a pretty righteous man, so it seems that he was a follower of God. So this is pre-Bible, but back then you just talked it. This was an oral tradition, so he was a follower of the Most High. But I can't tell you what he did. I don't know. He raised plants and animals, and I know he had a vineyard before and after. So can't tell you more than that.
See, I mean, that was his first boat.
That I can't tell you. I need to know, I need to do better. I wish
I'm
I
just
had
saying,
all the answers. Next question. What was his hair color? Oh, darn it.
I mean, I want to know more about this guy. He's amazing.
Probably gray after the 150 days he spent on the boat. It's probably great.
Right. He also was suffering from PTSD afterwards. So if anybody deserves a drink, it's him. After watching the entire plane of existence get wiped away, I'm pretty sure he deserved it. But he was 400 years old before he started building that boat.
Yeah, there was a lot less water covering on the Earth in those days. I think there was twice as much oxygen. So if you're wondering how he lived that long, he walked everywhere he went, ate nothing but organic food, didn't take any pharmaceuticals, and had twice the amount of oxygen.
And the sun probably healed back then, unlike it does now. Maybe that's speculation, but the whole world was different.
Hey, the sun's okay right now, man. The sun does some cool shit.
He drank nothing but spring water.
But is it even the real sun?
Yes.
I don't think it's the sun we need to worry about. I think it's the shit in the atmosphere that we put there that's altering the sun's light.
Oh, they're fogging it up. That's for sure. I just can't believe how people think these chemtrails could be normal. Yeah.
Yeah, they fogged up Texas the other day. It was the first time I've seen chemtrails in a while.
Yeah, me
maybe
too.
even
They started the
close to a
campaign up
year.
here for a little bit. Yep. I'm with you, Hank.
You're just contrail guys. Mick West debunked you.
Yeah, it's just ice.
Yeah,
Don't worry
ice
about
that spreads out over the whole sky that's put down in a tic-tac-toe pattern because that's how planes fly. They don't fly from point A to point B. They fly from point A to point C to point B to point F to point E, right? Because that's how planes fly, right?
So, do we have any Globers in here, or is it just us?
They scared.
All right, real quick, 2 minutes after the hour, right there, right in live stream voice text chat. So I videotaped this a couple months ago. That's a hot mic, California nightmare. I know everybody's lived it. That's no problem. But this one went to the border of Mexico and turned around. You can see in the video that I took it. I'm on Arizona. It literally went to the border
you know
of
why
Mexico
that's important?
and turned around. Yes.
You know why that's important that you got that?
Several reasons. Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, so number one reason, in my opinion, so if you're part of the UN, one of the laws is you can't use weather warfare on other countries. Now, if you pay attention to what you don't see there, they didn't say that you couldn't use weather warfare on your own country. So if that pilot had flown over Mexican territory, he actually would have been violating international law, right? And the fact that he turned around at the Mexican border is very telling that they know what they're doing over there.
Right. Other biggest factor here physically was that if you're creating a contrail in the air, when you're making that turn, you're slowing down, you're losing a lot of energy. The contrail consistency goes away, sometimes 100%. Your contrail ends. This disgusting pig continues to spray fully throughout the entire turn, which proves it's absolutely not a contrail. The guy slowed down to like 200 miles an hour. Give me a break.
There's still contrails, man. You just don't understand.
Yeah, what's a plane doing? He's like at 15,000 feet. He's half the height of like a commercial aircraft. Why would anybody do? Why am I'm going to go to Mexico. Turn around. What?
Because it's obviously
forgot my
calculating
passport.
But also
That's what, yeah.
note that they don't say if weather warfare exists. You know, this isn't a question. This is a fact. But yet geoengineering or weather manipulation is considered a conspiratorial idea.
Yeah, you should have seen me talking about this in like 2012, 2013. You know, all of my bosses that I worked with, you know, they were going to college and they were so highly educated. And they were like, they're not spraying chemicals. Like, it's just exhaust. I'm like, oh, really? Why do they talk about cloud seeding? Well, cloud seeding is different. Oh, it's different than this. So cloud seeding is totally separate, right? And they were like trying to say chemtrails. And at that moment, I realized that I couldn't use certain words because they're so emotionally charged, like the N word, right? I can't use that word because after I say it, they're going to stop listening. And at that moment, I realized that you had to be precise with your speech and you had to talk about cloud seeding because if you say chemtrails, well, chemtrails have been debunked, but cloud seeding is accepted.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of funny that they go through these mental gymnastics, right? They try saying that cloud seeding and chemtrails are two separate things, just like how geoengineering and chemtrails are not the same thing, right? It's all mental gymnastics. Is anybody here?
Yeah, bud.
Roger that. You have
All
to
right.
come.
All right, cool. So, I was wondering, what do you guys think about directed energy weapons? Since we're on the topic of weather warfare.
They're in airplanes. So first of all, before somebody says something stupid, they come from airplanes. I'm done.
It's
Yeah,
that
I don't know.
directed
I don't know
energy
anything.
weapons. Directed energy is a very broad spectrum of like what it could be. Like, doesn't necessarily have to come from an airplane. We don't know anything about directed energy weapons other than mentions of directed energy weapons.
Yep, that's
They
true,
don't ever
Blue.
get specific, so we don't know what the fuck they are.
Well,
Just
I mean,
don't say they're
technically,
the,
a microwave.
just don't say they're in a satellite in space shooting down at you, please. That's all. Thank
What? They're not? Oh no.
Technically, if you had a microwave array and you use it to, you know, cook and boil over the enemy's water supply, I mean, technically that would be a directed energy weapon.
Yeah, the
Hey,
military
Google-
applications. The military applications are vast and are well documented and available to the public. So they can create certain signals that makes your skin feel like it's crawling. Other signals can make you instantly feel like you're combusting internally. Other signals can make you hear thoughts in your head. And the military describes all these different, I think they call them contactless weapons.
Yeah.
If you guys want to hear,
Weapons
more,
for silent warfare.
And crowd dispersal.
Yeah, you're gonna see them Humvees with the big sonar things going on, the big sound pushers. What the fuck am I trying to say?
you guys should talk.
I can't wait. I can't wait for one or two of us in the group to not be affected by the sound thing, just right outside the blast thing, and a couple of us go up to the Humvee and just make mincemeat. You know what I mean? I can't wait.
So if you read the Mahabharata, I think is where it's at. The Mahabharata, it's a ancient Hindu book, like 5,000 years old ish, and it talks about when they waged war against the gods. The gods had weapons to where when they shot them against the humans, anywhere that the human was touching metal, it burnt them. So it caused the humans to like strip off all their armor and arms and everything that was metal. So the humans were basically naked, you know, except for, you know, whatever they were wearing, cloth, wool, cotton, or whatever.
Hank, now here's the bad part. Even people who haven't gotten the subscription, we all have heavy metals in us. Lots of it. So I guess that's all I'll say.
Yeah, you better start taking your shots of apple cider vinegar, kids.
There you go. Yeah. Charcoal.
Will that actually help apple cider vinegar with the heavy metals?
Apple cider vinegar helps your entire body do a lot of things. Yep.
Oh, okay.
It's antifungal. It's it basically what it does is it creates a more alkaline environment, and disease organisms have a hard time thriving in a more alkaline environment than a less one.
Yeah, it also does lots of other good stuff. It's bitter, and foods that are bitter are often really good for you. So think like collard greens, mustard greens. I heard someone else speaking up. Sorry about that.
That's okay, Hank. I like it when you don't robot. I like listening to you. I was also gonna chime in about the heavy metals. Detoxing is great using chlorella, cilantro, parsley, just like what you were saying, Hank. Like those leafy, dark green leafies.
So in this chlorella, it's not a seaweed, right? It's not an algae. I forget what it is.
No, it's
Is
the
it just
it's the green. It's the green from the plants.
Okay.
Photosynthesis, man.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm just saying. What's cool about algae, blue-green algae, and all that ocean stuff? What's cool about that? This is my opinion, but I think this is really happening. The healthy sunlight is getting, what do I want to say, stronger or different. Changed when it reflects through the water, bounces off the water molecules and changes it. And you know what I mean? Like that's how that stuff grows anyway underwater. The sun gets to it. So I think that the reason it's so healthy in a different way is because it gets, do I say refracted? I don't know what word I'm looking for. Through the water. Magnified. There you go. Yeah. That's what I think.
You mentioned distilled water versus purified or filtered.
Yep.
Yeah, and the
Distilled's
iodine
good.
from the seaweed, that's great stuff too. That's why the Asians, when they have the sushi, they have the raw fish with the seaweed.
I love seaweed too, man. I will eat that all day.
Yeah, man.
It does not smell good, but I will eat it. It smells like feet and armpits, but I do love it.
Well, if you cleanse well enough, your feet and your armpits should smell good. I met some people that smelled pretty good actually, without
Yeah, my
deodorant.
pH is okay. Yeah, as long as I keep my diet, good, and ingesting apple cider vinegar helps. It's tricky though with like garlic. If you eat enough garlic, you're going to be really healthy, but you're going to smell like garlic.
Yeah. And it has to be raw garlic too.
Right. You can get benefits from cooked or even processed garlic, but I mean, the difference is night and day.
Agreed.
Let thy food be thy religion. I mean, medicine.
You know what too though? Food does help heal our bodies, but really it's our bodies that heal itself. I mean, that's like the wonder of the creation of our bodies, right?
Yeah, like
all
when
it
you
needs. Yeah, all it needs is the nutrients, the minerals, vitamins, whatever, just to make your body work correctly, and it'll heal itself. Go ahead.
It will, yeah. You actually don't need a lot of food and nutrition to pile on top of what your body can already do. In my opinion, I think that these, that the true nutrients and minerals that we need are more like signals for the body, signalers. Like, oh, hey, turn on this valve and fix this thing here in a little bit, and I'll provide a little bit of magnesium to help be a cellular driver, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, I like the way you said that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think people realize like how many processes come from vitamin D alone. Like 300 processes that take place in your body, right, need vitamin D in order to make that process happen. And it's like, if you don't realize like how important the sunlight is to you, right, and to our food and to our ecosystem, and then the fact that there's somebody up there like flying around like spraying to block out the sunlight, it's kind of like, whoa, like there's not a whole lot of stuff that you should take personal. That's one of them.
And the cholesterol too, Hank, because the cholesterol is what gets trapped in layers of sunlight to react with, create the vitamin. So they tell everybody to have a low cholesterol diet.
Yeah, low fat, right? And anytime you see low fat, they put a lot of sugar in there to make it taste good, right? Or it's not going to taste good. So welcome back, Truth. Hope you enjoyed your vacation.
I wish that's what it was. No, but seriously, I mean, you don't get there's a reaction with the cholesterol between the layers of your skins. When your doctor tells you, go to the doctor. Like when they tell you to reduce cholesterol, that's only what's making you vitamin D, amongst other things like what.
You're cutting out.
Is it me or is she cut out every other word?
Yeah, you might want to reconnect, Truth.
Or maybe her noise suppression is screwing up her.
Could be. It sounds almost like a gate issue. Like it's only turning on half and half.
What you doing, buddy?
Am I better now?
We'll see.
So far, so good. Why don't you say something?
Something.
Tell us about your favorite moment you had.
Wait. Are you saying cholesterol is good or bad?
Cholesterol's good. Your body needs cholesterol. Your brain's half fat and half cholesterol. So when they tell you to reduce your fat and your cholesterol, they're ultimately telling you to shrink your brain. And cholesterol is what your body needs because you don't get vitamin D from the sun. The sun reacts with the cholesterol trapped between the layers of your skin, which causes a chemical reaction, which creates the vitamin D. So you need the cholesterol.
Okay,
So
that's all very clear. You're very clear now.
Laugh at your doctor when he tells you to lower your cholesterol if you go to the doctor, that is.
So they're trying to treat their brain so they can sell you $1 billion.
He's just trying to sell you the pills. Yeah, for sure. Drug dealer.
And Alzheimer's pills for the rest of your life?
Alzheimer's pills?
So you should have avocados and egg yolks?
Yeah.
Yeah, think about it. Everything
whole egg.
they need to make a chicken is inside that egg, right? So wouldn't it make sense that you could build your body with the same materials?
Makes sense to me. And as your, this is what I've heard, as your arteries start to clog, to your heart, it's really not, it's really not, it's that plaque stuff, but it's your body trying to protect your heart, That's how it was explained to me, instead of what other reason they give you or whatever. Or is that the reason they explain why you have the plaque? Dude, I don't know.
So what I've been told is that the regular salt has like sand and glass in it. And when you eat it, like it cuts up your arteries, right? Because the sand and glass doesn't dissolve. So when it goes into your bloodstream, the cholesterol is trying to heal the scratches. But you know how they tell you they'll tell you don't eat too much salt, right? And salt makes you retain water. They don't ever tell you not to eat too much sugar, even though it makes you retain more water than salt. So for every little bit of sugar that you have, you need more and more water. That's why people often get really thirsty, right? And they get caught in this positive feedback loop because the more sugar water they drink, the more sugar water they need, right? And it's an ongoing process. So you're supposed to have salt. You're not supposed to have more than 7 grams of sugar a day. And I think one can of Dr. Pepper has 35 grams of sugar. So your body can process 7
grams of sugar. 7,
yeah, your body.
Hank?
Yeah, your body can process 7 grams of sugar a day.
Listen,
now,
bro, I'm an American. That's not going to work.
Yeah, tell everybody's liver about it. So what we noticed, the pyramid, right, the way that it's set up, It's like people are like, saying, "Hey, man, there's this problem. Like, we got a problem with heart health and all this stuff." And it's like, well, it's not fat diabetes, is it? No, it's sugar diabetes. That's like the problem in America.
Oh, it was the worst, dude. My family had something to do with Snackwells, the snack company being brought online. You remember Snackwells, anybody? It was like zero fat snacks. And this was before anybody really knew, at least in the public, nobody was talking about, like everything was cholesterol and this and that and heart disease because of fat, too many fats. You've got what we call fat on your belly. It's because you're eating too much fat, right? It makes sense. Earth's a sphere because the moon's a sphere, right? So anyway, so when they were coming online, my mom's a food and drug contract lawyer, and she was looking at the box and she was like, "Well, yeah, there's no fat, but it's pure sugar." And so, like these Snackwells and these companies doing the quote unquote healthy snacks, what they were saying, proposing that they were doing was trying to help people's health, especially cardiovascular health. And what they ended up doing was helping diabetes and sugar, the body's inability to process sugars, like pancreatic cancer increased in people and all kinds of things. By the way, the pancreas regulates the insulin system in the body, for those who didn't know. Anyway, so yeah, it's not like you can go to the supermarket and stay healthy. You have to pay really close attention to how your body responds to certain nutrition choices, and go with that.
How many
Also want
grams
to point
of
out
sugar?
that
Sorry, how many
7.
grams of sugar is in a big gulp? And
Oh,
then
I don't know,
double
bro.
that.
64 or 128 grams. I don't know.
Yeah, way too much. But I was trying to say that it's not necessarily the sugar and fiber. Like you can eat apples, right? Because the
All day,
fiber is going
yeah.
to fill you up. Yeah. So just like the celery or whatever, it's the drinking the sugar that is the problem. So you can
It's
eat
overloading
carbs.
the system. Body doesn't know what the fuck to do.
You can eat carbs, right? Because the time it takes your body to break down all that fiber, and it's going to process those carbs accordingly, obviously, right? But what you don't want to do is you don't want to drink your carbs.
Exactly right. Yep. That's why people juicing their fruits, they're actually taking a lot of the natural benefits of a whole fruit. You got to eat whole food. That's your body's programmed to eat the whole food. You can be lazy, right? You can't be lazy and do the juicings and the protein shakes and all this stuff. You're cheating, man. You got to eat whole food.
If you guys look up, are eggs healthy from news stations? There's like 5 minutes or more of different news stations over the years, and we're like, oh, don't eat eggs now. They're unhealthy and they're the bad
They're
cholesterol.
like the perfect food.
And then like the next one is like, okay, eggs are good again.
Right.
I mean, if people watch the news, which a lot of people do, I wonder they're so confused. Yeah, I said later, guys. All right.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny though if you look it up.
But the most important thing about the news is when they tell us that NASA found another row of Goldilocks planets that we're going to go to in the future.
Ugh,
No shit.
I'm so
How
relieved.
are they going to fake that one? Right? Like, are they going to take us to you know what they'll do is they'll just do some MK Ultra astral projection bullshit and put us in a different part of this dimension or these dimensions. You know what I mean? They'll be, he's stuck in the 5th dimension for a couple lifetimes. Don't even worry about it. It's weird. Weirdos. Hey, just because you fuckers have the cheat codes doesn't mean you get to use them on me. Okay?
Yeah, I'll cheat your cheat codes.
There you go.
Yeah, that's why they can't even fake another moon landing, because it would all be obvious. They can't pretend to have 1910 cameras anymore. It's over.
Nope.
Can't even bring an iPhone with them to just have it on throughout the entire SpaceX launch. You can't afford a camera on that either.
And why should they? You know
Get a GoFundMe.
what I mean?
Get a GoFundMe for the Lat Probe. They can't afford cameras, please.
That's so funny. If I had any internet clout, I'd like advertise that I'm doing a GoFundMe so that NASA can have so that NASA can have, or any space agency can have, one continuous full video, because that's possible, by the way. It's been for a long time.
Yes.
One continuous full shot from the ground to space and back, right? We don't ever get to see that. And I guess my question to finish off is, why the fuck haven't we seen that yet?
Oh, another question Globers can't answer. Ding, ding, ding.
Right, yeah, like, come on. And why do you have to use Photoshop on any images at all, ever? If you can go to space, wouldn't you want to be honest about it? I'm not going to try to touch up reality. Let's see it as is, right? Doesn't that make sense? That's what I'd do.
Give me that raw and unfiltered honey.
That's what I'm saying.
Why does NASA have to hire artists?
Yeah, like, what? Artists? It's over
would-
there. Just
you
go get a picture
would
of it. You don't have to
definitely-
draw
you-
anything.
You would definitely do both. Like you would have lots of cameras showing every angle, and you would have them all recording all the time. And you might cut it and clip it and switch cameras and shit like that, and make it look fantastic and beautiful to show most people. But for those who want to dig, you'd be like, check out the raw, uncut footage. Here it is. Like, look at how amazing this is. All the cameras we have, and
Totally. I'd want to see their faces, like the reaction of these people up in space and going through this experience. Like, did you just shit your pants? Because you almost died.
that's good.
They wear diapers. That's right.
Awesome.
Give them a big high five. They're like, fuck yeah, I'm seeing them shit right now.
Oh, that's good stuff. Good material. Endless fun.
Why don't they just send up a group of these dumbass influencers? We'll have like 10,000 pictures before they even get to the launch pad,
Right,
Yeah,
right.
million
Any influencer. Send Kardashian up there now. Is it safe enough to send that big bootied ass up there? Come on, let's see it.
Please, let's just do that anyway.
Just do it anyway. Yeah, leave her up there. Fuck.
Can we do that? Can we get a very large aircraft to take all the politicians up there at one time, please?
Well, I'll tell you, we wouldn't need too many crafts, right? Because it's only really a couple hundred, maybe
Yeah,
a few thousand
I want to make sure it's on a SpaceX one because they seem to blow up rockets on the launch pad all the time.
Yeah. Right? And then there's no liability, right? You sign a waiver. That's it.
Do they purposely blow them up too? Like, hey guys, let's just watch something blow up. Let's put some C4 in there.
They don't care. They're going to make a bunch of sloppy things, right? Because they don't have to actually take it to quote-unquote space. All they got to do is perform a little show, a little magic trick for the people who were raised watching magic tricks in the first place, so they don't know the fucking difference.
You know when your drunk uncle has the fucking mortar tube and he just keeps dropping them in that same tube and it's getting overheated? You're like, hey, you should probably let that cool down a little bit. He's like, like this.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, that's SpaceX.
I got shit to do.
And then the whole thing fucking explodes right there in front of everybody, and
Shoot, like put some fireworks in there or something. Let's make it look cool.
Cut the shit you've outdone yourself in the voice text. That last one. Wow.
I think they like blowing up rockets. They gotta keep up the illusion that space is hard and all this,
There's no way that's real, by the way. There's no way space is real, or the person breakdancing with the fire.
They're doing a shit job with this, with that, then, because the people that they're sending up, when they just claimed that they sent up like a 70-year-old black lady, like I keep saying this. Whatever happened to astronauts having to be the best of the best and the fittest of the fit? Like that, best of the best meant everything. Like most physically fit. You practically had to be a genius in order to get on a rocket and go to space. And now we're just taking like every rich old fucker that just feels like saying he went to space. Like That's it.
Guys, Medea goes to space. It needs to be a thing. Get goodbye Medea shows.
I mean, they used to show you the training where they're going through that, that machine, like it looks like it would be wicked at a fucking carnival or whatever.
Centrifugal machine.
Yeah, the
when they
centrifuge
spin,
or whatever that they're
yeah.
on. Like,
That's the only thing
they
they ever
kinda-
showed. The
Right,
rest was
right.
left to our imagination.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point.
So think about it. That is the only thing they ever showed. And you're like, whoa, that's so intense, man. These guys must be, the fittest of the fit to withstand that, But they didn't show you anything else ever.
Right, but they don't do that. They don't even do that anymore, though. Like now they're just like, yeah, anybody
They
can
don't.
go.
They don't have to try anymore. They could put Don. If you could put Don Pettit out in front of the population and people are still taking you seriously, you don't need to try anymore.
Yeah. No, the people they show you constantly on the ISS don't look like the best of the best that I was taught when I was in elementary school. Like, and they don't sound like the best of the best when it comes to intelligence and you're talking to them, like Don Pettit, for example, or My Cousins Are Rocks lady, Michelle Thaler.
I mean,
Yeah, it's all just,
you're such a genius. The Apollo crew, they had such strong minds they couldn't even remember if they saw stars or not. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Amazing.
And either that or they couldn't find the words to describe how awesome it was.
Well, didn't they send up a monkey up first or something? So are they comparing these people to monkeys? Like, look, it's so easy.
Monkeys are way
that
more
Russia?
physically fit than humans, though. Like, I mean,
absolutely agree with that.
so yeah, you could throw some monkeys on
Maybe
there for some
smarter.
reason.
Maybe smarter than some people too. So
Definitely by now.
But yeah, just that centrifuge thing. You're right. It's the only thing that I ever saw, other than them swimming around in pools, which is like, hold on, that's the opposite of space. Like, polar
Oh, but
opposite.
is it? You didn't know any better at the time.
Right, right. Yeah, even looking at the centrifuge thing, like I looked at it, and at the time being a kid, it's like, yeah, I would do that, like no problem. It didn't look like it didn't look like I was afraid of that thing. So if they put that
Real quick, we got
in,
a. Sorry, Lou. Sorry, I didn't know you're done. Sorry.
I'm just talking, I guess. If we got somebody new, let them talk.
Well, there's somebody, Landon FFRR. Hi, is there a moderator I can maybe you talk in private with? So, if anybody's around.
Yeah.
No, he can talk to us here, and I'll hear him that way.
Okay, well, there was this, so I was talking to I'm guessing it's the owner of the Discord server, I'm guessing. I'm not 100%, and I was
What's the
talking to
person's
him,
name?
and he said I think it was to go up a rank, I needed to, be active on the server for more than 3 days, and
What's the
I'm not
person's
sure.
username?
Pardon?
What was the person's username when you said on?
Give me a second, let me find him. I was texting him. It's INDIO.
Okay. Yeah.
Indio 007.
We have a winner.
Yeah, but
All right,
I was talking to him, and he said that I needed to be active on the Discord server for at least 3 days for me to go up in a moderator rank. I mean, not a moderator.
You're not. Yeah, you're not going to go to mod that fast, regardless.
No, I'm not mod.
Neo didn't say
I've been
that,
glad
but
no mod.
That's
no,
funny.
I think I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that we wouldn't even give him a flat Earth roll until he's been in the server for at least 3 days. In fact, I thought it was supposed to be a week.
Yeah, it's a week.
Okay, well, I was just wondering because he said it was 3 days. I can even screenshot the text and show it to y'all.
I mean, no. I guess if you want to do that, sure.
No, don't post it.
What are you
can-
saying? You're
Don't
saying
post
that
it. DM as somebody.
you want the flat Earth tag? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, like I want to be the person. I just want to help y'all around with the person who does like little check-in things and whatever else not. That's all I.
Yeah, you need to be sober.
Boy, that takes a second.
You want to chip into the flat Earth community, do your part, like to support it, right?
Yeah, I just don't feel like I shouldn't. I just don't feel like I should just stay here and just say
Okay, but-
nothing.
All right. Well, let me ask you a few questions before we just start handing out roles for that. Like, don't you think you should get to know the community a little bit before you accept responsibility for how it's run? Because that's kind of what you're asking for.
Yeah, I've got to know it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, why don't you get to know us here in the live stream? Why don't we get to know you also before we trust you with giving you any kind of responsibility?
Let me put it in perspective for you, Landon. I've been listening for over 2.5 years, and I've been talking now for a couple months, and I do not expect to move up in my ranks anytime soon, if that helps.
So you can help out being in the room and talking to newcomers in the room, as we all do. You can help out in that way, for starters, and then you can move to helping out in other ways later on. And maybe the reason he said for more than 3 days was because maybe that was all you had been here for when you were talking to him, and he just like referred to the 3 days because that was all you had been here for. So if you just hang around and sit in the room and talk to newcomers, I mean, that'll be a good start.
Well,
Be
and
honest,
I'll be.
guys.
I'll be
Wait,
perfectly
I'll be
blunt.
honest. I'll be honest. I think we should just make him a mod. He sounds great.
Nah, well, we want,
Yeah, dude.
we want
Yeah,
to have that
second.
around as fast as possible. But I'm going to explain this to him
Go ahead.
once. Everybody here sees a giant red flag anytime anybody asks for any kind of promotion or role whatsoever, even if it's a stupid
Right
role.
away, he's like, let me get a mod.
He didn't really mean to say that. I don't think. I think he's young and enthusiastic. That's
That could be.
so.
Yeah.
So, but we'll cut him a little slack on that. But I think Lou should go ahead and do what he was going to do. You know, ask him a few questions. And
Yeah. So I mean, if you say you're a flat earther, we want to hear how you. Why don't you tell us your story about how you came to the realization that the Earth is flat?
Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys remember, but I think this was like a couple years ago. I believe. I'm not 100% here. But now please don't make fun of me when I say this, because the last time I tried telling somebody this, they made complete fun of me. So please don't. So one day I was looking at memes, and when I did, I came across like a couple flat earther memes, and I was like, and then I started researching the subject, and I said, wow, there actually is a lot of logic here, and I started, well, doing research, and I started
You know what?
watching
I
videos.
heard the conversation the other day. I wasn't really talking much, but I heard it, and I think they did give you an extra hard time about the memes thing. It sounds like a troll thing to say, but truth be told, the flat Earth has some killer fucking memes, like shit that can actually get you to think. So maybe we're talking about some good memes. Could you explain what memes those are that really caught your attention?
I don't remember what the exact meme was, but it was just a meme. It was just like a compilation of memes.
Okay, if that's your reasoning, it's going to be tough. Like, it's really going to be tough. You got to tell us a reason how you know that the Earth is flat, how you know it's not a globe, at least.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time?
All right, if you saw a meme and the meme convinced you would at least understand the argument that it was showing, right? Like, if it somehow proved that the Earth was not a globe, or if it somehow proved that the Earth is indeed flat, like what you would have even if you didn't have it word for word verbatim, like you would understand like what it was trying to portray, or any argument whatsoever for the flat Earth if you're trying to be a flat earther in this server.
It was okay. So I remember I was watching on a certain YouTuber, and then it was.
It's always a certain YouTuber, isn't it? It's always that way.
You can't name the new YouTuber, you can't name the video, you can't name the meme. I'm now asking for an argument for the. I'm just want to hear one argument for flat Earth. Like how?
Let's do it that way.
How do you know that the Earth is flat?
Let's do it that way. Yeah.
What's your best proof, bro?
Yeah, basically, just tell us the thing that you think basically is the best thing that illustrates this flat plane that we live on. What's the best thing that comes to your mind?
Well, I
You gotta
always
be able to give
believe.
us at least one thing, like one good thing other than memes, before we give you that role. You know, you understand. Memes is not a good reason to give that role out.
Well, I always believe that there was, more to the Earth that we don't understand, just like the Earth being flat, and that,
Dude, that's a red flag. You're saying believe. All right, let's move on.
Well, no, isn't it? It's like believe is not. Again, word policing is an issue in a sense because, right, it will stifle this guy's mind, right, and we don't want to stifle his thought, right? So it's one of those words. It comes out.
Look, no, the thing is, it is pretty clear. Like this guy is one of our like Lepizzles or something like that, just acting like an idiot, like trying to grab roles, ranks, and stuff like that.
It sounds like Wits and Gets it trolling us a little bit.
I'm not trying to freaking troll y'all. I promise. I was just trying to help out with y'all. I didn't know
I get that. I get that, dude. Wait there, I sent something that everyone maybe not. So, dude, what we're saying is you must have at least one or two things that you could probably say to us as to why you believe, because it is believe at this point, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, why isn't it a globe?
Okay, well, I think. Is that okay? I can't say believe, so is I think okay?
You say believe. You can even say believe, I think, because at this point, it's clear to me he believes it.
Even better though, what would be even better though is instead of I think or I believe, is we know this or I know this because of this, or things that can be known, that things that you know.
Or we know it can't be a spinning ball because of these 10 reasons.
Well, I think this is the reason of. Well, let me reword that. I think that the like Antarctica, it's not just one little plane at the bottom. It's an actual like physical circle of ice that is designed to keep all of the water inside of the inside the flat Earth, and
there's no proof of that.
Don't stifle him. Just let him speak a minute. Just let him speak.
Okay.
Yeah, he thinks that. Got it.
When you look up at like space satellite views, you see nothing. I mean, you don't see like a rounded edge. I think that's how I need to pronounce it. You see just a flat regular old run of the mill circle. You don't see a curve. What's another fact that I've learned? The Earth density No, that's not the right word. Not density, but what's the right word for that? Like I don't know what the right word with that for that would be. Well, it has something to do with gravity because if what NASA says that um
And he dropped out. He'll be back.
No, he didn't drop out. I just got rid of him.
Thank
I don't know. I just got.
Dude, I did DM you, Lou. I sensed something that I don't know. You could read the DM.
I haven't seen it. I've been using my phone more, and I hate Discord on the phone app. It's just like
horrible.
Discord's too complicated for a phone app. Like trying to get too much in too little space, especially with a server with as many rooms and everything as we have, and users as we have. And
I was gonna role play
anyway.
with them and act like a person trying to get into the VC, get through the VC check-in, and be like, "Can I get on the panel?"
Yeah, I
think,
hear.
I think it's flat. I'm not sure what the word is, but it's flat, right?
It's hard to tell if Crack Villain in my DMs is right or if he's just a troll. But either way, I came to this
sensed that.
conclusion. Either way, I came to this conclusion. Like, I do not want him in our server telling people he's a flat earther and then talking about anything at all. I don't want him representing us in any way, shape, or form. Whether he's a flat earther or not, it doesn't matter. He does not need to be in here. He's not ready for this.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, he's talking about gravity, talking about space. I don't like come on, man.
The Earth's density.
Someone should
I believe
someone should send him the live stream links or something if they can find him, so that he can listen to the live stream, and then maybe send him a little message. How do I? I'm on the phone, so it's like so annoying to do.
You can always hear the mental anguish of these pretenders just when they have to.
I don't believe he was pretending. I don't believe he was pretending.
I do, but
I do. As well, what's the best proof the Earth is not a globe? The lack of curvature. There you go. 10 minutes of research. Not even 10 seconds. You know what I mean? Start with that.
The thing is a real curvature. The reason why I think Craig probably has the doubt, I'm thinking that the guy's just really that slow, is because anybody who's one of our, mortal enemies that constantly comes in here with sock accounts and just trolls
They're better than that. They're better than that.
They've accidentally picked up more about the flat Earth than that,
Exactly.
and they would have been able to fake it better.
That's why I don't think he was a troll, because and I sort of can sense things in the way that people speak.
But that might be another troll tactic too. Either way, it's not fruitful to this server or flat Earth in general.
I
prefer that guy. I prefer that guy talk about the globe all the time. Honestly.
Well, no, I was just thinking that someone should. I don't know. How do you can't? Is there a role to stop him from being able to post anywhere, or make any sort of inflection at all, and just so you can just listen? They probably could create a role for that, couldn't we? Just so that it stops people from being able to type anything.
The listening.
Yeah, we can call it lockdown.
The listening pass.
Not just a listening pass, but like a typing block also, because we don't want kids like him saying shit.
I would have done something less drastic than just like a hard ban, but I'm on my phone and that just seemed like way too clunky.
Why not talk to these guys? I mean, it's not like we have a whole bunch of new people that actually want to talk in the live stream these days. So why not? Let's talk to them.
There is a highly suspect role.
No, when we talk with retards, we look like retards for talking with them.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be done on a live stream, basically. But maybe next time we'll give the opportunity to someone if they would like to take him to a separate room and explain things to him. But it's just whether or not he is a troll trying to pick up information, and then again he's still in the server, and then he's able to post comments, right? And I know it's harsh, but people that post comments in here represent this place effectively. If they say they're a flat earther people, then it reflects on the flat earth. You know, this is the problem that we've had for a long time,
There
unfortunately.
is the highly suspect role, which we
give him
generally
the globe earther
which we
tag.
generally give to
But
people
he
who
was,
ask for roles
no one,
immediately.
yeah, that's true. But I created that role, and I created that role for that purpose. Yes, but he was for me beyond getting a highly suspect role. It was confirmed he does not
Confirmed
belong.
suspect. Right. I get you. He confirmed. It's like
Just give him some of those space herpes.
I'm gonna what I'll do is, guys, is so it makes everybody feel a little bit better. Is I'm gonna DM him, the live stream link.
No,
and
stop.
You can listen.
Either he's, if you're gonna give him the YouTube link, yeah, do
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Obviously,
sorry.
I don't know anything
I didn't mean
other
to
than
cut you
that.
off. But no, I did want to say something else also. That's why I was trying to cut you off. But no, anyway, now I forgot it though because I pissed off Crackville.
But did it have something to do with the highly suspect role? Because I mean, okay, so
No, it didn't have to do with that.
he acted like he wanted to feel like he belonged somewhere, but the fact that he was asking for a role immediately like that does like make it like make him suspect, and then when he didn't know anything, so it's beyond wanting to feel
That's been a
needed.
rule for years. There's been a rule for years. Anybody who asks for the role is pretty much guaranteed never to get it.
Yeah, just make me a mod, please. Been in here for about 2 days.
But you're banned. But yeah, no, it's hard. It's a difficult decision on that one. Or it's not.
If people understood what went along with being a moderator, they wouldn't be asking for it anyway.
I know, right?
I know what my point was. It was about basically the mentally ill. Like either you have somebody there who is either you have somebody there who's trolling us, or he's cognitively disabled. Let's just say that nicely, right?
Which is what I think was
we
the
don't,
case.
we don't want to bring the cognitively disabled into this to fight strong on our side. Honestly, like it's not going to help us in any way.
Not going to help them either. It's they'll probably be taken advantage of by people that notice that they're that way because they're out in the open. And we do have like this is what so again this is the thing where we say don't concern drugs. We don't understand like what's going on in the background of every moderator's head, like the things that we have to think about. We have a sort of duty of care almost. It comes down to that. Like that's why I DM'd that to you, Lou, as well. Like it wasn't to be like don't ban him. It was more like probably just get him out of here. Because he's someone that will get taken advantage of very quickly, and also make
it doesn't look good for anybody around it. Basically, you just separate like yourself. It's the same as when we have a kid who's under 13 years old. Why don't we talk to them? Because something's wrong about it, and I think in cases like that, I think it's also wrong. Just the same.
I know it's a horrible sort of reality that they're excluded, but then they're not necessarily excluded if they have caregivers that were capable of sort of doing this with them, which is technically what they're supposed to do. Is if someone is that way inclined, or they can't have their faculties about them completely, there should be people around them, effectively caregivers, that sort of help them through these things in a proper manner and in a proper way, but allowing them to just run free, as much as it is exclusionary in some manner, right, it is still again a protectionary measure that outweighs it outweighs the bad that could happen to the person, outweighs the good that they could gain. So we have to make the hard choice, basically.
I'm just always when it comes to this, like I'm really trying to think of like how is this conversation going to benefit this server and the flat earth in general, right?
Exactly.
Like so there's nothing to be gained from having conversations with that guy or having him do anything in this server, period. Typing, even that should not be allowed. listening probably should not be allowed for his own health and safety in life. If he's really that, not so with it.
Yeah, he's going to go around trying to speak about these things to people, and it's going to sound very convoluted. And flat earthers are already seen as crazy, so you better have your sort of faculties about you as a flat earther, right? That's why we exist, is to basically make it so that people don't seem so crazy. I say it that way for a reason. So that they're able to go out into society and actually defend their position. Because otherwise, you're just sort of sneered at and looked at as like an idiot, right? So
Yeah, I mean, if we want, we could go and like, promote flat Earth at every carnival and try to get every carny, every midget, every clown, every like we could do that and see how far we get.
We
No,
just
that
had a
is one of
fair.
the
We
biggest
just
problems.
we just
Sorry,
had a
Chris,
fest. No, you're good. I think we started at the same time. I was just gonna say we just had a festival, and I didn't see one midget, nor did I see a clown. What were you saying?
I was just going to say, it's a really big problem in flat Earth. Just the people that run around and they basically strawman themselves in their arguments. And so, yeah, I hear what you're saying, Crack.
Well,
it's
Well, again, this is why I left Facebook. In terms of, I really helped Nathan Thompson sort of build up his whole thing on Facebook, and and then I end up like just regretted doing it, because at the end of the day, you can't stop people from posting stupid memes that defeat themselves, and you don't know who made them, right? Like, I've literally met Globers that make flat Earth memes, right? I've met them, and they make them on purpose to sound incredibly convincing, but they're easily pulled apart when you know where to look. And these memes get reshared, right? And unfortunately, that they were made to make us look like idiots, right? To make it seem like the flat Earth is always making these very advanced and specific claims, to basically make us guilty of the very thing that the globers do, and the heliocentric proponents do. And effectively, what we don't want is to fall prey to that exact thing, with people with audio and with voice as well mixed in. When we're vocal, at least people can know we're real people behind what we're saying. Because we at least have our voices to say what we're saying, right? So people can hear tonality and all of that. And so to really train people into sort of being able to, I don't know, I guess, present things in certain ways with their voice, it becomes self-defeating.
Well, I used to call out flat earthers for making poor arguments back in the day, and I think that's kind of what got me recognized on my YouTube channel. Like, people called me into the voice chats, like, "Hey, come join us over here," right? Because I would call out bad arguments. And one of the arguments that's still used today is when they say that, I don't see any tilting buildings, right? And when you tell them, like, "Oh, it's going to tilt at 1 degree per every, 72, 80 miles, something like that," it's like, you wouldn't see it, right? So don't make that argument. It's a bad flat Earth argument. And like, every once in a while, I hear someone make it, and I like immediately try to call them out on it so they don't do it again.
Yeah.
And it's like, we can't afford to make any bad arguments. We can't do it. Can't.
Yeah, no, I think we've done good so far getting the word out there so that people have heard it. They've been exposed to it. It's been run through the mainstream media. The name has been brought up many times. Like, so the word's out there. People know of flat earthers, but now it's got to be quality, not quantity. We can't afford to make mistakes. Like Hank I think that's what Hank's pretty much saying. Like, we've got to beat them at their own game. I think we got to become very sophisticated with this. We have to out science the scientists and challenge them at their own fucking game. Like, that's how you're gonna win this thing, and you can't.
Right. And mentioning stuff like outer space, like those things don't exist. We have to come in accord of having an agreement that there's that what we observe is all in one accord. I get what I see what you're saying. I mean, am I picking it up? Am I picking up what you're putting down, Lou, or?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you just said. I'll say yeah.
Well, I was just saying, like, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, and then what I want to include was that, like, um, because we're trying to separate ourselves from the flat Earth society, and then us, right? You know what I mean? So the flat Earth, the society, they have this lock and believe.
There is no real flat Earth society. The flat Earth society is just like the trolls, the fake flat earthers. That's what
Right.
it is. It's um
And they try to point out that we like what we believe is make believe. They try to point out that what we believe is make believe. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're never going to win the media war. We don't have a multi-billion-dollar media infrastructure behind us. You know, we're never going to win that.
I disagree.
Really?
Yep.
I disagree. 90% of people live by the water. So when they hear flat Earth and they're like, man, why won't this thing go away? Okay, I'm going to go disprove it. Where's this Earth curve calculator? Like, I'm going to go out and test it on the water myself. But the thing is, they're obfuscating and say, look at the sky, look at the birds, look at the moon, look at the southern stars, right? And that's very effective, but it only takes like a certain amount of people to like go look at it for themselves. And then what they have to do now is placate the numbers like they're still winning. We don't actually
Robot.
know because we haven't taken any surveys.
You're all right though. You go.
No, he dropped. No, I was only going to say we don't have the media infrastructure behind us, but you know what we do have is this server, which is basically like a flat Earth school. You know, new people come in and they get trained up and they learn how to make the arguments watertight, basically, and you send them out into the world to make the proper arguments and have the proper discussions. So I was just going to say, you know, we don't have the media thing, but we have this, and that's worth more in the long run. But
yeah, no, I think that's what that's what a lot of the server is, but we do have a lot of we just allow some craziness to happen too that looks bad on the flat Earth. We really need to tighten this place down, and we've been doing it a little bit at a time, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, I don't envy the mods or anything, because every like troll type person or whatever, I'd just be like, oh, you sound really nice. Let's talk to you. Let's talk to you about it. And then I forget,
Yeah.
like, we're on live stream, and somebody could have just got on the live stream, and this like crazy person is talking, and they're like, I knew they were crazy flat earthers. Yeah, so
Exactly.
I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they said with me and Luke. We got so far. They're like, you know, no one's realized how crazy we are yet. Like, you know, so you know, it can happen.
Yeah,
It can
a good
happen.
moderator moderates himself too, and we keep it in the DMs and in the admin chat where the juicy stuff is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So people don't really see a lot of the stuff going on as well, right? Like, you know, they just don't realize like half the shit that happens. Like, we're a bunch of paranoid maniacs because, you know, we save you guys from seeing a lot of what's happening. You know, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's true though, right, bro? Like, yeah. We should just tell them everything. Fuck it.
There's you know what? The next admin meeting is going to be live streamed.
Next admin meeting is going to be crazy.
Do it.
And you know it, brother. The next admin meeting is going to be lit. It's going to be lit, bruh. I don't think. I wonder if people would have an inkling of what it might sound like. I bet none of them would have a clue, would they? I didn't until I went in one.
Oh, I could about imagine.
Yeah, you probably could, actually.
It's like some of them should have been live streamed, I'm sure.
You fucking piece of
Pay
shit.
per view too.
Dude, the last admin meeting went on for like 24 hours. Like they just never got there. They fucking
Yep. Oh, mate. I joined right at the end, and I was there for a long time. And I joined at the end of the meeting, and it felt like a long meeting for me. I was only
no,
there for
dude.
like
You showed up. You showed up at the end of like the actual scheduled meeting, but the people that were in that meeting, like there was still like 5 or 6 people in there still talking like shit for like 24 hours.
Yep. I was there for a good I don't know, I think I might have been there for about at least 6 in the end. Which is the shit, but yeah, it was, I guess I couldn't have come to it basically because it was scheduled for a time when I should be asleep. I think. I'm terrible with the
Are you
notifications.
sure you're
of being on
not?
the phone. Oh,
This is
hang
a
on.
dream, Craig. Wake up.
Imagine that. Ugh.
So another
Imagine.
thing, like when we got these guys like Matthew Learns, I like that he keeps it more on an academic level, like the way that he keeps his arguments and the cool head and stuff. Um, he's one of those that I think is good but not great. Like I think a lot of these arguments, this was talked about actually a few weeks ago, I remember, but I think the flat Earth now with these arguments is pretty much ready to try to challenge like the real institutions, like the universities, and try to get this shit out there, like going against actual professors and stuff. Make them
Accredited.
come. They don't want to debate it. They say it's silly. We got to make them because we've got some good fucking arguments.
Yeah, I would agree with most of that, except instead of a good but not great, I would say instead my arguments are fabulous and excellent. That's the only difference.
So here's the deal. We've been debating anti-flat earthers, and anti-flat earthers are not the professors, right? They're the pseudo-intellectuals who can make shit up as they go, and nobody can really call them out, right? Because they're the pseudo people, right? They're not the real, actual people we should be debating. The people we should be debating are the guys who are accredited with universities. That way they can't just make shit up as they go, right? Because what we see here is like they'll say, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he obviously doesn't know what he's talking about, right? And then when QE, like say, cite the source, well, that's coming from QE, so it's obviously, not credible. And what we got to do is we kind of have to make them parrot the correct pseudoscience, and then we'll have a fair debate. But what they do is they try to say that, oh, you can use Newtonian or Einsteinian, they're interchangeable, right? One is 3 space and one is 4 space. So these anti-flat earthers, they've kind of gone off on the deep end, right? And I say the deep end on purpose because they're literally like making stuff up as they go and ad hocing explanation, and they've completely rejected the scientific method.
Yeah, and I thought that Professor Dave, I mean this was a while ago. Was he real professor? Like I thought he was at a college, or was it a university?
Yeah, he taught
Does anybody-
adjunct at some university or some community college or something.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
he
know
was
if he
like,
still
I've
teaches.
worked. Okay, yeah, and he was like, I worked on satellites and blah blah blah. But I mean, what if, the other professors of universities, like his buddies or whatever, he was like, yeah, listen to how I totally schooled these flat earthers, and now because they listen to that, they're like, no, I don't want to go on and get my butt handed to me, because it was pretty clear he didn't have any valid arguments.
But guys, as a team, like we really need. I know Quantum's been doing really good. He used to be really hard to talk to, and he's gotten so much better. But we need somebody who's going to represent us in that academic forum when we finally get to that point. And QE, I think, is probably one of our best possibilities, but he's got to keep his temper and stuff like that. Everybody needs to freaking remind him of that shit. Like,
Really, I think India would be the best one. I would thought India would be that. That's just my
he would
opinion.
definitely be up. He would definitely be up there too. Yeah, yeah. India, if you could get a team, if you could get the two of them together, like, oh, fuck.
Because they do their research and reconnaissance too on people, on personalities and individuals, and India is hard to trigger.
Yeah. No, actually, I mean, you make excellent points there. Yeah, it would be between. I mean, they would both be up there for like, who would you put up? If let's say you got put on, you were going to be on PBS, Channel 10, Nova, fucking, like all that fucking, and going against Neil deGrasse Tyson, and actually, we want better than that. We want, let's take a Harvard and an Oxford freaking physics professor.
Right. I want to add though, Lou, because of the animosity in the past, I want to make it clear that everybody doesn't mistake what I said because of like a QE. I think QE's very capable, and he's like, I'm not saying anything. I appreciate QE, and I appreciate everything he brings.
No,
Just for the record, for the record.
Saying, like, let's say if we could get the two of them, like if you could get two people 2-on-2, like I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, I want to say QE is like top notch, top of the line, aces, AAA when it comes to, formulating arguments and things like that. But he gets extremely frustrated when dealing with pretender clowns. And that's not really his fault, right? Because if he's coming,
are going to be too. Like, so like if he gets to that forum, they're going to be pretender clowns, and he's got to keep his temper when dealing with them.
Right, but it's not his fault, because if he's coming honest and is trying to have an honest debate, and the other person's being dishonest, I get pissed off too, right? But the thing about it is that there's people out there that can handle it better than QE, like Michael J. Smith, who's used to dealing with pretender clowns and doesn't get as triggered. But QE just exposes them, and then after he exposes them, he feels like he's done. And in actuality, he is done. It's just the other person wants to keep pretending and making shit up. And that's when QE gets pissed off. He's like, whoa, I just destroyed you, bro.
Right.
Like, you should be tucking your tails and walking away.
When your goal is to win the debate, that's all up to the audience. And the person who freaks out loses no matter what, even if they won.
Well, my point is
even if they beat them logically, they won the argument logically. If he doesn't stay rational, he lost the debate.
Right. So in this case, Witsit or Indio or Michael J. Smith or someone like Lou, these top dogs, they might be even better at debating than QE. Not that QE loses the debate on merit, right? But he gets so frustrated with pretender clowns, and the pretender clown should have enough honor to say, you know what, I don't have any sources to cite. I should shut my mouth, and he definitely got the best of me. They're not going to do that. They're dishonorable, and that's what triggers QE. Not that he's losing the debate.
Yeah, maybe in the right set, maybe in a different setting, he wouldn't be that way. Like, okay, so when okay, just like Lou said, it's like it's a lot better now than what it used to be, and there's a reason for that. So it's not a setting where it's rewarded. So if in that kind of setting, maybe he wouldn't be so easily triggered. And I feel bad because we're talking about people that are not in the room. So I think maybe anyway, but yeah, the debate.
No, yeah, and I'm not
I'm not saying anything bad.
I put him up there out of respect. I'm just saying, like,
for sure.
We're gonna win this as a flat Earth. Like, we need to put our best foot forward, and we should encourage him to be prepared, like to have those bigger battles, those ones that are gonna win the audience over and stuff like that. If that's what we want.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, I've learned a lot from me. I've learned a lot from everybody in here, to be honest with you. learned a lot from India. I've learned a lot from QE. I've learned a lot from the people that you least expect to learn anything from. You can learn something from them. But yeah, as far as that goes, as far as what you're talking about, the accreditation.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on a bigger scale right now. I'm just kind of like trying to think
No,
like,
I
how
feel
do
you.
you actually win the public opinion? Because that's what this is. It doesn't matter how right you are. It's winning the public opinion.
Exactly. And then once you won the public's opinion, you end up with the funding in order to actually prove this stuff properly and empirically to all eyes, meaning good enough for all eyes, is what I like to say. You know, for some, they might be able to deduce exactly what the argument is stating and understand it for what it factually is. But that doesn't mean every eye could see the same thing in it. You know, we have to have a pretty, I would say, higher understanding of mathematics, for instance, even to sort of take the full weight of what some of the arguments that we present are. So, you know, we can't just expect that of everybody, right? So illustrations of the same thing, though, for instance, can be drawn if the funding, for instance, would be there to do so.
One thing people's got to stop doing is letting mainstream media do hit pieces on. It's like do your own production, right? And if they take it and air it, fine. Don't let them produce it. Like
Those are the people that I'm the
everyone's
most annoyed with.
yeah,
You're
everyone's
very
learned
said, well.
from that in the past, and I don't think they had any ill intentions myself, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. Hyper skeptical flat earthers continually being duped. I don't know about that.
Yeah, once you're duped once, you
Yeah.
should be very vigilant after that. You should be vigilant anyway.
Exactly. Like it's in the actual nature of what you're supposed to be representing. That everybody is lying about something potentially. So the idea that, you know, people are being duped quite simplistically and easily, for me, is one that doesn't hold well in my mind. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. I can't.
When it comes to media, guys, you never can trust them anyway. I had dealt with them long ago before I was a flat earther, and I saw them twist things. Anytime you're not part of the mainstream and they want a story, they're going to twist it. You can never trust media. Poor Witsit got it again, too. He found out that truth, too.
Yeah, no, that's the
Oh,
thing.
what
Is,
happened?
and pretty much to everything that I was just saying is like, to win the public opinion, you can strategize all you want. They're strategizing against you, and they're going to snuff you out a lot
Every
quicker
time.
than you think.
Even if you do a perfect interview, the only way you may be able to get away with it is if you were doing it live. Maybe. If
I think
you keep from getting in trouble. But if they have a chance to edit it, it's a disaster every time.
You can even edit live stuff. You can edit live stuff
They
and then
can.
bury the
Yeah,
live stuff
they
as
can.
well. So, you know, this is
I
why
think the education system's the way to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, just to give some people a little bit of hope, right? You know, we've had letters back because of my godchildren at school, and the near half of the classroom that are saying to the teacher, "Well, you can't actually validate science. Just stop trying to make me put it down as a test." Right? So, you know, it's really how we present this to the younger people and how we teach them to sort of go forth and make sure they rattle the cage. You know. Effectively. I know people talk about people being ostracized and circled out. I don't think that's always going to be the case of what happens. Like, oh, you crazy flat earther type thing. Maybe it's different where I live. Like where I live, I feel like a lot of people are flat earthers, but then I live on the coast, right? Like Hank said, it's pretty easy to disseminate, right? That this isn't exactly correct. When you just tell people a few things, they go, wait a minute, that makes no sense. I just say to people, does 1.225 times the scrotum over sight and feet comport with what you see? And most people, if they don't understand that, I'll break it down in a simplistic way. And they go, wait, I'm only supposed to see that far. I'm like, yeah. And they go, well, I know that's not true and that's bullshit. And then I say, well, look it up. They look it up on their phone. I make them do it, you know. I say, have some respect for me. Look it up. Do it now. You know? And they do it.
So what happens? What happens when flat earthers' children take tests about Earth science, and the teacher marks it wrong when they put the correct answer down, and then the parent, you know, goes up there and
That's
raises
what
all
needs to
kinds of
happen.
all kinds of cane, and it's like, okay, well, prove to me that your answer is the right answer. It's
That's
like
what needs to happen. No, that's what needs
that's
to
kind of like
happen.
the backwards way. It's like after it's already disseminated, but you know,
Not
Well,
that I
there are
want
laws.
kids in the
Listen, there are laws
indoctrination
against
system.
propaganda. Sorry,
hold
go
them
ahead.
accountable for what they're teaching.
Yeah, they need to be held accountable if we're going to let our kids in those systems. We're going to
Right,
pay for it.
so there are laws against propaganda, and propaganda is defined as and it's pretty easy to, and not
There
just
used to
propaganda,
be.
but indoctrination as well. No, but there are
Well,
laws directly
yeah.
on
No,
indoctrinating
I'm
people
sure that's
in my
that's a
country, at
good point.
least.
No, crack. Hold on. In the United States, this was a big deal. It in the overall scheme of things, it wasn't a very long period of time, but I think it was started in like the 50s or something like that. In the
The
early 50s.
Smith
But
Mundt
there was
Act.
Smith-Mundt Act was the
Yeah.
one where they said that propaganda was an act of war and it was never to be used, against your own people. Basically, like it was saying that if you do it, you're declaring war on your people. Like is essentially
Exactly my
what it
point.
is.
Yeah, and guess
So,
who
but
undid that?
the thing is, in 2013, Obama repealed that in the
That's
United
right.
States.
He
And
did.
no one said a thing. The people
Not
were
a
quiet.
not a thing, except for one journalist that did talk about it. She was the only one I ever heard say, this is really bad. There was one journalist back then that actually was female too, and just kind of an independent gal. But I never heard her again.
And no one probably heard. I didn't hear her. I mean, I knew that he repealed it. There's only one reason to repeal something like that.
Well, look at what's happened with the media. I mean, they were already using propaganda in the media, no
Right.
doubt before that. Okay, but it wasn't so in your face obvious. Ever since that act, they don't even have to freaking try to pretend anymore. They don't have to hide it. They can just literally lie to you and smile at you, real shit eating big.
But that's
If
They
you
great
have
for
to
us.
retract it when caught. Yeah.
if you catch them, they're just like, yeah, it's okay. This is TV,
Like,
man.
whatever.
You listen to me.
But that's great for us, though, at the same time, because it's really showing how intellectually dishonest they are. For one, then we can use that as a hostile witness, the fact that that actually was repealed, and show the very repealance of it, and prove why it was done. So it's again, this is how you win the hearts and minds of people. Remember, the SAS sent but 12 men into the Bolivian jungle, right? And that was their form of their Vietnam, right? And what did they do? They made friends with the tribalistic people in the mountains, made friends with the locals, right? And instead of effectively trying to take over the whole country in a mass raid, what did they do? They literally became friends with these people. They taught them how to economically trade better. They built infrastructure. They built shops in a very rudimentary sense. They won the hearts and minds of these individuals and said, "Would you fight for us against your government that you know is tyrannical?" And they said, "Yeah, we will." Then they armed them with para-dropped in weapons and stuff like that. I'm not trying to frame it in that way. I'm just saying that, like, you think about that and the way that that works, the hearts and minds effect, and the hearts and minds means is effectively the way that this is going to work. And you win the hearts and minds of individuals by showing them how disgusting and big corporations and disgusting governments effectively do repeal things that would cause it so that they are able to be lied to. And I really meant to actually say indoctrination. There are laws against indoctrination, at least in my country, right? So a form of indoctrination would be forcing somebody to maybe write something in a test that's factual that is definitely not factual. So that would be a form of indoctrination. So if any answer that is gravity in a paper, something that cannot be verified or proven, and the wording of the test is wrong, that's a form of indoctrination there and then. And really, it just takes parents to start challenging it effectively, right? And that's the way to respond. And when you respond in that manner, what do the schools do? They basically shut up and stop sending letters to the parents about the kids talk about flat Earth. They go, "Oh, wait a minute, this could potentially be a problem here, right? Because they're correct." regardless of whether what's true or what's not true, whether or not gravity exists or whether it doesn't. There isn't any validation for it. So when you frame it to them in that way, and that is the way it has been framed to some schools by some parents.
I know this is flat Earth and everything, but like, you're never going to get to teaching flat Earth in schools until after we defeat the thing that's going on right now. You understand that, right?
Oh no, of course, but again, wars are not just fought from one line; they're fought from the inside too.
I know if I have kids and they go into school, they're gonna be telling. I'm gonna make sure that they don't be talking about the Earth being a globe. And if the schools have a problem with me telling my kids that teaching my kids that the Earth is flat, and we're gonna fight because they can't prove that the Earth is a globe. They believe in a heliocentric model. They believe in a false idol. You want to worship that false idol? Go ahead, be my guest, whatever, bro. But I'm not going to have my kids learn and teach and follow that bullshit.
Anyone heard from Rio
And
lately?
it starts with our
No.
kids, guys. You know what I mean? And then because our kids are going to be the next generation, the next movement. So if we teach our kids and they go out there, we give them the knowledge that they need.
I asked the same question about Rio not that long ago, and
I'm asking the same about Catty as well. I'm a bit worried about Catty.
yeah, I think Blaze said that she had contact with Rio. Ask Blaze.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
So what about Catty? Has anybody heard from Catty? Because Catty's an elder gentleman and it was on the server every day, all day, and I've heard nothing from him.
No, I've only been here for a couple of months, so I don't really know every individual that's in here that comes in here all the time.
That's the unfortunate thing of the anonymity of this place is that sometimes it would be nice to know what happens to people when they do just disappear. There've been people that died in the past, and it took a while to sort of find out.
Are there ever any people that switched back and became Globers again?
What? Not really, dude. It doesn't really happen.
Once you're flat, you don't go back.
Yeah. The only people, there have been people who have claimed to be flat earthers who have said that they've also become globe earthers, but most of them also said they were concavers and hollow earthers and fucking shit like that too.
So we don't.
Yeah, I was on the fence, for a long time, but I never went back to being a glober. And if you go back and you listen to Flat Earth Court, I would be in there debating along with Issa. And if you listen to how I debated, I was obviously debating against the globers.
Yep.
The only people that have gone back. Yeah, the only people I've heard that have gone back, they still can't even make the flat Earth arguments. It's really weird. They weren't flat earthers in the first place, I don't think. Only two that I know of. Their arguments are weak.
I never went back to the globe. I was just being honest and saying, I don't know. I haven't seen a horizon. I live in a piney forest. So I don't know is different than, claiming a globe.
Yeah, it's way different.
It that way. He literally used to say it in that way as well. He said, I don't know because, well, I don't get to see these horizons that you speak of. So you were always intellectually honest, actually, Hank. And that's why I was a fan of Hank's. And a genuine fan. Like out of anyone, being deadly honest as well. Like this is the truth, and I've said this to Hank before, actually. I don't know if any of you have ever listened to his debates in the past and stuff like that, stuff that he used to do that would be like, on Google Meets or Flat Earth Court stuff, right? Anything like that he was involved in. he was great for us. Like, I mean, for real. Like, he actually did some real work. I mean, some real work. Like, to get to where we are now, right? There's a lot that he did that people don't.
Yeah, my
They have
thing
no
was
clue
I
about.
was attacking space. I was attacking the Big Bang theory, the inflation theory, the dark matter theory, anything that had to do with all this space
Evolution.
shit. Yeah,
Well,
evolution that was non-scientific. Like I was destroying it. Just like when QE says, "Where's your independent variable?" I would say, where's your natural observation?" Right? If you can't observe any of this crap, how is it science? So I was kind of I was taking away gravity too, because once I exposed that if you don't got dark matter, your galaxy flies apart, right? And if your galaxy flies apart, that means gravity doesn't work. And they would say, "Oh no, you're a liar." And then Red's rhetoric would come in and be like, "Okay, somebody called me in here, right? Said that somebody was lying," and I was like, "Okay, this is what I said." And then Red's rhetoric and I'm a Rocket Man were like, "Yeah, that's true.
That's
If there's
kind
no
of
dark
true.
matter,
Yep.
yeah, the galaxies will
Oh
fly
yeah,
apart because gravity doesn't
it
work."
is the gravity key. They have to have that.
I know I said this before, Hank, but you destroyed him with the inverse square law of light too. That was classic.
Somebody's really low. I hear somebody
Yeah,
talking,
I
but they're
barely
so
heard
low.
him. I think it was Chopper Dave. I lovingly call him that. He said,
You're still really low.
I could hear him, but we can't hear you, Dave. But I heard what you said. You said the inverse square law thing was a big one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
See, I took their space away. Like, I took their space away, and I called their dark matter, I called it their sky daddy. So gravity and dark gravity
Nice.
is their god.
Guy daddy. Darth Vader, more like it. Dark matter.
Yeah, shout out to Dave Hinkle. He's always listening. He may not chime in very often, but he's always listening.
Can't hear you, brother. That's all.
It's really amazing they would call you a liar over that, Hank.
Well, they just exposed themselves and then called Red's rhetoric to come in and confirm that they were all idiots and they had no clue what they were talking about.
That stuff when that happened would be brilliant, bro, because it was like their own side would just effectively like destroy them. So like it's good when you have people on the Glover side that are intellectually honest, right? Because like that's why Matthew learns. That's why you have great value. But at the same time, I would say that like you could add even more value to this, right? It's either the truth or it's not. I'd love to speak to you about you maybe live streaming for us one day a week, even if it was just for like an hour or two. You got a
I don't
big
really
channel.
do live streams on my channel, and I think
Oh,
the
but you could. You could though, right?
I could.
Right.
Yeah.
You could though, right? Right.
But the fact that they needed Red's rhetoric to come in and confirm that to them just shows like the level of their thinking or lack thereof. They just don't understand like logical nature of their own model. It's like trying to tell them, if I take the legs off this chair, it's gonna fall over, and they're like, no, it's not, and they need Red to come in and say, yes, it will. It's just if you're at that level, you don't even understand such basic
Hey, what
necessities
happened?
of the the heliocentric model. Why are you even debating?
Hey, what happened to Red's rhetoric? Is he still in the discussion? Anybody seen him around?
Not lately.
Red's rhetoric's whole scene kind of was in an uproar over that. What was it? There was some sort of thing with Kyle and that whole group.
Them raising money. There was a money scandal. That's right. It's still being issued, and it's in the courts, from what I understand, too. Even. Yeah, I had forgotten about that. You're right.
Yep.
Was Red involved in that with Kyle and Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. It sounds like a scandal.
They did. They scammed a bunch of money off of people, and they got caught. Yeah. And it is in the courts, from what I understand. There's another channel that's covered the whole case extensively.
Pretty sure they
I
got
listened to a little
banned.
bit of it.
Pretty sure they got banned from using the internet. To be quite honest.
Yeah, I think they did.
By court order. So that's what happened to him.
Who got banned?
Red's Rhetoric, bruh, got banned from the internet.
Are you serious?
Probably.
Yes, I'm being deadly
They were
serious.
stealing money, basically.
You
No other
scam
way to
money
call it.
off of people using this movement, right? The court systems are gonna completely make it illegal for you to go online. It's like if you hack into the Pentagon, right? You think they're gonna allow you to go online again for a while?
I think the only one who was pegged for the scamming was Kyle, though. I don't know if Red's Rhetoric was involved, though. I haven't heard
He
about
was associated to it, so therefore, as soon as he comes online, everyone's gonna bring it up straight away. So his name's sullied. Basically, is my point. He's either banned by association or banned by a court order. It's either one or the other. It's effectively the same cause, the same effects. Sorry. If you see what I mean.
I
If
do.
You know. It's again like one of those things that is it unfortunate or is it a good thing?
Well,
Certain
I didn't know
people-
that all that stuff happened with Reds. From my dealings with him, he seemed pretty honest. He was teaching me the dishonest debate tactics, because I was pretty young in the debates back in those days, and I never had any bad blood with Red. I understand that a lot of flat earthers did, but I judge people on their individual actions. But coming across this new information, that really sucks. Like tricking people out of their money. I mean, that's what
All I
dishonest
really know of
preachers
him-
do.
All I really know of him is your dealings with him that were ever broadcasted, really, to be honest. So he seemed perfectly okay to me, but then he came across as the type of person that would be able to swindle people because of that nature he had of being very honest. So yeah, he's quite a clean cut individual, wasn't he? Online, very professional. I believe so, anyway, from what I saw. So someone like QE, for instance, wouldn't be able to like swindle people. For instance, you could just tell he wouldn't do it. Not only is he intellectually honest, right? He's also he's real at the same time in his emotional levels, right? That's sometimes what I notice with some people. I said this to Matthew Learns. I said, well done for sticking to your stipulation that the university give you. You're not allowed to get too aggressive in debate. You do well at sort of sticking to it, But by not sticking to it, sometimes it gives us some credibility. Actually, it makes us seem very human. Not to say you're not a human, Matthew Learns. I know you are.
Weed time.
You're just one of those humanoid robots, that's all. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I got to say, when John came onto the debate scene, like, we were pretty frustrated because they just kept saying the same things over and over again, right? So this guy, Paper Organic or whatever his name was, he would say, well, the model works out beautifully. The mathematics works out beautifully. Right? He had that real nice British accent, right? He sounds so sophisticated compared to me, right? And then we had other people like Mark, the toll man, as I called him, Taylor. Mark Taylor would say that in order to deny the globe Earth, you have to deny the whole body of science. And then QE came out and was like, where's your independent variable? And they were like, independent variable, ha ha ha. Like, you don't need an independent variable. And then he'd start citing stuff, and he'd be like, sir, excuse me, sir, here's the source that I cited here. And they'd be like, oh, you're a fucking idiot, you're an independent variable,
can we
John.
say that? Can we say that for Kiwi? Actually, have any of you guys ever heard any of Kiwi's debates where he started off?
Yeah, everything was sir. Excuse me, sir. You're ignoring what I'm putting down here. Excuse me,
He
sir.
responded in kind. He realized that he wasn't going to be allowed. So if you guys, let me assure you right now, if Kiwi was to get a debate with someone like Brian Cox, he wouldn't debate in the way that you see him do what he's doing now. At the moment, he is just trying to destroy people and show it cleanly that they've been destroyed and making fun of them, because ridicule is a great way and laughter is a great way of opening it up to different avenues of thought, right? But my main point in what I'm saying effectively is this: if he was to get a debate with Brian Cox or someone like that, trust me, he would do so and do it in a correct fashion. There wouldn't be any effing and jeffing, I can tell you that right now.
See, I don't know. I think he could do it, but I don't have the confidence there because Habit's a motherfucker, right? Like, and so like he's in here busting ass every night, and then he goes against Brian Cox. He talks shit against every night of the week. Like, is he gonna keep his cool? I don't know. I'm not willing to like put money down on that. You know.
I'd like to have one of his old ones to listen to if anyone's got a link.
Yeah, he did one. He mirrored one of my old YouTube debates on his channel, maybe less than 6 months ago, maybe about 8 months ago. So that's his old way of debating, and you can hear it. You know, sir, excuse me, sir, you're not paying attention. Yeah, very like I would say diplomatic. Like he's offering them an olive branch, and the other person's just not smart enough to see it.
Exactly that.
And also then he probably expected them to be kind of honest about it, thinking that they just don't know. Like, okay, I'll show them the information and they'll see it and they'll question it. But now it's like these people, he knows that they're not being honest, so he's not gonna have that. You know.
That's why you get the effing pretender clown stuff, guys. That's where it comes from. Those days.
Yeah, it comes from them. It comes from those people because. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Enoch.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I saw this cut the shits post. He put, is that Christopher? My question was that Christopher Hawking? That gift. I'm sorry.
That's all right. So, yeah, I just wanted to point out, like Paper Organic, you know, he was telling people he was a physics teacher, and then later on towards the end, he said, "Well, sometimes I tutor people in physics," and you know, like that's different than being a physics teacher. There's a difference, right? So he was, you know, saying that he's a physics teacher, and I'm admitting openly that I'm a high school dropout, right? Like, okay, yeah, I admit it, I'm a high school dropout, right? He's a physics teacher and telling everybody the model works out beautifully, and then, you know, it's like it's hard to debate, right? If you can't have the other person being honest. So for all those debates I was in with Paper, and he's a physics teacher and I'm a high school dropout, it looks a certain way, but he was being dishonest, right? So when, you know, QE calls out people for being pretender clowns, that's why. Because you have to be honest and open to have a fair debate and let the public decide, because it's all about the public hearing and choosing for themselves. For me, that's what it's all about. It's not about winning or losing. It's not about talk time or air time. It's about letting the public hear an open, honest debate.
Exactly. You don't get concessions in debate. You get public minds formed opinions based upon the information said debate.
Not only, Hank, did you just prove that you are smarter than a physics teacher, but you just proved that you are smarter than a physics teacher, even though that you're a high school dropout.
I just proved that I'm more honest than a pretender clown.
Yeah, especially somebody who quote and unquote has a degree in teaching people, right?
Put it this way, I've been taught physics by people with degrees, right? Yeah. And I've learned more about physics from Hank than them, so we can sort of say that. Yeah.
Right now, that's what I was saying. Like, Hank, yeah.
Look, I'll be honest and say I don't understand a lot of the math, right? Because math isn't really my thing. I couldn't give a fuck less about numbers, right? numbers to me, and it's abstract, right? And now that I'm older, I realize that math is abstract, and that makes perfect sense because I never would go into that part of the library. I would just be like, yeah, I'm sticking over here and I'm checking out the really is stuff. And I understand the importance of people being able to tell stories, right? But that wasn't my thing. Like, I didn't care about any of that stuff.
Well, it's like when people talk about gas and vacuum chambers and gas pressure and stuff like that, and it's like, well, yeah, cool story, bro. Like, I've used all of these things in the real world, and like, I didn't know anything about the numbers or any of the stuff behind it. I just moved stuff and made it work, and got the job done with it. So, where was the maths? Maths wasn't the reality of any of that shit working. I can tell you that right now. Like, great, yeah, maybe I would have got to it quicker. I don't know.
I have learned a lot though, and I know that anytime I need to do the math, I can just get on the
Now
internet,
you
look
can.
up the formula, and plug in the numbers, right? That's all it is. Knowing the formula, which we got the internet nowadays, right? So, technically we're all about 30 seconds away from knowing any formula we desire to look up.
Yep. And they can't say it's wrong because it's what they believe in. So,
Like the friction formula, that's really important
yeah.
for people who ride motorcycles, right? So when you look up the friction formula, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, this is important, that's important. The tilt of the road as you're going around the corner, if it's tilted in, you got a lot more friction. If it's tilted out, you might want to slow down a lot more, right? And it's like, oh, that's how easy it is. Just learn the formula. And that's
Yep.
how easy math is. Memorize formulas.
The same with language as well, actually. Language, well, math is a language, basically. That's the point. Once you learn the formulas inside of a language, you start to disseminate how to speak and write the language much faster. I know for a fact that they wasted like 5 years teaching me German when I was in the secondary school. And then I learned more German in Germany in like a few days than what I did in 5 years. And I was like, what? This is ridiculous. Like, what a waste of money. Just things like that alone is what lets you know that the linearized form of curriculum that we have is redundant. And schools, I actually probably would say this, and I'll go as far as saying that schools soon will be a thing of the past. And there's a reason why I say that. If things carry on going the way they're going, and people would keep going on this effectively this, and I'm seeing it increasing as well. It's tapered, and it's tapered, from the small end to the fat end. The fat end being at this side of the history, the thin end being further back in time. Is that effectively we have kids becoming stupider and stupider, and I mean that. Like, I don't mean it in a nasty way. I just mean it factually. And it's palpable. Actually, in fact, it's palpable. As political rhetoric swells around schools, the very teachers become more political in nature as they talk and teach, and everything's becoming about that, right? And it's expressed within the side of the classroom, and then the classroom becomes the thing that effectively the family will want to fight against if it doesn't agree with the very political nature of their own seeings. And I'm telling you, it's divided between two worlds. We have extreme progressive liberalism, and that's what's taking hold in the classrooms, and that's something that was instilled a long time ago. It's actually an effective technique that was done in order to actually encroach upon people with the very ideals of forms of communism and stuff like that. People can try and debate me on that. That's cool. I don't really care. I actually trust some of the people that have come out and whistleblown on this, that were involved in actually setting these things up. Because they knew if they effectively changed the generations, and they wanted people to be emotive, not objective. They wanted to change from emotive to objective, and objective to emotive, and we see that actually happening. So it's like when people are telling me that there was a form of collective way of propagandizing things and indoctrination toward that directive, and I see the directive happening. To me, I'm like, it's pretty valid what they're saying, regardless. Like, we have the effect happening, so pretty sure the cause of it, what they're claiming, how they did it, is probably true too.
Can I be heard right now?
Uh-huh.
So I remember debating Zysis, He was my first free chan debate. And Zysis was talking about going to fencing class. And I was like, oh, you're an actor. And then at one point, you know, Zysis was saying that I'm a dumb redneck or something to that effect. And one of the moderators, I think Yvette, was like, yeah, but he sussed out that you're an actor. So it was like, I kind of feel like, you know, that certain people were like put, and this is just me speculating, certain people were put in place, right, with accents that sound sophisticated, because let's face it, you know, to the average
100%.
person, yeah, and he's Texan, you know, he sounds like a dumb redneck, right? But I would get them in so many gotchas because when people contradict themselves, like I usually pick up on it. Wait a minute, both of those can't be true. Like, hold on. And that's what a gotcha is. It's when you call them out on their contradictions. Like, you can't believe both of these things are diametrically opposed, right? And it's like all these debates, you know, where you would call these people out for like saying these things. Sometimes the best thing to do is repeat what they said and then ask them, this is what you said. Is that what you meant? Because once they hear it out loud, they kind of have to go, oh, well, yeah, that you're right. That sounds stupid as shit. Like,
Or
I
ask
probably
them,
shouldn't say that.
what's my premise? When they answer back something you just said, yeah, and they're literally trying to debunk what you just said. Ask them, what's my premise? When they can't tell you what your premise was, you're like, all right, so you're just basically like gish galloping, you know, scattergunning things out at me in order to look like an intellectual. Is that what's happening right now? It is. Oh, okay, sweet, thank you. You know, and I remember you doing that stuff to people, and it didn't matter about your accent, and your accent actually spoke to the nature of who you were. Like, you were more of a real person. You didn't seem like one of these cultivated figures, right? That was like dropped into it to you know, destroy the movement in its tracks, right? You know, I think they underestimated the capabilities of people in general. In fact, actually, and yeah, and as well, it's like, so that just this is an anecdotal story, if I'm allowed to say it quickly, because unless someone else wants to speak, I don't want to monologue, which I do often. But anyone, there's something interesting happened in this live stream once, where these two guys came in, proceeded to tell me about the Englishman fallacy, where if someone is English, they just effectively sound so much more intellectual, and you know, it's easier to accept information from them, so they can lie to you a lot easier, right? And they're the ones that outline this whole fallacy, this whole thing to me, right? Talking about this whole fallacy. These are the guys that were talking about it, right? I obviously know about it. And effectively, they ended up in the end, after explaining what it was, asking me what the truth was on nearly every single matter about life. And it was like they literally explained to me this fallacy existed. Then they ended up literally asking me all of the questions that they wanted answered, that they wanted the truth on, as if I was the authority on it. And literally, like, they fell for the very
Hilarious.
fallacy.
That's hilarious, bro.
I know, and it was ridiculous. And I turned around and said it to them at the end. I said, "Do you realize that you what you've just done?" And they're like, "Oh wow, I never thought about this." I'm just like, I said, "You literally just come in here and started speaking about how this happens when you've heard my accent, and now you're doing it." I said, "You're literally doing it," and they're like, "Shit, we are." I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Sorry to swear, but not you guys. I'm saying it to someone. I'm saying it to Abba, but yeah, what's wrong with you? Like, outlining something and then doing it. Well done. You know. Are any globies in the room? Anyone new? I can't really see. I've got a thing in the bag, and I'm doing things with my hands. So.
Yeah, the early days were so easy because you had people lining up because they were
Yeah.
ready to debunk the flat Earth, and now people are starting to realize that, oh shit, you can't debunk it. Like, it's not that it's falsifiable; it's that we falsified the globe. So what do you got? You got nothing.
Yeah, we're at an impasse. We're at a standstill with these guys now, really, right? Where
Right.
They need to either go out and actually question the very authorities that we're telling them are chatting, waffle cakes, and they need to go and hold the torch to their feet to say, well, okay, if this is the way reality is, it's a globe, then why are we not showing it so in a much better fashion, so that this isn't something that people would affect if they truly believe it's still a globe, so that this isn't something that people would get so confused over, right? Because if it is a globe, right, then we're just highly confused individuals based upon the information we've received and the way it was delivered to us, right? Okay, so then it would be the responsibility of the globers to go back to the drawing board and say, wait a minute, where did we go wrong here? Like, we've clearly somehow instilled in our very idea of what the axioms of where we exist and where we live. Somehow we've messed up. But yeah, you did mess up. You drew tangent lines that effectively locked you in. These axioms you started off: Big Bang, expansion of the universe from a singularity. From there, where do you go? Well, you have to go to evolution, right? If everything exploded from a singularity, and then everything comes from said singularity, and then it's everything from hydrogen, then you have to then create a mutational process of changing matter into different forms of matter, into different forms of organic matter, into various forms of the same. So then you have to fill in the stories in between. They lock themselves into a lie that effectively means that they, and this is the issue, is that the same what goes with gravity. The antecedent to even gravity existing is the Big Bang itself as well, right? And people forget that like, when you can draw just one point on their story that sounds shaky at best, and they admit we can't prove happened, or it's conjecture at best, right? And even the Big Bang is something that is a theory. Remember this, guys. The show The Big Bang Theory. They tried to call it the Big Bang, and they weren't allowed to do so because of the fact that it would be classed as a form of like media propaganda. So when it was taken to court, right? Obviously, I don't know if this thing had been repealed by that point or what, but yeah. That effectively is what happened, right? So I don't know. It's one of those things. It really is.
You know what they used to have the audacity to say? They used to say that a scientific theory is above a law, meaning a natural law.
Does anyone know? Is everyone else's Discord working? Because my laptop's pretty rubbish. I'm on a phone, but like, so it keeps saying that the servers crashed for the whole of Discord, right? But I'm
No,
on it
it's
on my
fine.
phone.
You sound fine too, by the way.
I'm on it, but on my phone, so I know it's fine. Well, not my phone, but yeah.
No, it's just
on
your
it on a
laptop.
phone. So this laptop is basically just destroyed already. Great.
And I can't tell you how much time A4 was on the mic making the whole conversation about himself. So are you just going to sit there and let these guys do this to me? You're just going to sit there and let them hog the conversation nonstop, talking out their ass, making fun of me. Like, dude, you're the one hogging the conversation. You're the one talking nonstop, and you're the one that's making a fool out of yourself. Like, and it was allowed to happen on Flat Earth Debates because Andre Asensi, the guy that was running them, he was all about free speech. But he called it Flat Earth Debate, not why is everybody picking on A4. But the show was why is everybody picking on A4. And then he started like doxing flat earthers and non-flat earthers. And it came back around to him because this dude Bulldog, I think he worked for Google. I suspect that he worked for Google. Bulldog called him up at his house, not pranking him. He was inviting him to come online and, chat with us on Google Hangouts. And when he did so, he pulled up his like house at like Google Earth and like showed us that he was like right next to KFC, and then showed us videos that he had made where he had like a KFC bucket next to his bed. And then after he like did all this, A4 was like, I'm kind of hungry for some KFC now. Like it was so bad. And the worst part about it, all A4 had to do was say that no, none of this is true. But he was like, You gonna call me at my house and then show my house? Like he confirmed every bit of it, like an idiot.
Yep.
Oh man,
I mean,
those days were unmoderated. Like it was tough.
Dangerous times.
So I really appreciate all the mods here putting in work and taking out the trash, you know, because you guys aren't going to let an A4 come and filibuster your YouTube channel and your Discord server. So I really appreciate the fact that we can have debates.
Oh yeah, we appreciate something like what you're paying, bro. We really do. Alright, let's see if it's gonna. I don't really know how this is happening, but okay. It is.
You know how they say that with the Einstein-Rosen bridge, if you had a vehicle that could withstand the elements, the pressure, and all that stuff, and you could travel close to the speed of light, that we would travel through time. But if you look at all the, you know, different vectors and you add it all up to how fast we're moving, it's almost the speed of light. So
Yeah, that's that, and not to mention, like, why would you need to go faster than the speed of light? Because wouldn't it be like a wormhole where you're folding the fabric of space time to where you make one point touch another point? So which is it? Maybe I'm
you're
misunderstanding.
traveling through space and time when you fold the fabric. But they say that we don't have enough energy. But if like 96% of the, you know, universe is this dark energy and dark matter, then why don't we have enough energy? If like 70% of the universe is this dark energy. So, you know, there's just all these contradictions and, you know, there's stupid shit, especially Einstein. And, you know, I've heard people say that I'm being anti-Semitic. It's like, no, like I'm trying to attack like his thoughts, not the person. And I clown on him because he, you know, he married his first cousin, right? But that's just me, you know, getting a laugh in here and there. So I in Russia, like if you were a physicist and you were going against Einstein, they'd put you in like the mental asylum. And you know that's not really hard to believe after you know you read the Gulag Archipelago. You know it's like, oh yeah, if you were going against Einstein, you're definitely going to the gulags.
Basically, I'm pretty sure the guy wasn't really even a real Jew.
Oh, we just need a flux capacitor, right? Flux capacitor. That's what it is. That's what we need.
Well, I was talking about Michio Kaku yesterday, how he made a particle smasher that's 22 moles of. And I'm sort of seeing the same thing with these propagandist sort of puppets that change a lot about society. And they sort of inform things that are going to happen in a big way. Like, let's say the Hydro Collider, he creates a particle smasher. He's, 15 years old. He gets a Harvard degree based upon his tinkering as a young child. I don't know. He got 22 miles of copper wire. It's worth a lot when he apparently come from a poor family. But we'll ignore that for now. But the point is that effectively what I was trying to say is that if he was someone that was so interested in the physical things, and he apparently created antimatter in creating this particle smasher. He literally created antimatter. Okay, whatever. So whatever that is. Effectively, the point is why did he go into becoming a theoretical space physicist that then becomes one of the most famous people in the world? Almost like he was plucked specifically to be someone that was, herded away from something similar to like that form of thinking, right? So it's like the opposites, right? It's like, you know, Ted Brzezinski, the Unabomber, again, he was someone that was supposed to be an intellectual, and then they used Andrew Murray, the guy that created MK Ultra and the torture techniques. They used him to turn him into a violent person that became a culthood figure and a representative of the hippie movement. And really, I believe that was something that was done on purpose, as in order to add a violent face to libertarianism. But like I was saying, it's funny how these intellectuals go in with sort of certain interests, and they come out at the end of it with stuff and degrees and PhDs that are nothing or the opposite, in fact, to do with what it was that got them in there in the first place. And I'm just like, that makes no sense, right? It really doesn't make any sense. And I think it's that way on purpose. It's hard to explain what I'm trying to say exactly, but I believe it's a cultivated thing, especially when we look at people like Ted, right? It definitely, what happened with him was 100% cultivated. Everything was changed because of that guy. He was like the antecedent to the writing of the Patriot Act, 100%. All the different laws being changed, Mayo and everything like that. Oh, this is doing my head in now.
Interesting theory.
Yep. I could go into a lot more depth. I'm not going to right now. Yo, I'm gonna need to take that. Yeah, I have to. Sorry. Sorry, guys. You know when you lend something to someone and they never do what you ask. Okay. No, I'm gonna have to head out shortly, guys.
All right, see you later, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in about 4 or 5 minutes. But I was gonna ask you a quick question back, Hank. So, how did all of that sort of end up? Like, how did you end up here then, as opposed to, you know, where you were doing what you were doing, naturally progressing? Like, how did you end up being the way you are now, as opposed to the way you were back then? Like, did you? I don't know what it is. It's just like, I feel like you have it. Not like you took a back seat or anything like that. It's more that like you realize that this whole thing has a time frame to it that needs to sort of expand before it can be moved further. I don't know. Don't even know if that really makes sense to you, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for the flat earthers to progress while I chose to hang out with normies and spread truth there. And a lot of truth that I was spreading was like geopolitical stuff, don't give your consent for the blood of the innocent, you know, that sort of thing. But I felt like, like it says in the scripture, like, don't the sick need the physician? And I felt like I needed to spend more time with normies than flatties. So I spent a great deal of time in the trenches, right, trying to reach, your average day person in the Google Hangouts, right? That was productive thing with the group. And time, characters to hang out with, like Punch was version of freedom.
You're
And then I
roboting a
would
little
find
bit.
like
You're roboting a little bit. Wait there. Wait there. Just wait. Just don't say anything for a couple of seconds and then start again. The last thing you said was you were in the Google Hangouts.
Alright, give me just a second. How about now?
Yeah, you're fine.
Alright, so I would like find like Pancho Pete, and I would come hang out with him, for a little bit. And then I think that's where I met Felix. Yeah. But then I was going out with Flat Earth Core and couldn't stay there and like I did with Free Chan. With Free Chan, I was occupying because they said flat earthers would say that like that's like where all the trolls hang out, and at least we got a flat earther there for when people do come in. You know, there's tags, free and conversation. Some flat earthers would go in there. I was occupying Free Chan.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't really hang with flat earthers except for when flat earthers came to hang out in Free Chan. So when
you're completely roboting now again.
I
don't know.
Damn it.
Yeah, and then when you say damn it works.
Damn.
I know, right? Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. I think sometimes it's the amount of input that makes it go a little bit skew. I know, like for me right now, like the way I am, that if I just move a little bit, effectively I will start to robot. I can guarantee it. Or if I was to speak too quickly right now, I'd probably robot too. So that sometimes is why. Are there any like moderators, or actually I can get you to do it for me in a minute, Hank. No, you dropped out, I guess. Is that you back?
All right, mic check.
Yeah, you're there.
All right, I just closed down a bunch of apps. Forced stopped.
Yeah.
All right, so
well, I won't be here for much longer. I'm going to ask you a favor as well. In a minute, I might need you to like server mute me when I go.
Okay.
Because I don't know. I'm going to disconnect myself. Trying to figure out how to do it, but my laptop literally won't work. I just keep getting the same thing come up over and over again. So apparently the servers are down on Discord. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Or like a loading window. But yeah.
So in flat earth discussions, like I was trying to get my inverse square law thing out, and like every time I tried to speak, this guy would like talk over me and they wouldn't mod. So I just like quit going to flat earth discussions altogether. That Irish guy with the little joint or cigarette in his hand in his avatar. Very annoying dude. Anyway, so then I started just going to like normie hangouts because I taught Armando Vargas how to he was like a clown in the debates, but he was a good dude in the end. In the most part, he was a good dude. But yeah, I taught him how to do Google Hangouts, and he had connections to like this news server where they just constantly do news, and he was like constantly inviting people because he would just hang out in the chat, and he was like well connected with a bunch of different people from all over the place. And yeah, I flat smacked the fuck out of those people and talked about cosmology and religion, and I was there for a long time. And then one day I searched flat earth and 24/7 Discord came up, and I couldn't get in. So I didn't come back to flat earth 24/7 till like 6 months later when Helio was actually around, and I think he checked me in. Yeah, he checked me in, and he said, "Hey, if I remember right, you're kind of on the fence." And I was like, "Yeah, I am. I'm on the fence." And then ever since then, this has kind of been my home base. And it's weird because this is a flat earth server, but the normies come here, so I don't have to go find them. So I really appreciate this
that's pretty
place.
ideal. Yeah, it is ideal, right? It really is for that, I guess. You know, I really think that a lot of the legwork has been done. The momentum's sort of been started off already, right? So, that's just in my opinion. When I speak to average people, they're very reciprocative to this. I think the people that are collectivized to places like Discord want discourse, so we sort of get a very skewed sort of view of what society is represented like in terms of the types of people that you're going to meet and talk to and debate with and all of that sort of great stuff. So yeah.
That's true. In real
So-
life, people do not act as aggressive as they do
Exactly.
on Discord.
It's just the types of people that get attracted to it effectively as well. Oh, I'm literally going to punch something in a minute, I swear now.
Exactly. Exactly.
No, I'm having technical difficulties beyond belief.
Yeah, you can pretty much safely punch a punching bag all day long, but if you ever try to kick the bottom of the bag and you wrap your shin around that sucker, whew, that's smart.
Yeah.
That hurts. That hurts pretty bad.
That real hurts. That one hurts for real. For real. Oh, fine, let's turn on.
Yeah, I kind of said it wrong. I did come to Discord. Catexus invited me, and I didn't like Discord, and I think he said something about like you got to give up your GPS location. Maybe he misrepresented it, or maybe Discord updated and you don't have to do that anymore. But yeah, when I first came to Discord, it was with Catexus, and that was at the time that John and Catexus were Quantum Racer and Catexus were making videos together. And I was there when them two got introduced. And basically, Robert Bassano butted heads with John a lot because, you know, Robert's thinking his own thing. And I think Catexus was more open to learning from John than competing with John. And I think that's what allowed John to flow because Robert Bassano interrupted John's flow state a little too much. But, you know, Robert Bassano's a strong minded individual. He's going to butt heads with John, right? So there's nothing wrong with that. But I think since Robert and John kind of parted ways, or maybe they didn't part ways, I don't know what happened, but like John's information flew out of his mouth. It just flew out. And it's like, wow, this stuff is really, really, really top notch. Like, for lack of a better word, there's nothing better out there. And it's like, now that I have this, I gotta like take this out. I gotta air this out, you know, in the normie hangouts. It's funny you played that sound. The other day I posted a video of a guy on a roller coaster, and every time he passed out, they played the windows shutting off.
It literally shut down. Oh, fuck off. No, seriously, I'm getting like a bit annoyed. Sorry.
No, that's all good.
I'm stuck.
Did it-
Basically, I'm stuck. Right, so I'm stuck in this call. Yeah, so I'm on a Bluetooth headset. This isn't my phone. It's my cousin's. Right, so I'm on the Bluetooth headset. So I can't really leave this call. I lent one of my laptops to someone to use. They didn't charge it, and then it's like not turning on properly. And then the other laptop I've just got is just turning on and then turning back off.
The one that's not charged, did you change the watch battery inside? I've noticed that fixes a lot of older laptops.
I don't know. I just got to turn back on and just turn back off again. It's just actually kind of annoying me. I've got like Windows 7 and Windows 10 on it, so I'm like trying the two different ones now.
How old are you, Crack? If you don't mind me asking.
27.
Oh, okay, cool.
Why?
Yeah, I forget how young you are sometimes because
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
yeah, you present yourself as a wiser, older gentleman.
I don't try to. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you don't try to, but you do. But yeah, that's because you got a lot of wisdom.
For a kid, is what you're trying to say.
For a younger man. You're not a young
Yeah.
man. You're a younger man. Younger than some.
Yeah, I guess it is.